sky. Let's get it.
Up and down for my senpai, Dandere, that's my official.
Okay.
Fuck it up, I go piranha, Yangere, you so Obaka, Otaku girl when you wanted Takashi Denrai Kawasa. Ooh, up and down for my senpai.
I am that senpai, Ichi on you like hentai. I'm not good in that bad guy, I've been looking for Kohai.
Notice me senpai, kisses and huggies and nuggies. Hit you with that cutie booties, follow you like Irisaki.
Achi so kawaii, she gon' ride like paparazzi. Only hit is when she sloppy, like she straight from Nagasaki. I pull up like Uzumaki. So kawaii, bad bitch, Kohai, she could put it down for
I got it, I live it, you want it, let's get it. Soul Reaper with a bond. I can see the truth in my eyes. Mangekyo, Shurigan. We poppin', we slaying, otaku, they saying power up, Kelkin. We winning, they losing, I come with that action, baka face. I know you see me as Kichiku, slice of baka, that Ichigo. My mind, I say a check, so I don't give a fuck about the flow. Take it, Yuri and flipper. She a rat till I kiss her. That's a moon up in the system. I say Prince like Vegeta. That's final flash for that ass. Yeah, I snatch you up, that fox in. I'm coming up, but I don't want the crown. That baddie Kohai, take it down. No fire hose, this hot shit. That raise the roof, kinda hot shit. Like, damn, bro, you slayed this. I'm senpai, period. She been down for a senpai.
Dandere, that's my official.
Fuck it up, she go piranha.
Yangere, you so Obaka.
Otaku girl when I want her. Takashi Denrai Kawasa.
Ooh, up and down for my senpai.
I am that senpai, Ichi on you like hentai. I'm not good in that bad guy, I've been looking for Kohai.
Notice me senpai, kisses and huggies and nuggies. Hit you with that cutie booties, follow you like Irisaki.
Achi so kawaii, she gon' ride like paparazzi. Only hit is when she sloppy, like she straight from Nagasaki. I pull up like Uzumaki. So kawaii, bad bitch, Kohai, she could put it down for
Senpai, good girl, but I go berserk. You know my senpai only full counter, go to work. We don't chase no fatty, got that lolly with that perk. Ooh, I'm a bad bitch, she always put me first. Yeah, I got that cloud card, hotter than a Charizard. Your baka so otaku with my saber, come to trap hard. Sub to a dumb dope, ghost in a shell. Please, my senpai looking at me, I go nico nico nico.
Yeah, I got that card, that key. I'm winning them. Pull up and I go off with these wings. I'm clouding them. Come with Zagatsu, I'm slaying shit and I'm whipping them. Kohai official, she coming with that full heel, bruh. She been down for a senpai.
Dandere, that's my official.
Fuck it up, she go piranha.
Yangere, you so Obaka.
Otaku girl when I want her. Takashi Denrai Kawasa.
Ooh, up and down for my senpai.
I am that senpai, Ichi on you like hentai. I'm not good in that bad guy, I've been looking for Kohai.
Notice me senpai, kisses and huggies and nuggies. Hit you with that cutie booties, follow you like Irisaki.
Achi so kawaii, she gon' ride like paparazzi. Only hit is when she sloppy, like she straight from Nagasaki. I pull up like Uzumaki. So kawaii, bad bitch, Kohai, she could put it down for
Launch team, this is the NLM on the NLN net with our final launch poll and continuing the launch countdown at T-minus 4 minutes. NAM.
NAM's ready.
NASA CE.
NASA CE, go.
SMA.
SMA's go.
SMD.
SMD is go.
Mission Manager.
Mission Manager is go.
Copy that. The team's ready to release the hold at T-minus 4 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas system. Propulsion. Go. Hydraulics. Go. Pneumatics. Go. LO2. Go. Water. Go. Centaur system. Propulsion. Go. Pneumatics. Go. LO2.
Go.
LH2. Go. ASGAS.
Go.
Electrical system. Airborne. Go. Ground. Go. Facility. Go. RFFTS. Go. Flight control.
Go.
Instrumentation. Go. COM. Go. EQ. Go. Umbilical. Go. GCS.
Go.
Redline monitor. Go. Quality. Go. OSM. Go. Lay safety officer. Go. Range, weather, and clear to proceed. Go.
LC, this is the LD on channel 1. LC, you have permission to launch.
Roger. Proceeding with count.
NLM, this is SMD on NLMS.
Go ahead, SMD.
SMD would like to report that the spacecraft is on internal power. Figured for launch for T0 of 15:02:00.
Copy, SMD. NSL is configured for launch.
What's your problem? You know I'm awesome.
Hello and welcome to the premiere episode of the Notice Me Senpai Indie VTuber Showcase. I'm your host, Johnny DeGordo, curator of the Apothecary and gateway to this here Fey realm, home of the Fatabites right there in chat. How are you guys doing today? This is also the location of the Senpai Studios where we bring to you this very talk show. On our little talk show, we focus on the small indie VTuber who are packed with talent and potential and offer them a platform to offer you, the viewing audience, a chance to see what they got. And man, oh man, do we have a treat for you. Today, we use the Apothecary portal to bring to you our special guest. He's cute, he's full of personality, and he's the indie scene's favorite chibi dragon, Zippity Duda. Come on out and say hello. Look at him right there. Yeah, he's adorable. Oh. They love you. They love you, man. They love you already, man. Come on. Introduce yourself, Zippity. How you doing today?
Good. Hello, everyone. His eyes. Zippity Duda, your favorite chibi dragon VTuber.
Oh man, this has been a long time in the making. We were originally supposed to start this show last week.
Yep.
We had an uninvited guest, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. By the name of Hurricane Helene.
Oh, Helene. We are not 18 plus this time. This is an all ages stream. So unfortunately, I can't call Helene by the names that I wish to call her. Oh man. So you were in that hurricane. How was that?
It was a legit hurricane. Like, I have been through many hurricanes, but this one, it was legit. It literally, the winds were, I think, were like over 175 miles per hour. And it took out tons of trees. And if you've seen on the news and stuff like that, it did a number on the west coast of Florida. Yep. And then over in, I think in Georgia, North Carolina as well.
Oh man, like I watched the news and they had that. I don't know much about Florida. I only went there for a little bit for training for jump school training at Pensacola. But what is up with the houses on stilts, man?
So those houses on stilts are the ones that are like right next to the beach, and that's because just in case there is a hurricane, because of the flood line, all the water can, pass through underneath.
Oh man, well, the water passed underneath, through, and above those houses, man. I saw them knocked down and I was like, and the funny thing was that you messaged me right before the talk show day, and you're like, hey, I'll let you know what happens. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if you noticed. Y'all just got hit by a hurricane over there.
Mm-hmm. So what happened was, for us, like where I currently am at, it was, we lost power, say around like 11 o'clock at night. We lost power. It was all this rain, the heavy winds. And luckily, since we've been through so many hurricanes, we were prepared. So we had make sure when I first came to this.
Yep.
property because I currently live in one of my parents' properties. So when I came to live in one of my parents' properties, because they have multiple properties up in Florida, and so we cut all the trees around the house because we knew if a hurricane came, that's the first thing you need to do. So we cut all the trees around the house, but still, we end up having like the neighbors' trees crash down into the fence.
Oh,
we had
need to cut those down.
Yeah, so basically I was out there, the next day with a chainsaw, cutting everything like that. But unfortunately, we were out without power for about 4 days, and then without internet for almost a week.
I know the internet thing was what pretty much knocked the show off the rails last week. But sometimes things come and go, and we're just happy that you made it out safe. I mean, to be honest, I am a apothecary time traveler. I came from the future, so I knew you were safe, but I just didn't know the details if you were going to make the show. This show kind of spawned out of nowhere. Well, for most of you, by the way, for the mods and those who know me, this has always been the plan to have a talk show, and Duda just popped into existence, and I was like, wow, who's this little chibi dragon visiting me through the portal that I opened? And I was like, this is gonna be my premiere first guest on the show. I mean, look at him. I know, look and Sophie, speaking of Sophie, hi there. I contribute Miss Sophie, who is now my mod, but at the time was just a viewer for you, right, Duda?
Well, yeah, I was attempting to do a 24-hour stream with the bad internet connection that I had. And I was like, let me do this 24-hour stream. And it happened to be, I don't even know what time it was, but then Sophie popped into the stream, and then she's like, oh, I could bring a bunch of my friends over as well. And then all of a sudden, tons of people started piling into my stream. I was like, this is great. I was like, yay. It was like Sophie, then Faith, and all. And I was like, oh, yay. And it was just nice. It was nice to have that because I was used to like having like a morning streaming schedule for myself and would have people that were in my
we're having a little audio difficulty. You all right over there, dude? Stand by, guys. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties. Are you back, sir?
Me? I'm good.
Okay.
I've been here. I can see.
No. You went radio silent. I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think your tail may have unplugged the microphone there, but
no.
Yeah, we have the technicians hard at work over there. We've employed several of the Mechanicus workers from Warhammer 40K, and they are in the backgrounds putting things together. Hello, Ro Ninja. How are you doing, sir? But we share a very similar encounter with Miss Sophie. Miss Sophie popped up in my stream. I have no idea. I believe she came in. At that time, it was just yeah, that's what she does. She literally sends in her friends to VTubers once she gets to know them. And man, she was mistaken with me though. And oh no, hold on. Let's get Duda back. And he's back.
Yay!
Oh man, I thought we lost you. Wow, that was quick. I was like, that's the fastest departure off this talk show on the premiere. But this is what you get when you hire Mechanicus to go ahead and repair things, and when they're so used to war and destruction. But yeah, she came on in and introduced me to a whole bunch of streamers, and I believe at that time it was just me and Level 1 Boar were pretty much the team over here in the apothecary, and of course he threw her under the bus, and I promoted her to mod. And when at the end of stream, it was a raid time, and she suggested to raid you with my massive following of, well, I was a brand new VTuber, so I had she told me to go there, so I brought my group of 2 people into your chat, and I was like, and I remember at that time, whenever someone new popped into your chat, you did your intro, and I was like, that voice with that model, we've struck gold. And they did not know that this talk show had been in the works since I first became a VTuber. And the fact that you said you're really going to make me ask you to be a mod, sir, I thought you're joking. I don't joke. Anyway, yeah, I came in and I was like, we are, I was new to the VTuber community, and I did not know how to ask you, because I mean, look at this model. This model is gorgeous. I'm like, this is some professional stuff here. And when I saw this model, I was like, okay, a little bit of the intimidation factor set in. I was like, Sophie, how do I ask this guy to
intimidation?
I mean, look, your tail is big as my head. Oh my God, someone gave him fire. Oh, but yeah, it was intimidating, and I did not know. Dude, you have a chainsaw. Yeah, you have a chainsaw as one of your emotes. I mean,
I did. My artist was like, really? I was like, yes. And then they were like, yes, I will do this. Absolutely. I was like, good.
And it wasn't just the look. You brought an energy. And I forgot what you were playing when I raided in. Was it Monster Hunter World?
Maybe. I don't know. I played too many games.
I think it was, because it was a morning stream. Oh, yeah, it was a morning stream when I raided in. You usually stream Monster Hunter World in the morning, right?
Well, I did until I just finished it. But I had Monster Hunter. Let's see. I was currently playing Rise and Tales of Berseria is what I'm currently doing, and One Piece World Seeker. But before that, it was Monster Hunter World, Devil May Cry 5.
Ooh, I've never finished a Devil May Cry game.
I did it in 11 hours.
That's what it was, Boar. You are an encyclopedia of knowledge. You were playing Sandland.
Oh yeah, Sandland. That was a great game. That was fantastic. I enjoyed it.
What's going on, Sophie? We got audio issues?
Oh no.
Testing 1 2. I see good levels on me. Go ahead.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing. I see good levels on me.
Very static on Duda's end. Not sure if it's just me. Possibly you. You do listen to stream with a pair of tin cans. Okay. Okay, but yeah, I remember it was Sandland, because I was like, isn't that like a Dragon Ball game? And I was corrected. It was made by the maker of Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and I saw the vibe that you guys you gave a very strong but very entertaining vibe. We'll get into that a little bit, because let's talk about this model. What is it? What's it inspired by? I completely jumped the where I was on my notes here.
Oh, okay.
But
you have notes. Well,
yeah.
Of course you would have notes.
Of course, except I don't. My hands don't move, so I can't do the David Letterman arrange the note thing in front of you. And
mine neither.
I know. But it's a very interesting vibe. I get when I see your model, I get Pokemon. Am I wrong? Or am I close?
It's an amalgamation of things, but if you want to know the story, I'm more than happy to tell it.
Absolutely. Does your model have a lore?
It does have a lore, but I'll talk about the inspiration first, if that's okay.
Let's go for it.
Okay, so the inspiration. So I have RL. I have 2 older siblings, a sister that's 8 years older than me, and a brother that's 10 years older than me. They were very, very, very heavy into Digimon, so they are huge Digimon fans.
Nice.
And they wanted to create their own like Digimon partners because every kid has a Digimon partner. And I was like, well, I wanted too. I'm like 5 years old at the time. So I created Zippity, which was a little tiny dragon rookie Digimon. And cool. Zippity was, it had its look. And then, that was fine. Then, years down the line, once I discovered VTuber, I was like, oh man, I know exactly what I want to do. I know everybody is always like a human form of, or a human something this or a human that. For the majority, when I first got into like VTubing and the bigger VTubers, they all have like a more human aesthetic. And I was like, nah, I'm going to bring Zippity to life. So I basically like recreated and drew over and over again. But it was for me, I had the set-based design, but it wasn't until I started playing Monster Hunter Stories 2, because everyone's like, oh, this is the Pokemon game I always wanted to have. And I was like, ooh, well, let me check out this Monster Hunter thing. So I played Monster Hunter Stories 2. And I saw the monster designs, and I was like, oh. So I kind of took elements here and there and kind of pieced them together of what I liked, what I didn't like and stuff, and I put it all together and did the first draft, did a second draft, made a more realistic version, and then made more of an American comic book style, and then changed that to like an chibi anime. And then that's when I finally found an artist to actually work on the chibi anime.
For those of you who have not had the joys of having a dude pop up on your collabs, we've given a sneak peek. He's hopped on stream a couple times, and his Discord overlay, his little miniature that pops up, is similar but vastly different. It has the what you call the American comic vibe to it, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And it's just as gorgeous, but in different ways. The VTuber community is very vast, and it's funny too, because we've had conversations offline about this, about how being a chibi dragon versus being a humanoid could either hinder or set you apart from other VTubers. But in our discussions, we talked about how would it typecast you into certain things, and I don't believe so, because there's certain VTubers out there. I don't know if you know, I think his name is Mr. Lemonhead or something. He's basically a human body with an oversized lemon for his head.
Yeah, I just saw him on Twitch the other day. I responded to something he put out.
Absolutely. I mean, and if he could find a niche in VTubing, there's room for, one, a dragon, which is huge in the anime community, 2, a chibi, which is huge in the anime community, and I mean, honestly, entertaining is the bottom line. If you could have the best VTuber model and not be entertaining, and you're just gonna get stuck. Or you could have was it a worm? you can have a worm VTuber model and be the most entertaining thing out there and rake in 326,000 subs. I mean,
that's right. Ironworm.
Yeah, it's all about how entertaining you are. But you mentioned you found a parent. This is your platform, and you could tell us a little bit about your parent. I mean, have they done a lot of work in the VTubing art and rigging department?
Yeah, so my VTuber parent is both my artist and my rigger. Their name is Grayscale.
Nice.
When I met them, their name wasn't Grayscale. They have multiple times reinvented themselves because they like just creature designs and creature creating, which they said it was because of myself, because they were basically, okay, I draw, anime girl, and they did that, assets for the anime girls, and I was like, hey, I like your style, would you want to try to do a dragon? And they were like, absolutely. And I was like, and once that happened, they were like, I don't want to just be an anime girl anymore. I want to go ahead and I want to be like a demonic monstery creature. I wanted to be, this like dark humanoid creature, and they keep changing their designs and stuff like that, which is fantastic. But they got to the point to where they got so many commissions that they actually just had to like go on hiatus from streaming and just focus on that. But yeah, I mean, allowing them to be more creative, and I challenged them, and they were like, oh, I can't do really this. Like, they were like, I can't really do landscapes. And I was like, cool, I want you to do my closing screen, and it's going to be a landscape, and I want this. And they're like, huh? But what's so great about them is that they sit there and they study and they learn and more process and learn more process and practice. And I mean, the work they put out is phenomenal. And I have seen in the past, maybe was it 2 years now, the massive growth into the artists. And I'm like, this is fantastic.
Like I always shout out my artists whenever I get a chance, and I know how much work it takes to getting good. I followed Twin Tails for quite a long time. And
she just put out a new model, right?
Oh yeah, she's a vampire bat. Very adorable. I was kind of confused when she was doing the reveal section by section, and she started with the bottom half, and I was like, it looks very 90s girl rock punk, and then the upper half was straight vampire, and I was like, oh, this is good. This is good. And I could see a lot of the inspiration in your model. You said that they were doing anime girl. You got gorgeous eyelashes. Look at that. Look at them peepers.
In the initial drawing that I sent them, they were eyebrows. And they turned the eyebrows into eyelashes, but I never corrected them.
But now
I never was like this. I was like, I like this.
Now you got the little what are they, like little sprout horns for eyelashes? I can't tell. Do you have like two little circles over your eyes? What are those?
That's eyebrows.
Those are the eyebrows.
Yeah, that's,
nice.
That's their interpretation of eyebrows.
Oh yeah, and you got the fabulous horns, the glitter horns.
Heck yeah!
Hell yeah! Hell yeah, man! Rock it, dude.
I was like, okay. I was like, I didn't take it that way, but I like it.
Absolutely,
it works for me.
That is amazing. So, how did you find them? Because I just was like, I was just starting off for VTubing, and I did like most VTubers. You don't know if you're gonna like it or not, so you kind of really iffy about spending a large sum of money. And if you go to like Fiverr or you go to like VGen or something like that, and you get like a gorgeous model, you're spending upwards of what, $2,000, $3,000 for
easily.
Yeah, easily. And I just wasn't gonna spend that much money on something I didn't know if I was gonna even like or not. I mean, I've been into not VTuber. I've been in the streaming community for about 6.5 years. And,
wow.
We just got our 6.5 year sub badge, which it's basically yet another ramen bowl. So, but we just got that 6.5 year badge. But I've only been VTubing for half a year, and I was not sure if I was going to take to it. I wasn't sure if I was past my prime or not, because if this wasn't going to work out, it was time to hang up the boots. But I'm glad I did, but I did not want to spend $3,000 on a VTuber model. But then once you find out it's for you, it's a slippery slope. You start spending left and right. But I started off on Etsy. Believe it or not, my VTuber mama, Patoon, I found her on Etsy, and she was running it was in May, so it was a summer sale. And I picked up a model for like a little over $350 for this. And then from there, I just bought more outfits. I upgraded the computer because I thoroughly enjoy VTubing, and that's how I found her. I was looking for the cheapest model that wasn't mass produced, that I could actually give custom direction to, and that's very important, guys. Very important, because the last thing you want to do is buy a model and then realize that someone else who's streaming is using the same exact model. So always custom. But how did you find yours?
So with mine, it's gonna go. When I discovered VTubing, that was probably like November 22. Or probably a little before that. And then when I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. I really want to do this. You know, was currently working on cruise ships at the time as a performer, and I was like, okay, well, let me figure this out. So I actually sat there through the Twitch art channel. That at first I was like, these are the VTubers I like. They all have the same similar artists. Let me contact that artist and ask them. Sent them everything, asked them, got the quote. It was around a little over $10,000.
Yeesh! Holy crap!
And I was like, nope.
Yeah. Holy crap!
I was like, no way. Like what? I was like, that's absurd.
That's a whole new computer and like a whole setup right there. Jeez.
It really is. And so I went to the Twitch art channel, looked through a couple of artists, kept going through the channel, going to the artists, checking their styles, seeing how they were, you know, what I liked, going to their coffee or their whatever it is, their commission page, and seeing like what they charge, what they provide, everything like that. And then I ended up finding Moo Meadows, which turned into Moo-Moo-E, which turned into Grayscale.
Nice.
So they were originally Moo Meadows, and I found them, and they had a package. They were like, Mike, I'm no longer doing commissions because they had tons of commissions, but they had a package on their thing that said like, starting off VTuber package, you would get, you know, X amount of emotes, you get X amount of alerts, you get X amount of like, you're starting soon, be right back, ending screen. You get this many toggles for your model, this and that.
Nice.
And I was like, this is fantastic. And it was at that time, their price has skyrocketed, obviously, with the market.
Of course.
But at that time, it was $600.
Ooh, that's a good price for all of that. Hell yeah.
And I don't think they realized the amount of detail and work.
Yeah.
But so then I asked them, and they were like, I have about a year's worth of work. You're gonna have to wait a year. And I was like, fine. I paid them, and I sat there and I waited, and then it was it November 2023? It was November 2023. They started working on it, and they said they wouldn't be done until April. And I was like, okay. And they would send me, you know, stuff here and there and there. And, you know, come April, they finished it. you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it took a while. It took them, basically 6 months to work on the model and rig it, everything like that. But it took a year and a half for it to actually come to life from once I paid for it.
So to piggyback on what you said, there's a lot to getting your VTuber model made. Just my simple model, which is nowhere near as detailed as this gorgeous model sitting next to me. I've had revisions, lots and lots of revisions. So you send your art that you want your model to look like, and they go, okay, you're gonna have to wait. But then as you wait, they send you the sketch, and you're like, oh, that looks good. I can't wait to see it colored. And then they send you that first coloring. You're like, it took a while for me to get this coloring. I kind of don't want to criticize it, but you, by all means, do not accept anything that you're like, I could deal with this. No.
I picked mine apart to pieces. When they sent me stuff, I was just like, hey, because they like I said, I didn't say anything about like the eyelashes that were originally eyebrows, because for me it was like, actually like what they did. I like the change, but there was different things where it's more like a reminder. I would be like, don't forget that there's eyes on the wings. And like, oh yeah,
I did not notice that. That is very Yu-Gi-Oh-ish in my opinion.
See?
Wow, and they wink at you too. Holy crap. Yeah, so I was like, I had black hair but really, really pale skin, and I was like, are we gonna change this to what the art that I sent you? And I mean, don't be a jerk to your artists, but
never,
but always don't just accept it because you think they did a lot of work. They do a lot of work, but that's what they do. They don't want you put out something. They want you to like live in regret and stuff like that, because it'll come out when later on down the line you're gonna feel that regret if you accepted something you did not like. So always be like, hey, I'm sorry for adding a little bit more work to your plate, but I really, really want this change to happen. Be polite with your artists. They work hard. They do work hard. And rigging, we're not even gonna get into rigging,
right?
That's a tedious ass process. So
well, piggybacking what you just said, the best, what I've seen is the best process was to actually sandwich it. It's called like the Oreo effect.
Oh yeah.
So basically, you're just like, you praise, give a little critique, and then praise.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my god, thank you so much, this looks amazing, blah blah blah, everything like that. I noticed the skin's quite light, my skin is more this kind of tone that I would like it to be. Could you possibly change it to that? Thank you so much. And again, this was fantastic. I love how the shine looks on this, and blah blah blah. And then they go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because
I
you
love
squeezed it in there.
I like this shine on my hair. Do not change a thing about the shine, but the color could change. But do not change the way that the shine comes out. It works wonders. It really does. And Pawtoon, please, I know I used that line on you, but I really do appreciate the hard work you did. Yeah, you'll get, the more revisions you get, the better, because it's like,
he's not serious. He loves me.
I love Pawtoon. Whenever I see someone go in chat, they're like, hey, I want cheap emotes. I'm like, here's this set of emotes and this is how much it cost me. And they're like, whoa, okay. Have you seen the prices of emotes lately?
Yeah, so emotes should be around $25. The non-animated ones, the animated should be about $40, but I know they've gone up a lot. They've gone up to like almost like $30 to $40.
I've seen $50 per animated emote.
Yeah, that's where it is now.
I'm just like, I got a whole set of like 10 for like, I think it was like $100. And I was like, jeez. And then I won a raffle, and then I got more, and I was like, oh, I got too many. Oh yeah, always, you see those raffles, don't worry about your artist feeling bad that you're applying for a raffle for more emotes. Twitch gives you a ton emote slots as you progress through your career, and I'm pretty sure that your artist isn't gonna mind that. Hey, you're gonna try and get one for free because you just assigned them $100 worth of emotes. I'm pretty sure they won't mind.
Well, that's like mine. Like Grayscale. Grayscale did 25 emotes for me. But they're going to be working on another 25 emotes.
Oh my God, you are blowing up, my friend.
Because like I just unlocked another regular emote and animated emote the other day. So I've unlocked those. So I'm like, oh, let me fill those up really quick. But I also had like another artist create more. And I, like I said, I am a frequenter of VGen. A huge frequenter of VGen, and I'll type in emotes or I'll type in something that I'm like interested in, and I scroll through it all, and I will pick selective like artists, and I'm just like, all right, let's try this person. Like I just had 5 emotes done by someone named Jayu, Jayu Hime, and she did a fantastic job on the emotes. Like I have a certain look that I know Grayscale will always do on the emotes, and it's very detailed, and I love that's the chainsaw emote is from Grayscale. But the ones that I got recently, I wanted to be a little bit more minimalist and not a direct copy off of Grayscale style. I wanted the artist to do their style, and I stressed that because they at first tried to mimic, and I was like, no, do your style. Nice. Because I wanted something different, and they did those, and those were all animated, and I like them, and I will be using them again. I already have another 5 set to get to them, but I like them, so I'm probably gonna have like over 100 emotes eventually.
Nice. All right, so we've gone in depth about the lore of the creation of your model. How about your actual character of Zippity Doo? Does he have a lore? And okay, I'm gonna go ahead and interject because I already know what you're thinking. We're gonna leave out the what if.
No. Yeah, I got this.
We'll leave that one out. Let's go with your official lore. Do you have an official lore?
I do.
All right, let's hear it, man.
Do you have time? Okay, so my official lore is I am from a planet that is from a different universe. Basically, every 500 years, this race of dragons comes to this planet, and it's their nesting ground. By coming there, they open up portals. By opening up portals, all these creatures from all these other universes come to this world as well. Nice. So now this universe is filled with different creatures from, different type of wildlife, animals, different kind of like, sentient creatures like orcs and goblins and, elves and beast people and stuff like that.
So like a petting zoo of mythical creatures?
Sure. But like I said, it's also, other creatures as the like celestial kind of beings too, which are like angels.
Ooh.
Or like demonic-y kind of creatures like demons, but everybody is at peace. They're all peaceful. They all live in their own, wherever they want to live. Everyone lives together. It's all peaceful. But we'll say, I hope I don't get the timeline wrong, but we'll say roughly let's say 1,500 years ago, when the dragons came in, the portal opened up, and the first humans arrived through that portal. With the humans, they brought slavery, war, all of that.
We ruin everything.
So then we fast forward to 1,000 years where there's an issue with the celestial beings where they're having kind of their own little civil dispute, and basically the god, quote unquote, this eldritch beast shows up and disciplines a bunch of them, and basically turns a few of them into more demonic type creatures. And an angel who is in love with one of the demonic creatures goes to try to save them, protects them, and they end up being cast onto the actual planet. So they're no longer allowed up there anymore. And at that time, you now have the Demon Lord was quote unquote killed by his son, who's now the Demon King. Yeah, whoa. And the humans have, isekai, these warriors that come and help save the planet, and they all have different abilities like fire, ice, whatever, blah, blah. And along their adventures, they meet the demon and the angel.
Nice.
They also meet another being who is kind of like more like space in the sense where they're like an alien in a sense, but they have like space powers. And then another person that can teleport.
Okay.
Now they end up saving the world. Ooh, and then it's like, yeah, they saved the world, and then they all, leave and go their separate ways. Now we fast forward to the present day, or no, not present day. We'll fast forward like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and eventually on this little island where the dragon's nest, I was actually born.
Oh.
From the actual angel and the demon. I am their offspring.
Hence the 2 set of wings.
That's right. And through that, having a great life and stuff like that. But because the dragons are about to reappear, all of a sudden, a kingdom is trying to come to the island to invade, to kill the dragons because they want to absorb that power that the dragons have, and this and that. And eventually, I get basically infused with one of the souls of the dragon, which turns me into a chibi dragon. And if you want to go like the whole story all the way through, basically I do that whole thing where eventually I get more powerful, and eventually beat the bad guy, blah, blah, blah. And then towards the end, I end up in a portal that sends me here into your guys' realm. And people's realms I can travel through, so it's fun. There's a whole lore. I have an entire thing written out. I have an entire 5-season anime every episode. So I have an outline of a 5-season anime episodes written out, 12 but I only have season 1 outlined per episode. So it's like I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go to someone who wants to create a manga, and then we turn the manga into an anime. I'm like, we should do this.
Wow. So you really put in the work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a little sip of my Riri coffee here for a little bit.
Ooh, Riri coffee. Is it blood? She's a vampire, right?
No, I mean, yeah, but her cafe specializes in milk-based drinks, whether it be like the lactose-free or full dairy.
Ovaltine?
Yeah.
No, I said bubble tea.
I was like Ovaltine. What the heck?
What is it? Is that like that weird chocolate milk thing?
Yeah, the with the creepy kids that go, more Ovaltine, please. So your lore runs pretty deep.
Yes, and I have background stories for all the original characters. Like the whole story would be like, you end up meeting like a bunch of other people who claim that they're descendants of the heroes, which they're not. It's just the religious organization that brought the heroes in are just using that as a means to like control people. But I would almost be my story. I'm almost like the side character. Where the main character is Ricky. I'm not sure what I'm going to call him. It's going to be R-I-K, and then I don't know what the ending's going to be. But but he will actually be a descendant to where his lineage is of all 4 heroes. So it's he has more of the shonen type, where I have more of the I'm already OP type. Gotcha.
So with this massive lore in place, I mean, okay, so here at the Apothecary, we play by the Deadpool rule, which means there is no 4th wall. We destroy the 4th wall. So with as deep of a lore as you have, we have different type of VTubers out there, and some VTubers have a persistent lore where the lore permeates into how they act on stream, and pretty much stay in character the entire time. Then you have your historical lore where their whole story is something in the past, and now what you see before you is what they currently are, which most of the time is just a streamer / entertainer with a historical lore. So where do you find yourself on that graph of historical lore or persistent lore?
What's funny thing is like I said, I started this year in April VTubing, and the first month I started as like, it's my current lore, like this is who I am, this is my character, I talk like this, and I had a different voice and everything, like blah blah blah. And I had a lot of people write me. They came into my chat, they were interested in what I was all about and things like that, but they would write me and be like, you know, I want to know stuff about you. You're avoiding like the legit questions, like you know, how's everything, you know, just, you know, I was answering the questions as if I was a dragon from different, and it was such a disconnect they felt, and it was a handful of people, and I was like, okay, all right, because I came in wanting to do this as like, this is my character, I'm going to be just voice acting this character, but this character has its own history and its own story and stuff like that. But I realized that, and like seeing these emails and stuff like that, I realized people are the messages. People prefer for you just to be you.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's what they want. They want that human connection. And I'm like, so I changed, and then after I changed, I literally went from having like, you know, 15 people my first month to having 100 a second. I was like, whoa. And I was like, okay, all right. And for me, then the number's not such a big deal. More or less, it is about having people in my chat to talk with.
Yeah.
You know, I want that.
So for the fourth wall shattering, for those of you out there who want to be VTubers, if you have a persistent lore, it is very, very difficult to stay in character. Very difficult to stay in character because people will ask you questions that will drag you kicking and screaming out of character. Whether you like it or not, they want to know who you are. And I mean, you kind of don't want to send people away disappointed and stuff like that. You will have our peers that are like, oh my god, this chibi dragon is talking about having Pop-Tarts for breakfast before starting stream, or this apothecary managed to burn his toast because he forgot he already toasted his bread. What kind of a apothecary is that? So you're gonna have those RPers that are gonna come in, but the general public come on stream to be entertained, and they want to know about their entertainer. So having a historical lore is a lot more feasible and a lot easier for you to maintain, because your lore is your lore. You could change it at a whim and people won't remember what your original lore was and be like, I'm gonna make a slight correction here.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, with me, it was more or less like, imagine I had maybe about 7 people write me going, hey, are you okay because of the hurricane? What am I, if I didn't write them back and be like, listen, this and this, everything's going good, don't worry about it, blah blah. If I just was like, oh, what is this hurricane you're talking about? I don't know what a hurricane is. I'm from blah, blah, blah. It's such a like dishonesty.
Yeah, I felt a slight breeze. What is this hurricane you speak of? I am an almighty dragon, blah, 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 blah. Like literally, I think me and you are kind of right at the same point where it's like our in-character lore is literally the first 15 seconds of stream where we introduce ourselves. Like
and it's fun for me too. Like I said, it's about the honesty thing. And like I said, the lore constantly changes. I mean, how many of the big VTubers redo their lore constantly? I think there's just been one recently who actually changed their lore, you know, because they're going, okay, I'm changing the outfit just a little bit, but I'm changing my lore. And it happens.
Well,
it happens.
Wasn't Hime like a mecha dragon?
That's right. She was a mecha dragon alien from outer space whose planet she reproduced, and now all of her daughters are out trying to reproduce other planets to take them over, and she needs to find more people to mate with.
and now she's a homicidal. What is she, a maid? What is she? She's like.
No. So she became a homicidal, like a killer maid, and then she changed that again to being an agent. No, an undercover agent. Oh. And then she became an angel.
Yeah, the lore will constantly change. Like, I will always start off with I'm the curator of the apothecary, gateway to the Fey realm, because my chat they're the Feytabites. And I that's one thing that will always stay steady. Now, I went from a techno alchemist to a tech alchemist to now a time traveling tech alchemist. I've only been here for half a year, ladies and gentlemen, and I have gained time traveling capabilities. How about that? How about that for a fourth wall? But,
techno alchemist.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's dubstep. Sorry.
Oh,
Close
man.
Enough.
Oh, geez. So, like, yeah, it's difficult to stay in character. It's difficult to just get, like, I don't want to pretend like I know what all of your futures are because I time travel, because then I'm just gonna make up stuff and some of you might actually get paranoid. But yeah, we are all streamers. You guys probably heard this in my past rant and raves when, what was it? It's face streamers versus VTubers and them calling us cartoon characters. I went on a rant and rave.
Those fleshies.
I'm towing the line with Twitch about
how dare they call us cartoons.
Yeah, but we are cartoons that press the start streaming button just like you guys, so we're streamers. But
even with that, there's still, between other streamers, other VTubers themselves, there's a disconnect between those that go full into character. Like I hear other VTubers talk all the time. They're like, yeah, like there are those few, and if they stay in character, it's kind of weird having conversations with them because you send them DMs asking this, and this, and then they continue as their character, and they're like, oh, what is this message? And blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, dude, we're trying to like conduct actual serious business here. And
it wasn't until like recently, like a few years back. If you go further than a few years back and you look at like the Japanese big corpos, HoloLive and stuff like that, they were really big about staying in character. And it just recently now we see the human side. And I think that, of course, there's a difference between idols and VTubers.
And VTuber idols.
Yeah. Idol culture is rampant. We'll take like Rushia / Nazuna.
Nico Meko?
Yeah.
Nico?
Yeah. So she got let go from, what was it? Was it HoloLive or Niji?
Yeah, because she had a boyfriend or a husband or something like that.
Yeah. And you're not allowed to have that public because it ruins the public view of you. And they were really stringent about that. And to a point, they still are. So, but it's not common here nowadays where it's like, okay, you can't Earthshatter. Look at Nyanners and Eighth. They are obviously blatantly a couple. And Soda Poppin' and Vey, they're very, very public with their stuff. And I think on the Western style, you get away with that stuff a lot more than on the Eastern style of VTubing. But here we let out a little bit more about our private lives. We don't dox we don't dox ourselves because that's dangerous. It really is, because no matter how beloved a character you are, there are going to be haters. There's going to be haters out there.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter what. I mean, you can look at someone that's not even a VTuber. Like, remember when, was it Dream? When Dream took off his mask and the amount of haters. Or someone like Corpse, where Corpse, you know, someone saw a picture and got pictures of Corpse and then everyone was a hater. And you're like, dude, let the person be who they want to be. Let them have their life. Like,
even before that, Disguised Toast. Once he took off the Toast mask, it was like, wow. He's an Asian dude who plays Hearthstone. It's like, come on, man. Come on. He's a guy who plays Hearthstone. Why does it matter what he looks like? But without doxing yourself, do you have a little lore behind the person behind the Chibi Dragon? Like, have you had any time as a face streamer? I mean, we're not going to dox, we're not going to review any of your past, because I used to FaceTime, face stream before. Like I said, I'm 6.5 years into a streaming thing, but I erased every last drop of my past self because of doxing. So have you spent any time as a face streamer?
As a face streamer, not like in the entertainment industry or anything like that, just a face streamer. Yeah, I had a YouTube channel. Well, I had a shared YouTube channel with a bunch of friends back in like early, like, you know, high school, first year of college type of thing.
Yeah.
And all that content is gone, and it should be gone, because nowadays we would be canceled on the spot. We did skits, and skits. One of them was like Hitler on trial.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So no. I'm glad all of that is gone.
What happened to the days like with Kuro just being a little kid who wanted to be on a vlog? Man, put down Hitler on trial, going hard at the teenage years.
That started because that was part of our history class project. We had to do. The teacher gave a bunch of stuff, and we had to do a video skit of them, and our group pulled that out. And you know, it was really funny because the individual that played, you know, that horrible person ended up using frosting, like black frosting, as their mustache, and they would sit there and lick it the entire time. And you can watch the video as it disappears, and you got to reapply it, and it disappears. But like I said, like, and what was funny too is like the prosecutors were, you know, of a certain, you know, religious belief that individual didn't like. So it was a lot of like, there was a lot of learning in it, and there was a lot of stuff, you know, and we ended up putting him in a chamber that we filled with a bunch of smoke bombs. Oh my,
okay, yeah. So certain types of content age really well.
Certain don't.
Certain don't.
like I said, like
execution probably won't.
But it wasn't real, you know.
Well,
it's colorful. You have like a blue and green, red smoke.
I mean, I wouldn't know whether to be impressed or frightened that if it was a real one.
No. But yeah, so for us, it was like we did a lot of things like that, and it was a lot of like joke, funny stuff. But it's not. You know, it was around like, you know, it was around after like PewDiePie and Smosh was like at their pinnacle and things like that. So
Smosh, so edgy. I'm not using.
Which, like I said, nowadays it's all like, oh no, this isn't. You know, I don't have any of that stuff. The individual that has all the files is unfortunately no longer with us. Yeah, vehicle accident. So who knows where any of that stuff is, and you know. That'll probably never see the light of a day, and the you know, the Facebook page is gone. And when I actually contracted with DreamWorks, they asked about, you know, if I had anything, and I mentioned like that Facebook page, and they're like, you can't have any anything online, so you have to get rid of your Facebook, your all that kind of stuff. They didn't want any of that stuff back then. Nowadays, you think companies aren't allowed to do that.
Yeah.
But back then they were just like, we don't want you guys to have any personal, you know, any of that kind of stuff. No Facebook, no LiveJournal, no Twitter.
Well, you know, nowadays they put out these ads where it's like delete your history online, and you pay a certain amount of money and they wipe your online personality clean. You just gotta give them like certain passwords and stuff, and they just get rid of stuff. And I mean, it's common now to scrub the internet of your presence. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if someone dug very deep, they're gonna find some content of me like streaming the Division 2 with a whole bunch of people. They're gonna find my content from years ago. But as far as, I mean, if someone's digging that deep, I'm doing something right. I'm doing something right because they want to know more about me. But I could just imagine the community right now. You name drop DreamWorks, and I saw a whole bunch of like eyes pop open, and they're just like Metal Gear Solid, like, and then they're like, DreamWorks, we'll get to that, guys. We'll get to that. I've gotten to know you quite well over the past few weeks, Duda. We've shared a lot of stories. We're purposely leaving out a lot of stories too. That's the power of friendship, guys. I get privileges that you guys don't. So, but a lot of times your hobbies, like things you collect, certain activities you enjoy, they influence how you stream, and vice versa. Like when you start streaming a certain way, you pick up new hobbies, you pick up new collections. Do you have any hobbies and collections that have influenced how you stream, or vice versa?
I mean, that's interesting. I mean, collections, I can't. Okay, with collections, I started off. My dad collected Transformers, and then my older brother did as well. He collected Beast Wars, and then when I got into Transformers, it was Transformers animated on like Cartoon Network at that time, and then Transformers Prime afterwards. That's when all the movies started to come out and stuff. But with that, they gave me their collection, so I had all these Transformers, over 1,000 Transformers.
You said the magic word. Yeah. My brother, my IRL brother, Roninja 42. Yeah. You mentioned Transformers, and he just woke up from his slumber.
Well, I used to collect all the Hasbro Transformers, but then you realize that when you dig deep in like these Transformers communities, that there are a lot of third-party companies that create, say, comic book accurate Transformers, or this accurate, and then it's like flawless with no kibble, so that's like no extra part just hanging around, everything hidden flawlessly and stuff, and they're beautiful. They're expensive, like $85 a piece or 120, but I was like, okay, so I got into that for a while. I eventually right after COVID or right before COVID, I ended up selling them all. And it made 10 grand.
But at least you made a decent amount.
And used that to help buy a brand new car.
Hey, sometimes you need transportation to fund what you see before you.
Right? I also had your Pokemon cards, which I sold those off way too early. I should have held on to them. Like when I went to college, I sold them off when I went to college, and I was like, oh, if I held on to them until 2019, I could have been doing great. You know, you got a first edition Charizard you only sell for $250, where back in 2019 it was worth like 30,000. You're like,
and now people are turning that into jewelry and wearing it around as bling.
Right?
Yeah, you hit right to the heart when you hit Pokemon cards. I still have, so I used to play a lot. These stores very seldom exist anymore, but I used to play at a store called Wizards of the Coast, and they held trading card game tournaments there. And I used to go as a wee little apothecary to these things and just wreak havoc on these college students who would be playing Pokemon. And won a couple tournaments, and I actually have a tournament deck. I won like the official Pocket Monster sleeves, which are unheard of here in the States, because of course here it's called Pokemon, in Japan Pocket Monsters. So I have the Japanese sleeves on my little championship deck. I still have that deck around, loaded with like 4 first edition Blastoises. It was a water deck.
Nice.
And the only reason why I played a water deck is because everyone had a Charizard deck, and I was just like, yeah, screw you guys. I'm playing as your weakness. But yeah, you hit deep with the Pokemon cards, man. I still have 1 deck left. I had like 13 decks, but now I only have 1 left.
I remember my older brother, he was big into that, and he had badges. I guess the Books a Million, I think what it was called, would run tournaments, and if you won or if you enter that tournament, you got a badge. And they had badges for like the first season, the second season, like they would do something like that. And
the
I was like,
Kanto badges, the Johto badge, hell yeah.
I was like, that's cool, you know, back then. But yeah, I collected them. Yeah. My brother played the game, but I just collected them. But yeah, I'm just like, because I like the art, and I always drew and stuff like that, as you know. So I just like the art. I like the characters. The anime, I was like, I like Digimon better.
do you still have those badges from those from the game stores?
Nope.
So a little trivia there. Wizards of the Coast, even though it was the main gaming center for the trading card game, they had gym battles, and a lot of these small mom and pop tabletop game companies became official gyms of the tournament. So you could participate in qualifiers at these gym stores, and if you won the tournament there, you got the gym badge, and those gym badges are worth a ton. They were worth, so if you still have those somewhere, they are so rare. They are so rare. I think I have the entire Johto set. Oh no, Kanto set. I got the whole Kanto set, and that thing, and I honestly have it in a lockbox in a bank because that thing is worth $25,000.
Nice. Yeah. No. I after when I got into college, that's when I was kind of like, I'm out in the real world. Ooh, I need money. What is this?
Sell.
Yeah, I went to college in Orlando, Florida, and there was a comic book place called Acme's Comic, and it was huge, and it's still there. But I would go, okay, I got all the hand-me-down stuff. So I had my brother's Ninja Turtles, my brother's Mighty Maxes, all that kind of stuff that I just had in boxes in my parents' attic. So I went say it was like winter break or something. I went up there, piled my vehicle with all of them. Went over to that comic book place and was like, how much for all of this?
I know that feel. I've liquidated my entire, a lot of people don't know, Star Wars had a trading card game. I liquidated my whole Star Wars game, and mainly because they were worth a lot of money and I sucked at it. So they never saw a playmat after I realized I sucked, and they all got put into a binder and sold. So yeah, that liquidating, when you're in college and you've had enough eating ramen noodles, you just literally, and you're craving pizza and maybe steak or something, you're gonna liquidate some of your stuff, and it happens. But
and like I said, with collecting and everything, I also collected Digimon cards, and I held on to those until recently. I held on to those because I had the original trading card game, which is not the official one anymore.
Yeah.
And I sold all those off. But like I said, I'm trying to think. I'm I used to collect a lot, and that was an issue. But once I started working for the cruise ship line, because you live in such a tiny little area and stuff like that, I became a huge minimalist.
Yeah.
And every time I would come back home, I was like, I need to get rid of this. So I would purge and spring clean everything and just to the point to where I was like, I don't need any of this stuff. Like, I got to that point where it's like, okay, I'm an adult, or this doesn't, or when I watched that one thing where it was that lady that was like, does this bring you happiness? If this doesn't bring you happiness, get rid of it. You know, that was on Netflix, that show.
Don't let this guy fool you. I've seen a picture of his room. He has collections. He still has collections.
I don't have collections.
He has a wall of collectibles.
What walls? I have a wall filled with souvenirs from all around the world.
Collectibles.
That's just souvenirs of all the places I've been to.
They must bring you happiness.
They do, because they bring you memories of the times that I was, I'm at this place or I'm at that place.
Well,
but current collecting, I would say I don't have current collecting. I'm very picky. Like, I have a shelf of figures, and the figures are like
those are what I was talking about.
Yeah, okay. I have a shelf of figures where I have my favorite Transformer, my favorite Marvel character, my favorite Digimon, my favorite this, like, and it's just that one figure from that one franchise that's like I like the best, and that's what I have a shelf of that. So you have like Transformer, you have this giant, like, Tarn is what his name is. He's a Transformer. He's part of the DJD, which is the Decepticon Justice Division. And it's a group of 5 serial killers. And he's the leader of them.
Nice.
And I'm like, so I have him. I have
mentioned.
Tarn. I have Deadpool. I have Luffy. I have Garurumon. All right, sorry. I have Metal Garurumon and Beelzebub-mon.
They just add names to Mon.
They do. And then let me see what else is up there. Oh, and then I have a Monster Hunter like armor figure, where it's just a figurine of the person's armor. And then other than that, collection wise, I do have a bunch of like the makeshift of VTuber stuff, like little plushies. And I prefer the tinier plushies, like the keychain plushies, because you could collect more than the big plushies.
Gotta catch them all.
Right? So I have the Vichibun set. So Buff Putt, Eye Candy, Rose Doodle, and Shy Bun. So I have their set. I have thinking about it. Let me look. Oh, I have an Iron Mouse plush. I have a Booby plush. I have a Matara's little Momo plush.
One of 5 people with the Booby plush.
What? Booby's my Oshi.
Oh, we're gonna touch on that. Don't think we're escaping that conversation. Well, seeing how my guest here is a baby a chibi dragon with 2 sets of wings, it's damn near impossible to keep him from jumping the gun on topics. So he's already touched on working for DreamWorks and the cruise ships. We're not going to dig too deep onto anything that he may or may not have an NDA on, but have there been any experiences or jobs that helped making the transition into being a VTuber for you, that helped made it easier?
It may have just started from my first job ever. So my first job ever, there is, what is it called? Sawgrass Mills Mall in South Florida. And they had a theme park at the mall called Wanna Do City, where kids can do what they want to do. And basically what the kids did is they come in, they first stop at a bank, and they get their fake like money. It's called Wonga Bucks at that time. The place doesn't exist anymore, but they would go and they do all these odd jobs. So they could be a firefighter, they could be a police officer, they could be, a clown or a performer at the circus. They go work in the mines or paleontology, archaeology. Trying to think of all the different stuff. We had Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. We had Coca-Cola bottling factory. I mean, there was tons of stuff that the kids could do there. And all of us were actors that got hired there. So I was an actor that got hired, and I learned all the positions, learned all the scripts, learned everything. So whether I was like a radio DJ at the radio show teaching kids how to be a radio disc jockey, or if I was, the police officer's chief captain, or, I was working in the newspaper or a court judge, or I was a criminal mastermind, and I had all these kids working for me where we would break people out of jail because the bars were made out of rubber, so they could just pull open the bars and just sneak out of the window of the jail cell. Like, it was all this, it was all this different stuff. So we had to learn scripts, and then we could go, and what was nice about the place is you had to say what was on the script, but you could ad-lib as much as you want.
Nice.
So we would do stuff like that. Like, I enjoyed always being more of a villainous type of like naughty creature, like naughty like person. So I'd be like, I would break kids out of jail, and then we would go to the fireworks factory, and I would obviously just push a button that was hidden that would set the firework factory on fire. And then here comes like the police officers and the fire trucks. Like, it was a legit like mini fire truck, and the kids would they would train in the actual like fire station how to properly take out a fire, and they would get out of the fire truck. They would go to the actual real fire extinguisher, hook everything up, turn it on, and it would spray water on this building. They had the fake fire, like lights and stuff in the backgrounds of the windows. With fake smoke. Yeah, and it was like that. On all the jobs actually taught kids how to actually do that job. So when they got older, they were ready, and they would earn money. They would bring it to the bank. They could use the money eventually to go to places to buy stuff or invest in other things. Like, it was really good. It was really good.
Kind of reminiscent of what Disney had originally planned Toontown to be. Very interactive and stuff like that. They had the fireworks factory, and of course, by the time it released, it got dumbed all the way down because, like, liability and stuff like that, and inside of a theme park is really hard to deal with. But man, you guys went all out for that. How much creative freedom did you have in your scripts and stuff? Like, how far can you go off script?
Yeah, as long as you said what was on the script, you could say whatever. You could do whatever. Obviously, the kids are there with their parents, so you're not going to say certain things. Obviously, you're going to be very respectful in that sense. But like I said, you could do whatever, especially like the circus. So the circus, we literally, like, I was like the artsy clown. So basically, I had like all the different, like, my face paint was basically like white face with a bunch of paint splatters. And I had a whole like arts motif, and then I had a whole skit where I would do like paintings and things and like change stuff, so people would see something, they would go, oh, he's painting this, but then if you turned it sideways or upside down, it was a completely different picture, and I brought that in. I was like, ooh, I want to try this as my own little skit. I want to be an artsy clown or something like that. And that was really fun. And they allowed you to. They sat there, they watched you, and they're like, okay, we approve it. And you had to get approved because this was sponsored by, the circus was sponsored by Ringling Brothers Bar and Manly Circus.
Oh, yeah.
So they had to come in and approve it.
Huge name in the circus industry. For those of you, for a lot of the late millennials to early, what the hell generation are we in right now? Y'all don't really know.
2020s.
Yeah, y'all really don't know about the circus. Barnum and Bailey Circus was a huge name in the circus industry. They traveled from town to town. It was like the last legitimate traveling circus, wasn't it?
Yeah. And we had, like I said, we had Coca-Cola as a sponsorship, which had this whole bottling factory, which the kids would learn about the process of how the, things were bottled. And at the end, when they finished, they picked their soda, they picked everything, and they would learn how it all bottled and and at the end, they all got that, whatever it is, a 20 ounce? Like a normal bottle of soda of what their choosing was. Yeah.
Nice.
So they got that, and same thing, like I said, Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, obviously, his own, it was sponsored by Wonka, and they would sit there and design their own chocolate on this, like, this game thing. They just like on a screen, a touch screen, they would design everything, and the computer system would literally in front of them make the exact chocolate, whatever chocolate they use, whatever candy they use to mix it, would make their own chocolate bar, and at the end they would get their own chocolate bar. Like,
okay.
It was
are
very
you still
in-depth.
Affiliated with that company?
That company doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, so we could go ahead and go behind the scenes with this one. So, to shatter the magic, were there already pre-made candy bars that had all the combinations of possible combinations, or were they made fresh at that time and place?
It was all made by a machine, all made fresh at that time. Yeah, but the issue with that is that the weights. So you got to think about it. How the kids play this game that you basically have the kids. You do a quick 2-minute spiel, have the kids start it, and then you have to spiel for another like 10 minutes while the machines are finishing making this.
Well, I mean, modern theme parks now, you wait in line for an hour and a half for a 20-second ride. I mean,
it's true. It's true, but you have to kill 20 minutes for having like 15 kids in there. And you're like, okay, so every 20 minutes is only 15 people, So yeah, those lines would get long.
Bad. That's not too bad.
It was similar with the bakery. With the bakery, we had kids make cookies or pretzels or whatever we wanted them to make over in the bakery. And the same thing, you can only have a limited number at a limited time.
Well,
but
I mean,
those turned into, they had to use their Wonga bucks. So you didn't get paid for that job. You actually had to pay. But they got to use the money that they earned from other jobs to try to like deter the amount of people trying to wait in line. Interesting.
Yeah,
it's a company. You can look it up whenever you want to. It's called Los Unos Niños. It's in Mexico City.
How did you know I was looking at it?
So it's Los Unos Niños in Mexico City, and they brought it to the States, and so they brought it to Florida, and they called it Wanna-Do City. Are you looking it up right now? Wanna-Do City?
Yeah,
Wanna-Do City.
I'm having problems spelling.
Wanna-Do, WANNADO.
Okay. Well, I'll do that. Oh God, I made myself angry. Sorry. One of my keys, one of my hotkeys.
And you changed your clothes.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Yet another hotkey. My bad. There we go.
Hey, well.
Okay. Note to self: do not look up stuff on stream.
Well, I mean, you have to wear clothes.
Yeah, how do I know that's not like a fancy like blue tuxedo you're wearing?
Oh, that's true. I'm actually a slime inside of a giant costume.
There you go. Them slimes are powerful.
Right. So I started off with Wanna-Do City, and then that was right before college. And then college, I ended up doing the Disney College program for Disney World in Orlando, which I didn't take classes there. I took classes at the university that is in Orlando, University of Central Florida, because if I say that, everyone knows, because there's only one university in Orlando, so I can look that up. So while at UCF, I was working at Disney doing the Disney College program, and I started off because I went in, because they asked you before when you sign up for the college program, what do you want to do? And I was like, I want to do entertainment. I want to be a character performer. Since I have all this like acting stuff, through Wanna-Do City, I want to try to do that. And they're like, okay, go to the auditions. I got into the auditions. You wait, they call you in by numbers. When you go in by numbers, they have everyone is there. You sit down and they basically go, so hold your hand up in the air. Your thumb is the bottom of the mouth. The rest of your 4 fingers are the top of the mouth. And you're basically going to count, and you're going to count to 10. And basically what they're looking at is to see what you do with number 7. Because 1, 2, 3, 4 is all the same. This is one syllable. Okay. So they want to see if at 7, do you hold the mouth longer open to do 7, or do you do 2 syllables 7? And also if you're doing hand movements, if it's just stiff, or if you're actually like moving your wrist as the neck, and they go, okay, so then they make a cut from there.
So what are what is the standard? What is the industry standard? Do you go 7 or do you go 7?
You do 2 syllables. So you would go 7, so 2, and then each time you do like the syllable, you would actually move your wrist in like upwards, so just like 7. And they're like, I can't show you obviously.
I mean,
I'm literally doing it at the screen.
So what does this symbolize? Because obviously they're looking for certain things, because I mean they want you to react a certain way to certain syllables and certain sounds. What does this symbolize? Is it like
a lot of their attractions, a lot of their shows have puppets, so they want to see like if you can also be a puppeteer. So they're watching your puppeteer, and this is only one part of it. The next part of it is they basically lined you up and they showed you like 4 or 5 different dance moves, and you're supposed to be walking, and as the music's playing, you're supposed to do 4 count of that dance move and then change into the next 4 counts of that dance move and change to another 4 counts of the next dance move. And they want to see how well you are mobility wise if you were in the parade. And then if you're smiling, that's a huge factor. People could be all talk, I'm a professional dancer, this and that, but if they don't have a smile on their face, they're not getting hired. Because you're going to be in a parade, you need to be smiling. And so that's the first part of the dancing part and the first part of the puppetry part that we went through. Now the character costuming part is basically they give you scenarios. They'll be like, oh, I need you to pretend like you're digging a hole with a shovel. Now you could animate it as, oh my God, I'm regular digging a hole with a shovel. Or someone like me, I animate it as I have a tiny little shovel. And so now I'm down on all 4s trying to dig with a tiny little shovel.
Imagination.
Or I have a massive shovel and I'm trying to lift it up, but it's so heavy that I can't lift it up and I barely get it over my head, and then I hit it down and he takes this huge big step to get into the dirt, stuff like that. Or like with the tiny shovel, you just throw it over your shoulder and you start digging. Or what I like to do is I would take the shovel, throw it away, and then like rumble through, like if I had keys, and walk myself on top of a giant bulldozer, quote unquote, and then pretend like I'm doing the bulldozer. And if it reads like that, they like that. And doing stuff like that, because you have everyone else's, I'm gonna dig a hole. But if you all of a sudden are the only person that's like, I have a tiny shovel, that doesn't work. I have a big shovel, that doesn't work. I have this bulldozer, that's working. Or it breaks down. What do I do? Let me dig like a dog with my hands. They're like, that person just did 4 or 5 different animations compared to everybody else. Oh my God, this person gets the concept.
Yeah, it shows vision.
Oh yeah, like the one that they would always do is they want you to build a snowman. So you're gonna build a snowman, but now you're an octopus building a snowman. So then people are like, they're trying their best, or you pull with your different tentacles, different snow, a little bit of snow, or you're a T-Rex. I always like that one. You're a T-Rex now, and you see people, they're going down and picking up the snow with the little T-Rex arms and stuff like that, where I just look down at the pile and I have my T-Rex arms and I'm like, I make that. How do I do this? I don't have, just make it more comical.
God, I would not do well there. I would be like shoveling things with my snoot.
Literally, you have to show like it has to be huge animation, because going huge animation inside of a costume reads as normal. There's so much animation gets so much of your actions in a costume dissipates.
Yeah, because you have a lot of space between your physical body and the exterior body that's actually moving. So you could be flailing your arms around. All you're doing is moving your outside body like 2 inches.
So after that, they usually take there's usually like 400 to 600 people at those auditions, and it's every other Wednesday or Thursday. And they get that every single week, or every other week they get that many people auditioning. But after those 3 things, then they already have everybody's notes and numbers. They already have the numbers down of what they prefer. And if they see that your number matches all 3, or if you're highlighted for certain things, then when they make the cuts, they keep you in, and then you do the second part. I don't get kept for dancing, obviously. I'm not a dancer. But I did the second part of puppetry. I did the second part of animation, and then the third part of animation and puppetry, they actually give you a puppet, and then they actually get you in a costume.
I see.
So dancing, I know dancing, the second part is more intense, and then the third part, I don't know. But you'll see a lot of times they'll walk the line of people and they just pull people out from the beginning because those people are going to be face characters. So they're going to dress them up as Snow White or Tinkerbell or this because they want to see what they look like in these costumes, you know, so they'll dress them up like the head stuff. So you'll have the wig and everything like that. And they'll go, okay, does this person look this good? And that's how they pick a lot of the face characters. And that was like the goal for entertainment. You know, people were like, oh, dancing, awesome dancers. And there is a hierarchy when I was there where it kind of went more like face characters were the top tier, and then the dancers were after that.
Sure.
And then was your costume characters, and then the puppetries were down below. And it's like, it was really weird because people actually behave that way too. They're like, well, I'm a face character now.
Oh,
and you're
boy.
Like, whatever.
It's like Mean Girls for theme parks.
yeah. And I was like, okay, whatever. Well, I'm a dancer. Or you had some people who didn't make it into dancing, but they were so upset about that they were like, fine, I'll take the job as a character. But they would tell everyone they're a dancer. And you're like, come on, like, you know, love what you do.
What do they call that? Stolen valor in the military?
Yeah.
It's like, I used to jump. I used to fight with the Navy SEALs. Well, I used to be a dancer for Disneyland. So you brought up, I know the audience is probably itching because you dropped a very big name with Disney, but you also dropped DreamWorks. What did you do with DreamWorks?
Okay, so at DreamWorks, I was contracted with them to be a character performer to go onto these cruise ships. And I also did something else. I'm gonna dial it back straight to Disney really quick and say, like, I did get the job as a character performer.
Ooh, who'd you play?
I was Colonial Goofy in Epcot.
Nice.
I was in Hollywood Studios. There is the what is it? How is it called? I can't remember. Monster Inc. So Monsters Inc. little garage where I was Sully for Monsters Inc. So the big blue guy.
Ooh. Fuzzy.
Yeah. And in Animal Kingdom, I was Baloo from Jungle Book, and in Magic Kingdom, I was Bear, who was part of the Splash Mountain ride at that time.
Okay, for those of you who don't happen to be around a Disney park, we know Disney characters like Goofy and all that, but Colonial Goofy. That's like the Yankee Doodle Dandy one, the one with the like tri-point hat. Is that the one?
It's just in Epcot they have you know how they have like the traveling around the world in Epcot, all the different places that you could go and eat at and see. And there's like the Canada section, the Japan section, the French section. In the middle of all that, there's an American section, and the characters' outfits are thematic to that. So my outfit, because I was over in the American colonial section of that part, was just Goofy, and it was just in that outfit. So he just had like, you know, the colonial outfits, pilgrimy kind of, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm only first generation American, so I don't really know truly much of the history.
So colonial would be like pilgrimish, probably, or frontier, like my brother said. My brother says frontier. Maybe
more like that, I guess. Because they had like even Mickey Mouse and stuff. They had like that white like wig with the curls, you know, and that one hat that they all wore.
The tri-point hat.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I picture colonial as, because like the Pilgrims were colonial, and then you got the British were colonials, and I kind of like lean towards like the tri-point, the high white socks, and the hear ye type. The Civil War-ish kind of things where you had like those certain like suit vests and things like that's what the outfits they had. Yeah, it was that. I'm just trying
George Washington.
Yeah, I'm just trying to paint a picture for because in this time slot that we stream in, we get a lot of international viewers who probably don't understand colonial. Yeah, colonial is a lot different over here. Colonial in overseas usually means that colonizing is usually a bad thing. Lots of slaughtering and stuff. So colonizing here in the US is basically people kind of just organizing themselves into different groups and basically setting up colonies. So
what was it, like the 1770 era or whatever?
A lot of
1780s, 1800s.
A lot of drums and a lot of flutes. So,
sorry if I used a word that
no. I'm just trying to. I'm painting a picture.
Yeah,
I'm painting a picture for these guys.
That is actually what the title of the character was called.
Goofy's a big character in Disney lore. So.
Yep. Like I said.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was like, and there's everywhere you go there is different. Like I could have been Goofy anything. So if I wanted to go and be just like Goofy for a regular meet and greet in Toontown, it was fine. I met that height requirement,
Do the voice for us.
Goofy voice.
Or was it during the era when the mascots just didn't talk, they just acted?
The mascots still don't talk.
So I thought some of them kind of do have like the little voice box thing.
They have is their gloves. You watch them like in their performing, like everything's pre-recorded, and in their gloves they push certain buttons in the gloves with their fingers, and that moves the eyes and the mouth. Or like when you do like the Mickey Mouse meet and greet where he talks to people, there's a glass window
and where there's someone, a microphone.
And a control to control Mickey Mouse's face expressions. Sorry.
Nice. So I always love the stormtroopers that walk around Galaxy's Edge, and they have the most wittiest things to say to people as they walk by. Is that a person in a glass window, or is that like people? I mean, I know we're shattering the magic, but there's no fourth wall here. Do they have the little things in the gloves?
No, for them, I don't know. I think theirs actually they actually speak. I think it's them themselves, which is different. Like I left Disney for Universal, and Universal's Transformers in Orlando is pre-recorded.
So like the Megatron thing, when you walk up
it's in Orlando. It's pre-recorded. In Hollywood, it's actual actors.
Okay, because I was about to say that Megatron is good. When you walk up to that, I mean, a lot of people crap on the movie Megatron, but that meet and greet is fantastic. Okay, this name I know is gonna ring a bell for you. Bill Farmer. Do you know Bill Farmer?
No.
Okay. Bill Farmer is one of the original voices for Goofy. And
okay.
I happened to meet him at Anime Expo 2018, I believe. And I had him sign a Kingdom Hearts Goofy for like a girlfriend at the time. And it's amazing how they could just drop into character. And
just like,
yeah, like,
or like Mickey Mouse is just like, Jelly Jilligers.
Yeah,
and then Goofy's like,
yeah, like their voice the voice, like their normal talking voice, vastly different, octaves different, and then all of a sudden it just pops out. And, it knocks you off your feet, and I was stun locked. I honestly, and I've had a huge appreciation for voice actors, which is why I'm so interested on how these the characters that the walk around characters that you played, how they interact with people, and I'm kind of shocked that a lot of it's programmed into their hands, and I'm like, wow.
That's just like the Mickey Mouse magical meet and greet. Other than that, they don't they don't say anything. The characters are just they we animate, and that's how we speak through our animation. And other than that, it's just we don't speak and we just take pictures. And
has a kid ever gone like, why won't you say hi?
All the time. Why is your mouth not moving?
How do you respond? Do you just put the hand in front of the mouth and start laughing and do the head wiggle laugh and?
Yeah, absolutely.
And pat him on the head.
You always have a wrangler or a character assistant or a character, attendant. They all have different titles where you're at. But they're basically that person that sometimes takes a picture if there's no photographer, and they're always with the character. They're the ones that speak for you. So they just say, oh, sorry, Goofy has a cold today. So he's trying not to, his voice is sore, so he's not trying to talk.
That's the job I want. Be the kid. Be the kid, Goofy's busy.
Yeah. So that's that. But I left Disney for Universal because Disney was paying minimum wage while Universal was paying like $3 more. So I auditioned for Universal while working at Disney. And I did the audition first for Halloween Horror Nights.
Ooh.
And they selected me from Halloween Horror Nights, but then they asked me if I wanted to go into a room and try on it was Homer Simpson was the outfit, and I tried it on and everything like that. And then they had me try on Shrek outfit, and they had me animate in that. And they're like, "Would you want to do this?" And I said, "Absolutely." So I ended up working for Universal, and I was Shrek. I was Homer Simpson a little bit. I was Bullwinkle. And I was.
That's a name people haven't heard in forever.
That was like in that Toon area that they have over there. Oh, yeah. And then I was also Dr. Doom, which I actually could just use my voice.
Robert Downey Jr.
No, but I was Dr. Doom, and what's cool with Dr. Doom is like his boots had like 4 inches on it, so I was like almost 7 feet tall.
Doom is that tall?
Dude, Doom is massively tall at the theme park.
I thought it was just the video games that made him huge.
No, they made him huge at the theme park. So I ended up doing that. And I liked Universal. It was fun. Universal was fun. Disney was very strict. You were just a number. They don't actually care about you. And it killed the magic for me. It destroyed the magic. It really did. I'm going to Disney. When am I going? I'm going the 15th, 16th, 17th because it's my niece's, my older sister's daughter, her first Disney trip. So we're all going as a huge family. It's going to be like more like a, what are they called? A family reunion. So we're all going. So and we're just going to go to the Magic Kingdom.
This is not a meet and greet, people. So if you see a blue chibi dragon flying around, do not ask him for an autograph.
If you can find me at Magic Kingdom, I will take a picture of my hand with certain, like, I'll wear certain like bracelets or whatever. If you can find me, I'll give you $100.
Bet.
Good luck.
I'm going. You forget I'm a time traveler. I know what you're going to be wearing.
Good luck, everybody.
I'll just keep setting that time till I find you.
You know how packed it's gonna be. Everyone's gonna be like, let me find this person that's like 6.5 feet tall.
Wait, you're not gonna be a chibi dragon?
Huh?
You're not gonna be a chibi dragon? What?
Oh, it's true. It's not so scary Halloween, so I can dress up in an outfit.
Dude, get a. I mean, we toyed around with the idea of a plushie. You could be a giant plushy blue dragon.
I would love a plushie, but that we can talk about later. The plushie, because that's like part of my goals and stuff. But
absolutely.
But back to like doing the theme park stuff. I really enjoyed Universal. It was fun. Working at Universal was fun. And what was nice about Universal is that where we would stay, we also stayed with a lot of the not like living wise, but like where we would stay while working. We also would stay with the attractions people. So the people that operate the rides and stuff like that, which is a lot of them are very unique. in ways, but in positive ways. And what's so nice is it wasn't like cliquey to where, oh, I'm entertainment, so I'm not going to talk to the attractions people. It's like, no, we're going to share the same break room. We're all going to hang out, chit chat, and talk. And it was nice because then when you went with a bunch of your friends to the theme parks, they know who you are, and then they would just be like, hey, come follow me, guys, and you just skip the lines. You're like, I never have to wait in line.
Wow.
They just bring you straight to the front, and you're like, this is amazing, you know? But the same thing, like I said, I did Horror Nights there as well, which, I mean, I could talk about now, or no, I'll continue the story. And then I continued working at Universal, but auditioned for Busch Gardens, which is in Tampa, so about a 50-minute drive. And the only reason why I did that is I had a friend that was working there, and they told me their pay. And when I calculated the amount of gas that I would be spending doing 50 minutes drive there and back, I'd still be making more money per hour than I was at Universal. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. Auditioned and got Sesame Street.
Ooh,
So
who did you play there?
I was Big Bird. So I played Big Bird at Sesame Street, and what was cool about Big Bird is that he is a giant puppet. So your left hand, since he's left-handed, you had to learn how to write his autograph left-handed. And I'm right-handed dominant. I try to do both, but I'm right-handed. But the left hand is attached to a string that goes behind the tie that he's wearing to your right arm that just counterbalances what you do. So if you move the left hand down, the right arm comes up, vice versa. And your hand is in front of your chest, and there is a pole that has a bike brake that controls his mouth, and 2 toggles that controls his eyes to make his eyes blink.
Ooh.
So you're there meching, the entire time, puppetering Big Bird as you're moving and dancing in the shows and everything like that.
Getting the robot dude.
So I did Sesame Street Live over there. And then I ended up then going into Madagascar Live as Alex the Lion.
Ah, okay.
So I was Alex the Lion at Madagascar Live, and I did that. I did a bunch of shows there. That was great. And I did that over there. And then there was an audition in Orlando. Uh-oh, did I freeze? No, I'm good.
You're good.
But I did an audition in Orlando. I did an audition in Orlando for DreamWorks. So DreamWorks came around, and they were looking for character performers. And this is going to be for a 4-year contract. And basically what they were going to do is there were certain hotels that they were going to actually have the characters there. And they were going to do Christmas shows, character breakfast, meet and greets, tons of different things, like a poolside show as well with the characters. And they were auditioning for it. And I was like, well, I play Shrek at Universal, so this should be easy. I auditioned, got hired, signed the 4-year contracts.
Nice.
And it was called Gaylord Palms. So it's the Gaylord Palms. There's also Gaylord Opryland, Gaylord Texan, where they have WeebCon every year, is Gaylord Texan, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's another one. But I got hired for Gaylord Palms, which is in Kissimmee, which is right next to Orlando, right there by Disney. And I started doing that, and I did their Christmas show, everything like that. It was fantastic. And then they mentioned how they just signed a contract with Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines, and if I would be interested into helping opening that program, because it was DreamWorks on Royal Caribbean. And I said, sure, but I was still currently in school, doing summer A and B. And I was like, I won't be done until August 12th. And they were like, well, could you possibly do this contract and be the first cast for Allure of the Seas, which starts in May? And I was like, no, I am in school until August. I already said that. And they're like, well, then the second ship will be Oasis, and that'll be August 8th. And I was like, I talked to my teachers. They allowed me to take the finals early in their office. And I accepted the contract, finished my finals and stuff. I was straight A college student for my first year. I did the fall, the spring, and then summer A and B. So I basically did almost 2 years and 1 year worth of college, and then I left and did the cruise ships. And my first contract, they were like, okay, your first contract, you're gonna start in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which is South Florida, and we're gonna go from Fort Lauderdale out over to over to Spain, and then we're gonna do the Mediterranean.
Okay.
And then we would eventually go from there to Singapore, down to Australia, New Zealand, and stuff. And I was like,
oh, hello. I think we got a frozen Duda. All right. He should be coming back. And there he is. Duda, are you with us? Stand by, guys. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We are working on. There we go. We brought him back. He's back. He's back. Sorry, our technician fell asleep at the wheel a little bit. Hire that man. Let's travel break. All right. Be right back, guys.
Ninja42 just followed.
All right. We woke up that tech. We hired on some new help, and we are back on stream. Duda, you with us?
Yeah, I helped. I lit a fire under his.
Awesome. I topped off our rebranded Indonesian coffee, so we are ready to go. We are about a quarter of the way through this talk, and you know what? I want more. I want more content, man. Tell me more about these jobs, man, because if I had that experience, man, like honestly, the jobs I've had to get me here, I'm a weeb, so that earns me about 75% VTuber points, and I streamed for 6.5 years, so that gives me streamer points, and I currently work in mental health, and all of us are slightly crazy, so that earns me the rest of the points for VTubing, and that's about it. I'm not really as interesting as you. I want to know more. So the last thing we touched on before our tech fell asleep was you were in, was it DreamWorks, you were Big Bird, right? And you were Shinji getting to the mech. I mean, Duda getting to the robot.
No. So Big Bird was with Busch Gardens with Sesame Street. DreamWorks, I auditioned, got the job, and I ended up doing, like I said, the first contract, which was fantastic. And I was Shrek, Alex the Lion, Kung Fu Panda Po.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Stoic from How to Train Your Dragon, which is the father of Hiccup.
Okay, got it. I couldn't remember who that was.
And then Gobber, which was like the father's friend that had the big mallet as a hand.
Oh yeah,
as a big hammer.
He was the forge guy.
So I ended up playing those 5 characters. We did, the cruise ships have an ice skating ring, so we had How to Train Your Dragon on ice. So we played How to Train Your Dragon on ice. I did not ice skate.
Oh, I was about to say that would be extremely hard to ice skate in a costume.
No, the actual boots had spikes in them, so they were like kind of like cleats.
Ooh, okay.
So you could walk on the ice.
I got it.
Okay. It was Gobber and Stoic that were like that. The other, like your, it was a sus, and then like Hiccup was an actual ice skater.
Okay.
So you had things like that. So they were actually ice skating, but the few characters that we had in the show that were character performers, we just walked around. But we also did a Madagascar called show Water Show with the with the Aquacast called Let's You Entertain Me. Basically, King Julian took over the cruise ship and he stopped all the water on the cruise ship until everybody entertained him before he like let the water come back, which was fun because when he let the water come back, all your divers were jumping off all the diving boards and everything like that, and we were doing dancing and everything. What I did, which I thought was funny, again, as you learned, you got raises every contract. I was like, Well, if someone got injured, you can do a fill contract. So you fill in for them for the rest of their contract.
Yeah.
But you still got paid that bonus.
Ooh.
So I was like, oh my God, this person got injured. Can I go in and fill for their last month? So then I would get $100 raise for a month and then jump into another contract and get $100 raise. And I was like, oh, I'm going to max out my pay really quick.
Wow.
Which is what I did. I ended up doing 13 contracts.
Scammer Dragon.
I ended up doing 13 contracts before the program ended. And yeah, it was so much fun. Just you had the character breakfast and everything, but with dancing as well, like I said, it wasn't my strong point. But what I realized was during rehearsal, so we rehearsed at the Royal Caribbean Studios in Miami. And I would rehearse and I would purposely be just subpar. And they would be like, oh, you should, would you like to stay a little bit later to keep practicing? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then by the time like the directors and everything came on the ship with us, like a month later after rehearsals, because you rehearsed on land for about a month before you went on the ship.
Yeah.
And then when it was time to actually do the show, I would go full 110%. They were like, oh my God, you did such a huge improvement. You're a male. You did such a great job. And I did that every contract that I had a different.
Scammer Dragon. Ooh, Mr. Duda, question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you said that you had one where it was like the How to Train Your Dragon on Ice. And then you had the Aqua one. Does that mean is it for the whole cruise ship? You guys went with the How to Train Your Dragon theme, and then on another cruise, you guys did the Aqua show for Madagascar, or were there times where the boat would be themed and then you would switch the theme midway through?
It depended on the ship. So let's say, which we always thought was funny because they would be like, oh, we're going to have the Quantum of the Seas, and the Quantum of the Seas is going to be our ship in Asia. So we're going to theme everything Asian, and we're going to have a pose like bun shop. So he would have his own little bun shop where you can get your bao buns, your pork steam buns and stuff like that. And we're going to have a Po parade. So it's all themed, Kung Fu Panda, where he does his whole little routines and shows and stuff like that.
Kind of like a Chinese theme.
Yeah. And it did well. But it did better not in that area.
Oh, okay.
Where a lot of the American or Western theme shows did better over on the Eastern side, because people are so used to this. Why would someone want to go to get a pork bun when they go, well, I can go to a shop by my house that does it way better than what I mean?
So like those people who play like World of Warcraft and they choose to be a human.
Yeah,
and you're like, why go to a fantasy world and not be an orc or an elf and be a dirty, filthy human?
But like you said, like every ship had their different things. So one ship had their ice show, since all the different ships that had ice skating rings had different shows. Only one ship had How to Train Your Dragon on Ice.
Okay, so it had to be themed for that show.
So that show was How to Train Your Dragon on Ice, which they had all those characters as well. But every ship had all the characters. So you can meet and greet any character you wanted at the meet and greets. You can go to character breakfast, and we would do this. If the cruise ships would say about 7 days or longer, we would do 3 character breakfasts per cruise, and one would be, say you want to theme it Shrek breakfast. So you literally have, Shrek comes out, Puss in Boots comes out afterwards, and then Princess Fiona comes out.
Gotcha.
Or you do a Madagascar breakfast, and you have, all 4 penguins come out, Gloria the Hippo comes out, and then Alex the Lion comes out. And then you do like a mixture of stuff. So if you want to do like Poe, and then, Gobber from How to Train Your Dragon, and then one of the penguins from Madagascar, then you had that as the third one, where it was just like a mixture, which we usually just did like your big ones. So you would have like King Julian from Madagascar, because everyone liked King Julian. You would have Shrek, because it was Shrek, and then we'd bring out Poe.
So like the All-Stars breakfast.
It's All-Star breakfast, yeah.
So, okay, here we go. Immersion break. Because we all know the penguins are never alone. Do you guys have like the lone penguin that goes out, or are they always like in pairs or triplets?
At first, they were always in pairs, or all four of them. And that's how it was always. You would either have, you would do like Skipper and Private out there. See, you think about it, the cast usually was 8 people. So you would have 8 people, and you basically have the tallest person that would do, say, Shrek or Stoic.
Okay.
Or if someone got injured, they understudy Alex the Lion and Gobber. So you have Shrek, Stoic. The next height down is Alex and Gobber. The next height down is Kung Fu Panda and Gloria the Hippo. The next height down is Princess Fiona. That's all that person did. And then the next height down would be your Puss in Boots, King Julian, followed by Puss in Boots, King Julian, and Kowalski. Kowalski was the taller penguin.
Okay.
And then you would have Rico, who also did Puss in Boots sometimes. And then you would have I'm trying to think, Kowalski, Rico, Skipper, who was just Skipper, or he was one of the trolls, because we also had the trolls on the ship.
Oh jeez, I forgot about the trolls.
And then one of them would end up doing Toothless, because Toothless the dragon was on the ship. And then you would have the person that did Private, the little penguin, would also be Mort from Madagascar.
Okay, second question. More question. I'm really interested in this. Had you ever had any interest in being Gru from Despicable Me?
When I left Universal for the theme parks, that's when they kind of introduced Gru, and that was my height and I was like, I could have added him too,
because I would make an awesome Gru.
Well, I was one of those people that they basically, like, there's a lot of us theme park people who then collected merchandise of the characters that we play. So I have in my closet as well, I have like a Shrek plushie, a Big Bird plushie, a Poe, Alex the Lion, a Stoic figure, a Stoic t-shirt, and a Gobber figurine. So I'm like, these are and then I also have the Goofy and everything from all the other theme parks as well. Where it's like, but I used to have like a whole bunch. Now I only have one.
Yeah, you'd make an amazing Gru. Oh my god. Oh man, so
I would have to watch it, because I only watched the first one, and I think there's been 3 out, and there's been 2 Minion movies. I only watched the first one.
I like the first.
Despicable Me.
I like the first 2. I haven't seen the Minion movies because, like, right when I was gonna go to watch the Minion movies, they hit their popularity wall, and everyone started finding them annoying. And I was like, and I was like, but with your vast experience playing all these characters and going through all these like scene changes and being quickly adaptable, like, I'm pretty sure it's kind of cool to create your own theme, your own little world where you could stream from. And that's pretty much what VTubers do. They create their lore, they create their own background and stuff like that. Like over here in the apothecary, my home screen where I do all my just chatting is pretty much like a control center. Has a whole bunch of TV screens and stuff. This very set, very heavy into, I mean, even though it's not part of my aesthetic, my background is very heavy into the blue and purples, so on and so forth. How your experience with theming, I noticed that you have a set background that you use while you're streaming. You don't really have a background music track that you use. It's usually the game provides the soundtrack for your background for you. You're very into the gaming. Well, not into the gaming, but you play a lot of games on your streams. But have you put in a lot of thought and a lot of effort into your background images, your scenery, the theming for your streams?
Yeah, my background is basically like a fluorescent or luminescent forest during the nighttime, but during the daytime, what I want to do is I want to eventually have multiple backgrounds, and I want to actually have me inside of a treehouse, and inside the treehouse you can like the outside of the treehouse with the house in it, and just to basically, it looks, in my mind, I see like a crashed steampunky kind of ship that crashed into a tree as my treehouse.
I love steampunk aesthetic. It's so cool.
I love it as well. And then I want to have I want that like a crashed steampunk ship in a tree, and then I want to have another background where you're inside of the treehouse. And then I have another background ideal too, which is later on if I proceed to do a certain thing with a mascot. If I'm not going to do certain things with a mascot, then I'm not going to proceed to do that. Basically, it would be like a cave filled with different glowing ruins, and each ruin will unleash a brand new mascot. And I was going to do like a mascot per element. So not just have like your one singular chat mascot, but have multiples, like going on with the whole Digimon and Pokemon theme. So you have someone that's more like elemental of fire, one mascot that's elemental of electricity and stuff like that. Kind of like, how Giga has like 3, the monsters, the creatures, and the undead.
Yeah.
Something, something to that nature, but more, like almost like 9 of them. And but I was like, could that be too much? Could that not be too much? Should I just do a singular thing? Should I not do one at all?
So should I? With Giga, the monsters, the undead, and the creatures, those are reminiscent of Chat. Those are who Chat are. But her primary mascot is Boris.
Boris.
So like for us, I had several.
But Boris is recently new.
So for here, we have several variations of the Fadabite. We just now revealed the Fadabite with it's kind of like a fairy, but it has like the jellyfish quantities where you have little follower fairies, and the main one is just a big ball of death and electricity with 4 wings. It's literally, what the heck's that fairy's name from Zelda, but deadly. But the primary mascot here is Shoyu, and he's gonna sell me my merch. I don't think, and I think the only merch I have of the Fadabites is a dead Link with the Fadabite over top of them going, we're built different.
I know eventually, like it probably won't be ever a part of my stream and stuff like that, but my niece is 4 years old and she's infatuated with Zippity. Like she sometimes I'll have her come on and I'll just bring up VTube Studios, not on stream or anything, and I'll just let the face tracking track her face and just let her goof off with it.
Oh, VTube Studio could probably entertain a child for hours.
But she wants a strawberry dragon, a pink strawberry dragon, and I'm like. So I'm like, do I make that a mascot so it's always around, or is that just something that I just keep as a side thing just for her, just so when she comes over and she wants to just goof around, there's the pink strawberry dragon for her, So it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm still thinking. I think everybody is always still thinking, what's next? What are we gonna do?
I mean, you have the basics down pretty much. I mean, your voice inflections, your timing is spot on, and everything. But it's these the little details. The little details are the things that VTubers don't really plan for right in the beginning. It's like, I want to be a cartoon character, and for those who aren't familiar with anime, they're like, oh, cartoon, and they want to make a Thomas the Tank Engine VTuber, and I'm like, okay, whatever floats your boat. And then for those of us well versed in the anime community, we kind of get the feel for anime characters, so on and so forth.
Sorry, I keep thinking about Thomas the Train. Choo choo, everybody! Welcome to my stream.
Well, he's been a meme in so many games. Like he was in Fallout. They made a Fallout Thomas the Tank Engine mod. They made a Skyrim Thomas the Tank Engine mod, and I'm pretty sure. I think I saw Thomas the Tank Engine even in GTA. I'm surprised we haven't seen that pop up in one of Giga's streams, but honestly,
when you said Skyrim, before I started streaming, before my Grayscale was like, here's your model, here's all the files in April. I just started in late March Skyrim, and I went, oh no, this is gonna take up way too much of my time. I'm gonna stop playing this and just start streaming now.
So I've always wanted to ask you. I'm always lurking in all my friends' chats, and I do lurk in yours. Most of the time I wave at you just to let you know I'm here, but sometimes I just hop in. And one thing I noticed, and I always want to ask you, okay, for those people who are not familiar with VTube Studio, I'm gonna do something here.
No, I leave the side thing. Oh yeah.
The options that pop up on the side, is that an on purpose thing? Because I feel that you do that on purpose.
So every time, I have Comcast, but I am slowly renovating certain properties for my parents who are turning around and selling them. So where they bought properties of is in like the middle of nowhere, Florida. And so I have Comcast, and they are providing me with a certain like modem and router, which is horrible, which I should buy my own.
But they won't allow it though, don't they?
You have to make sure that you can get it whitelisted. It's a whole stuff. And it's like, I can't do it because I'm not the account holder, because the property and that stuff is owned by my parents. And then to have my parents are, my father, who's constantly working like crazy all the time, to have to now go stop to then call Comcast and wait in this long waiting line until they call him to try to figure out one single question for me. It's a little ridiculous. Like, I want to change everything. I want to be like, I want to buy my own router, my own whatever, and change everything. But it's his property, his this, and he's like, but then what happens when we sell it? Then we don't have anything. We're gonna have to change everything back. It's basically a mountain out of a molehill, And it's like, so maybe I can just bear this for a while.
Yeah, it's a process
until everything's finished and I move on to the next one. So my stream tends to cut, and that is a big issue, which I guess we'll talk about later, where things that I wish I could fix.
Yeah.
My stream cuts out all the time. When that happens, that pops up in VTube Studios, and my VTube Studios is behind my OBS because I only have 2 screens.
Yeah.
And so the game is always the entire left screen, and then I have OBS on my right screen, and then behind it is like Spotify, because I usually play music on Spotify on a different, on a different outlet, so it doesn't get caught on the VODs.
Yeah.
And then I have I have OBS, but behind it I have, whatever World Wide Web I'm using, Discord, and VTube Studios and Spotify. And so it's like, those are behind the OBS. So I don't notice because I'm sitting there playing the game, and I don't notice because I'm not looking at OBS until someone says something in chat.
My immersion's broken.
And I'm like, and someone's like, hey, is that supposed to be there on the left? And I was like, what are you talking about? And I'll take it off. And I'm like, oh.
Like, okay, your stream and your model, your backgrounds, everything very polished, and I honestly thought you purposely left that up there for like a little bit of scuff.
No, it is because, like you said, everything's good except for that internet connection. This is This is my downfall on streaming. It is the internet connection.
Oh God, because like I would be like,
which I should be used to, because like I said, on the cruise ships, I've got to travel all over the world. I've been to 137 different countries out of the 193, 195, depending on where you live. I don't want to make people upset because some people don't count certain countries and we won't go there.
Yeah.
So I've been to 137 countries just from working on the cruise ships. You would think I would be used to, shoddy internet stuff and be
amazing satellite internet.
Oh, South Korea is amazing. Oh my God. South Korea's internet is fantastic.
Yeah, their internet connection, for as much as we pay for ours, you get like so terabytes good. Down. Your downloads so are in the terabyte. Oh, I loved Korea. And I was in Korea several years ago, like over 14 years ago. I was in Korea, and their internet still dominates our internet. And it's cheaper. Like,
but it's also like, hey, here's our entire city. You can use citywide internet for free, and it's still faster than anything else you can possibly get in the States. It's crazy.
Their
it's like
cell phone internet's faster than our wired Ethernet. I mean, it's actually faster than our fiber internet here in the States, and it's I'm just
that is now my issue. Is either do I continue sticking with Comcast fiber, or do I now drop like $300 and get the Elon Musk's like Starlink and then do a satellite? But then would that hurt me since this season is the rainy season, anytime it's overcast, would I lose everything again? Which is kind of what's happening now still. It's when it's overcast,
Well, I won't comment on Starlink for
I'm only saying it because my sister lives 15 minutes away, and she's literally in the middle of a forest.
Yeah.
And they have that, and during the hurricane, they lost power, they lost electricity, everything like that, but their internet was fine.
I think
they had internet. I was like, what?
I think anything Elon Musk has the kind of the stench on it of McDonald's with VTubers right now. It's like he turned his back on us VTubers. Because for those of you who don't remember the good old days with Elon Musk, he wanted to build a Gundam. He quoted anime when he first appeared on the scene, and now he's very, very political. So a lot of VTubers have kind of steered clear of Mr. Musk. And
see, my issue is I have worked for like we just talked about the jobs, and I've worked for these huge corporations.
Oh yeah,
and all these huge corporations have a rule in harassment and whatever, that whole HR policies where you don't talk about certain key things. You don't talk about someone's sex orientation, gender. You don't talk about someone's religion or belief system. Like that, you don't talk about politics. You don't talk about I'm trying to think of the other two things, but there's 5 big main things that you just don't talk about.
Yes.
And because I've worked, you work on the cruise ship, you're working 24, well, you're not working 24/7, but you're on the ship for 24/7. So you just don't bring that up. And 7 years doing this cruise ship, I just don't bring it up. It's not in my everyday talk. Like, I don't know anything about politics. I don't vote. I don't know anything about, because I was on the cruise ships traveling the world. I don't have, time to learn politics, whatever, anything like that. You think about, I 1 year of college straight out of high school, and then I ended up doing cruise ships traveling around the world. So I never had a chance. So I don't know anything about that. Yeah. I don't know, and for me, it's like, I don't know, from traveling around the world, you meet so many different people, you meet so many different cultures, you embrace yourselves in so many different cultures. It's incredible that you don't look at somebody for, their age or their sex or their skin or their gender or anything like that. You look at them as a person. You value them for who they are. And that's what's so great about VTubing, is that you don't need to know any of that information about that person to value who they are as an individual. You get to learn who they are people wise.
Yeah. It's very important, even as a VTuber, in the entertainment public eye, to stay neutral. very, very important to stay neutral and not take a side on certain things. So you ever play that game of what is this, like 7
minutes in heaven?
No, where you link two completely different subjects and you try to like connect them within 7 moves. I forgot who it was. It started off with Kevin Bacon. Yeah, with Kevin Bacon was the first one.
Yeah.
And that's a very popular thing for people, especially on the World Wide Web, to try to do, to get you to link you to someone. So it's like a constant game of trying to like break those chains. And because yeah.
Mind my like young ageness, but what movies is Kevin Bacon popular for? I think I only remember he was in like an X-Men movie, right? And then he had that one movie where he was invisible.
I think Kevin Bacon was one of the astronauts on Apollo 13.
Like the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, I never watched that. Was that the movie with Tom Hanks?
Yeah, with Tom Hanks.
Yeah,
yeah.
Woody.
I think Kevin Bacon was the one with the bladder infection, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know what he was known for. I just know that like he was a huge popular actor and everyone can pinpoint where they are. And I was like, I don't remember seeing anything but those 2 movies with them.
Yeah, what is it? 7 stages of Kevin Bacon is what the thing is. It's something like that. But yeah, like we as streamers try to disconnect from political parties, try to disconnect from all that. That way they could just appreciate us as entertainers. And when people kind of like attach, it's like remember that great big thing in HoloLive where they were using that asset where you're holding 2 McDonald's hash browns and that kind of stuff, and that
I did see that on like a few like VTuber news like people. Yeah,
and it like a lot of people had to launch apologetic tweets and stuff to be like, I did not know that this was offensive to some people, and it's really like a walk in the minefield. So that's why I have Riri coffee instead of Starbucks coffee or whatever, because I don't know if Starbucks is in some sort of conspiracy. Any large corporation at this point in time could be tied to something that you had no idea they were doing, and you're like,
yeah, I'm not. Since where I currently live, they're trying to develop it like crazy. So you get all like the gastro pubs coming in. Like these people are trying to create their own like restaurants and stuff.
Yeah,
there's a local coffee place, and I'm like, oh, this is so superior than any chain place ever. Like, I was like, this is so good. Oh my god,
I love the mom and pop places. I love the mom and pop places. Like, my favorite coffee place isn't even a franchise place. Well, okay, so I have my go-to, which is 7-Eleven, because if you get bad coffee for 7-Eleven, that means you did it wrong. But
7-Eleven, I haven't seen one of those in forever.
Yeah.
Slurpees.
Yeah, and the thing is like, yeah, they put out, sometimes the coffee they brew is bad. Don't fry me on it. But they give you so many different flavors of pumps, different types of creamers, different types of sugars, that you can make it taste the way you want it to taste. So if you drink your coffee and you're like, this is awful, guess what? You made it that way. So, I mean, but
so are you a person that likes a little bit of like cream and sugar into your coffee, or do you like a little bit of coffee into your cream and sugar?
It depends. If I'm dead tired, I'm not adding anything. I'm just getting straight caffeine. Like, okay, so I spent 8 years in the military, so I like to I like to chew my coffee. But in the military, you're working, they say you work 12-hour shifts, but you're literally 24 hours of the day working. Especially for us flightliners that worked on the flight line, we slept on the flight line. You woke up, you chewed your coffee, you went out, you loaded an airplane, you maybe hopped on a mission, and then you came back, you looked at the coffee and you're like, do I need to like add more coffee to this coffee that's been brewing for like 48 days? And then you go, nah, this is good. And then you go back to sleep, you wake up, you chew more coffee, and you rinse and repeat. However, nowadays I find myself going after the sweet stuff because I went so long without it. So okay, guys, don't fry me. I do like my caramel macchiatos and stuff like that, but I will add an extra shot of espresso in there because it's nowhere near as strong as I need it to be.
No, I am let me add a little bit of coffee to that.
Some people like the flavors of hazelnut. Some people like the flavors of French vanilla or caramel macchiato or Irish cream, alcoholic and non-alcoholic. It depends on how frisky I want to be.
Well, I don't like hot drinks, so I always do like the what do you call them? Like freezers, frappuccino-y, whatever they're called, you know?
Frappuccinos are so good. This big
so I'm one of those
thing,
people.
This big bulgy thing that's sitting on my lap right now, I think they call it a gut. I owe to frappuccinos.
Oh, a gut.
But
I'm sorry. I remember there was one person that I worked with that they would always get, and I didn't even know they made this size. It was a Trenta size, so it was 30-ounce cup, and I was like, I only thought it went up to Venti. When did Trenta come in?
I didn't think your bladder held that much.
I was like, what?
Oh,
they would always have it, and it was like always like the tiny little petite girl, and you're like, you're gonna drink all of that? Yep. You're like, oh, okay. But that would be all day long. They would just be nursing it all day long. The little frappuccino.
So I developed a captain's hook when I was in the military. The one where you hold the mug of coffee with 2 fingers.
Okay.
Your index and your middle finger pretty much hooked onto the handle of a cup. I've developed that over time, and I still haven't gotten rid of it. And people are like, "Why don't you hold it with 3 fingers?" I'm like, "No, 2 fingers. It's a must." And
I just watched the Connor going to Connor and Iron Mouse going to the Cinnamon Roll Cafe, and everyone was saying pinkies up, pinkies, and Connor's like, nobody actually does pinkies up.
You know, okay. There's certain cups that you drink out of. Like if it's like one of those really small espresso cups, the pinky naturally goes up because it's like, what do I do with the rest of my hand? Like, is it just gonna sit there lifelessly and flaccid, like needing a blue pill to get it to like function? No, it's like the pinky goes up. But you know, and the funny thing is, like, I love how VTuber adjacent streamers have been just as influential on the VTuber community as the actual VTubers.
Like, absolutely. Like you said, like as with them, like bringing them into our community, it actually helps them as well. Like it meshes the 2 communities, and yeah, people may not care so much for one side or the other side, but by doing that, you normalize, you know, something that could have been a little, what is it, cliche, or what's the word? I'm trying to think. It's like the little group by itself. It starts with a C, I think. I'm not sure.
Like click?
Yeah, maybe not. I'm trying to think. A niche, sorry, it's an N, niche. So instead of a little niche thing, like now it's you know, mixing it well, which I mean, technically it always was like that, at least when I started watching it, because like, you know, you had Iron Mouse like doing with what is it, Sykkuno and everything, they were doing Among Us stuff, so.
Well, like if you look at Connor, like Connor's the big one because obviously he's attached to one of the biggest, not the biggest, but one of the biggest VTubers of all times, Iron Mouse, right?
Would you say it's the biggest Western VTuber?
Yeah, I probably would because Pekora is up there, but she's probably considered Eastern Idol type.
Yeah. See, Yeah, because I have a difference when it comes to like VTubers and like different like what's considered indie, what's considered corporal, and then like
we will get to that. We will get to that.
Like
That's further down the line, my friend. That's the hot seat.
Sorry.
That's the hot seat because me and you have had this discussion before. But like where I was going with the Connor thing. So he's attached to Iron Mouse. I don't know if anyone in the audience has watched because like I said, I used to be a face streamer, and I used to watch Connor pre VTuber, pre Iron Mouse interaction, where he was Trash Taste with Joey the Anime Man and Garnt, and they had their content. And since he's attached to Iron Mouse, his content has, I don't want to say gotten better, but has kind of just expanded. And the same thing with like Coefficient. Before Coefficient was the VTuber interviewer, the rabbit hole and all that good stuff, and became pretty much one of the ambassadors for all VTubers. He was just a sidekick.
Even that legal guy.
Oh yeah. Oh, he has content with or without VTubers, and it's kind of the same content, to be honest. Like he tackles the topic of VTubers the same way he would tackle the topic of sexual harassment in the workplace.
Or a regular streamer, yeah.
Very professional and stuff like that. But like Coefficient, before he became VTuber attached, he was the sidekick to Maximilian Dude. He was a fighting game streamer, and it was yeah. So now he's still a fighting game streamer, but a lot of his content's geared. Like if you look at his backdrop of his current office that he's at, you got standees of VTubers, you got Coco on the wall, you have this VTuber, that VTuber plastered, and you don't see any fighting game merch. I mean, he has a jury from Street Fighter statuette that he ordered on mistake, but for the most part, they've evolved their game based on VTubers. And this leads me to my next question for you. Who are your most inspirational VTubers to you that have shaped your VTubering habits?
Most inspirational to me.
We're not doing Oshis. We're just going, who's inspired you?
Well, maybe that ties in with the how did I discover VTubing as well?
Yeah. You know what? Let's go top four. Top four. We'll go gold, silver, bronze, and then honorable mention.
So most influence for me, so let's say, and that, I think it's going to tie in with how I discovered VTubing.
Okay.
Is it okay if I elaborate on that story?
Yeah. Well, okay. So when you go through each of them, you're going to tell me how they influenced you. So that's pretty much going to tell you the story, pretty much, right?
All right. So when I was working on the cruise ships, we happened to be during COVID time.
Yep.
So during COVID time, once we discovered about COVID and everything like that, it was in March of 2020. We were told that we were going to let all the guests off the ship in Sydney, Australia. So we let them all off, and then none of us were allowed out. That there's some outbreak going on, that we're going to load the cruise ship with a bunch of food and perishables and stuff like that, and we're going to go 2 miles off the Sydney port, and we're just going to anchor there, and we're going to stay for 2 weeks. Once this COVID is over in 2 weeks, because it's only going to be for 2 weeks, we would come back to port, and then we would start cruising again.
Yep.
Well,
it did not happen.
2 weeks turned into 2 months. It turned into, whatever. And it ended up being a year and a half. So 18 months this was happening until eventually the borders opened and we can all go back home.
Yeah.
At this time, I was dating a classic pianist. Her name was Validia. And we were together for about 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
No, at the time we were together for about 2.5 years. And so I was dating her, and she was a classic pianist on the cruise ship, but got really, really sick and didn't understand why she was constantly getting sick on the cruise ship, but dealing with all these people. She ended up going back home, which was she was Armenian, but she was living in Ukraine, and found out that she had PTE, which is a form of CVID, which is what Iron Mouse has, a CVID.
Yes.
And she would tell me about Iron Mouse, and she would always talk about Iron Mouse and Iron Mouse. I did not at all look up Iron Mouse. She was, the streamer also has it. The streamer also has it. I'm like, okay, so she found someone that, could give her more information or talk to her about it or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, cool, whatever, good. I'm happy for her and everything like that. I'm trying to learn about it myself to see what I would have to do. But unfortunately, when she was at the hospital, the neighboring country, which you guys know, but neighboring country decided to invade the city that she was in, and they carpet bombed the entire city and the hospital, and she passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Her father as well. Her mom and her sister are okay. Where they weren't even in the city at the time, they were somewhere else. But so she passed away, and that's when the cruise ship started to allow us to have unlimited internet for the employees to get in touch with their families and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm trying not to cry. Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Take your time, man.
So, again, we were together for about 3 years. And so when this happened, I started watching YouTube again, and I didn't even know about Twitch. Honestly, didn't know about Twitch. Nothing about that. It was just, okay, let me watch YouTube. And for some reason, recommended to me was like Sykkuno and were they called? What's that group of people called?
OTV.
OTV,
Offline
yes.
TV.
So offline TV, and they were all doing the Among Us. And from watching them, I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. And then I could hear like Corpse's voice, and I was like, oh, Corpse's voice is really cool. And then Iron Mouse was there, and I was like, this must be the streamer that Validity always talked about, and this must be blah blah blah. And Iron Mouse was there, but again, I'm watching it through Sykkuno's VODs, so I don't know what Iron Mouse looks like. I don't know.
She's just another Among Us character.
Yeah, and so I started watching Toast's stuff, and then Valkyrie, and whatever the YouTube people, and then I was like, okay, I really, really like Corpse's stuff. And Sykkuno mentioned that he dropped this song, and I was like, oh, he's on Spotify. And I started listening to Corpse's music, and I was like, oh, this is so good. I love these songs. These songs are so fun.
Yeah.
And in Spotify, when you run through like the song list, it starts other artists that are very similar or whatever, or something like that.
Yeah.
So then the next song was Boof Pack by Lord Athelstan.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is this? This is ridiculously funny. I was like, this is silly. And then I looked it up, and I was like, this person is also an animated character. So what is he like gorillas, basically? That's what I thought. I was like, okay, so he must be like gorillas then, like a different person that just hides behind a cartoon, which is really cool. Which led me the link to his Twitch account. And then that's when I watched one episode, watched one stream of him, and I was like, this is awesome. I made a Twitch account that day.
Yeah.
And I watched him, and I was like, okay, so I was like, this is really cool. I really like this. And he became a huge influence. But from that stream, he then raided into Giga, which I was like, oh, she's so her way of speaking and everything. She was so professional, and I was like, wow.
Very intelligent. One of the most intelligent VTubers on the internet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Giga then raided into Zen, which I was floored laughing at the whole aspect of her chat, and her chat just ripping her to pieces, and she just taking it. And I was like, this is hilarious. I want to be a VTuber. This is awesome. Oh my God. And I didn't even know about live streamers on Twitch because literally it was a link to Lord Aethelstan, who then raided into Giga, who then raided into Zen, and then Zen raided into Iron Mouse. And I watched Iron Mouse and I just sat there for 45 minutes bawling.
Which generation of Iron Mouse did you link into? Did you were probably into Gen 3 Iron Mouse. The Gen 3 was when she moved on behind from her old background that had the little tape deck spinning in the background.
Maybe in November 2021, probably, most likely.
Yeah, so you were in Gen 2. So
I was very much just taken back, and I was, I cried for 45 minutes because this was who my, the girl that I was planning on marrying and having a family with and everything and all this stuff. This is who she idolized and really liked, and it just brought back those memories and how much I missed her and everything like that. Unfortunately, like I said, she passed away and stuff like that, and it took me a while. And you see, I'm still not over it. Every time I bring it up, I get sad and I'm about to cry. But
that's definitely hard to get over, man.
Oh yeah, because I literally changed every aspect of my life for the better because I was like, let me plan for this, because she wanted kids, she wanted this, she wanted that, and I was like, okay, I'm ready to support and be there and do everything that I need to do.
Absolutely.
Grow up from my selfishness of me wanting to travel around the world and do what I want to do, blah blah. And then having that ripped away from you, it's like, But then like hearing Iron Mouse's story and really digging deep into that, and I'm like, oh my God. And because I found the similarities between what Mouse was going through versus what Lydia was starting to go through, and seeing like where it could end up to where the point to where there could be where you're bedridden for a certain amount of time and this, that, and knowing like, oh my God, and it made me feel bad in the sense of where it's like, maybe I should have like, when she told me about this in 2020 around, March or April about Iron Mouse or whatever, I should have been paying attention then,
Yeah.
And I waited over a year before ever looking into that individual that made and comforted, Lydia. So then once that happened, I was like, I want to be a VTuber. And so I would say I could use those as my 4. And I won't put them in any place, but I can use them as my 4.
Very impactful. Hell yeah.
I would say Lord Aethelstan, because he was a male VTuber in the industry. He was a gateway. He was also a male in the industry that showed me that, okay, because once I started looking into it, you realize there was an overabundance of like females versus males at that time. And I was like, okay, well, he's doing it, he's making it, not really knowing the connection between him and Mouse, and knowing that Mouse really helped him as well.
Yeah.
But and then seeing his content was I'm gonna do whatever I want whenever I want to, and blah blah, and and he's just having a good fun time, and it was very, very much inspirational to me in that sense. Giga, with her intelligence, the way she speaks, how she repeats the same thing about 3 times, but uses a certain wording of intellect to changes her vocabulary to make it more like modernized for like universal for everyone to know, and then maybe even dumbing it down a little bit just in case people still have an issue or understanding, but it's natural for her. She's not doing this because someone in the comments go, I don't understand this. It's just how she is naturally, because like we know her history and stuff like that, corporations and things like that. That's why she does it. So I found that very inspiring, very inspirational, and just how she was very well put together, and she had her rules, She was like, you don't follow this, you're gone. I don't care.
Yeah,
like,
this is my home. If you don't follow, you're not allowed in my home anymore.
And then how Zen utilized her chat to basically worked around her chat, and basically how her chat is basically like running the stream in a sense, almost.
Yeah.
In that sense with her piloting them, but it still is so good just to see that interaction, to see like true interaction between a chat and the streamer. That is true interaction.
Yeah, definitely.
and it's a fantastic and it's amazing as an art form. I just love it. And then Iron Mouse's just entire story, and to see that like the growth and everything, and how she doesn't stop. She pushes. She's already developing more things. She's adding more things. You know, she sees what works, what doesn't work, try something new. Like, you think about it, she just keeps trying things new, and a lot of times, you know, something doesn't work out, but she's trying something different, or she'll try this, or I want an anime, and she creates an anime, or has people create an anime. I want this, I want that, and she gets it.
Yeah,
like she gets it done.
For someone in her situation, she works her ass off to get where she's at, and it's not like this was given to her. It's all very inspiring, and it all very much puts like, unfortunately, I can't, you know, like I have to wait. I have XYZ things that I have to do. I have to work 2 jobs, and come November, after things on Black Friday, I'm going to have 3 jobs. Like I have to. But to give the 5th person, because you asked for the top 5, I would then also say, who I don't watch all the time because just timing, and I wish I did, would be Shy Lily. Oh yeah, yeah.
She has made herself into a business woman. Like
definitely. Like
fantastic. Like everything. Like she's gonna start that card game. You know how great that card game is gonna be. That with the gamer subs.
Absolutely.
Like, and then gamer subs itself becoming a co-owner. Like, it's crazy. And then again, I know a lot of people would add other people to it, but I don't know like a lot of the history of the JP people.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people will like look at Doki Bird. I'm like, that's another example of someone that really has taken over and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And only through, you know, False ID and the other, you know, VTube news people have I learned about the history.
Oh yeah,
you know?
definitely.
But those would be my top 5, I would say.
You have I share a lot of your top inspirational VTubers. A lot of people remember that have met Iron Mouse through this model. This is the one that I'm talking about right here.
Okay.
So it has the little tape player in the back. This is the Gen 2. Gen 2 one, and down here is more Gen 1. Gen 1, it's kind of like all that. However, I remember, well, let me get rid of this off the screen. This is the Iron Mouse that most people don't know. On second.
Princess Teacup. I'm joking.
This model, a lot of people don't know this model of Iron Mouse. This was her very first, when she very first started streaming. And I wasn't even into VTubers when I came across this model. I was, of course, very much into Twitch, was streaming as a FaceTuber, and I came across that model, and it was uncommon at that time to see a VTuber. And it was like, wow, there's an anime girl on stream playing video games and stuff like that. And I followed. I was not a constant watcher of this stuff because as I mentioned, I was a FaceTuber, not aware of the VTuber movement or the revolution had not happened. And we all know the VTuber revolution was COVID-19.
Yes, without that probably would have not have happened.
Yeah, or
it had happened so soon.
Yeah. So when COVID-19 hit, a lot of the face streamers were kind of like almost every single stream was a FaceTuber going, I can't wait till this is over. I want to go back outside. I'm tired of wearing this mask, blah, 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 blah. It was the same on almost every face streamer's thing. However, the revolution was starting, and I would go to Iron Mouse because her content was different. Her content was because no one really knew her story. No one knew that she was isolated to her room. No one knew that even without COVID, she wasn't allowed out of her room. And and it was you tune in, and it was just a girl streaming to like a 0 room, a 1 room, kind of like myself, a 4 room, a 6 room, here and there. And it's like,
was she your first VTuber?
She was the first VTuber I ever followed. The first VTuber I ever followed, and I would always see her stream kind of on the bottom of the list, below Maximilian Dude, below. I used to follow a World of Warcraft streamer named Towley. I used to follow
let's bring us out.
So, but like I would click on her stream because it was so different. It was different. The vibe was different. Someone who was just so happy to be on stream and like having friends. And COVID was full-fledged. My 8-hour days working at the hospital turned into 12s, sometimes turned into 16s. And I was just like, I would take my naps in my car or in the office and just have a stream going. And Iron Mouse pretty much pulled me through the COVID pandemic. And I pretty much watched, I watched her introduce herself as a real person with real life problems. And the stream that always hit me was when she had that donation stream. That was she put up a donation goal, and it said for a new office, and for her the new office was a new bed, because she was streaming from her bed. She was bedridden, and she was streaming from her bed, and she had one of those normal beds, like you lay flat and stuff like that. And if you've ever like played video games while in bed, your back starts to hurt when you're sitting on those type of beds and stuff like that, and they're really meant to be laid on. So she wanted one of those kind of like adjustable beds that turned kind of into like a seat and propped you up while you were streaming. And while she was going through why she wanted what the new bed was, what the new office was, and all that, the donations started pouring in, and she turned into a sobbing, crying mess on stream. And I just saw that the goodness of man came through for this animated little girl who was at that time embarrassed about her illness, and kind of just wanted to hide it all and stuff like that, and hide behind the fact that she needed a new office, and didn't want to say that it was a bed. And people just were like, this girl who's our little bright ray of sunshine has given us a reason to band together. And that just was like, yo, I want that. And I mean, I was on hiatus. I was on a hiatus for the 3 years that COVID was active, because I couldn't have a regular streaming schedule. I stopped streaming as a face streamer. And every now and then I would pop into like a stream and be like, hey guys, I'm still alive, but I'm not streaming. I just want to let you know that once all this is over, I'm going to come back, blah, 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 blah. I would lose followers, etc., etc. And basically after COVID vanquished, or kind of died down to flu-like symptoms, I came back as a VTuber. And
nice.
That's why we're here today as two indie VTubers, introducing ourselves to the public. And mainly this is Duda's stream, so this is his introduction. I'm just adding filler to kind of just
well, to bounce off what you just said too, is if I didn't discover VTubing, what my plan was actually to continue doing the cruise lines, because once the program ended, once DreamWorks got bought out by Universal Studios and it ended on the cruise ships, they were like, oh, we want to keep, all you performers. Would you want to try as a dancer? Would you want to try as like a game show host? So I transferred into the game show host and did that for like a contract to host a bunch of games and stuff. So it was like, all right, everyone, welcome to Battle of the Sexes, you know, blah, 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 you know, and then how, you know, and that was great and all, but my goal then was like, okay, maybe I can do streaming with YouTube while on the cruise ship. So everywhere I went and traveled to, people could see, you know, if you cruise with, you know, this company, this is where we go, and these are the opportunities, and these are the places you can go and experience. Or for those that couldn't experience, this was a chance for them to experience it digitally. So was my goal, was eventually become like a YouTuber. But when I discovered you know, Twitch and VTube, and I was like, I got to go this route.
Absolutely.
Which who knows? I still might do the other route as well. But
you can multitask, and you can merge. Yeah. You can merge the two somehow. So,
absolutely.
And to round off my top three, all three of mine were mentioned in yours, and luckily for me, they're all gift wrapped under one umbrella company. Absolutely. But I was fans of them as individuals. Giga is my number 2 because her intelligence level, like she is the Professor X of the VTuber community. And the reason why I say that is she gives you practical advice on like the management of sound systems, how to not kill your viewership and all that good stuff. She's like I said, Professor X. Everyone's gotta have a mentor, and I see her as a mentor type of VTuber. Whereas Iron Mouse is more of a morale and inspirational VTuber. And finally, to round off my top 3, because this isn't about me, Zen. Zen is, and a lot of people know Zen as probably the trolliest partner to collab with, but I know Zen as probably the most helpful VTuber out there. And a lot of people don't know. She will reach out to people. Doesn't matter who, doesn't matter if she knows you or not. She will reach out to you and give you some sound advice. And if that advice doesn't work, she will find someone that will help you with that type of, with whatever your issue is. She will not leave you unanswered. So Zen is definitely where part of what influenced me into like developing this game show, this talk show, because
game show. What's my prize?
Riri coffee for the rest of your life.
I'll take it.
She doesn't know that I am mass producing Riri coffee. She probably doesn't even know that her face is on this coffee cup right now. But definitely, honestly, a lot of people become VTubers for really kind of selfish reasons. They want to be popular. They want to become big without having to show their face, so on and so forth. But then,
I have two points to hit up with that. I want to start with the one where, like, when you talk about Zen, I know about that firsthand. I'm not going to elaborate, but she did make a post about if anybody needed help that they can message her. I did reach out, and eventually she did. She went ahead and watched a few streams, I guess, of mine, and gave me pointers of, gave me tons of positivity, but gave me pointers on what I could work on. And a lot of it just to like, when I get too focused in a game, which again, this is a show. We need to put on a show for everybody. We're streaming, we're entertaining you guys, but when I get too involved in a game, I stop. I get quiet at points.
Hyperfixate.
And there's a long stretch of just that quietness, which now I've noticed. So when it happens, at least now it's not like a 15-30 minute gap of quietness. Now it's like I've caught myself in 2 minutes. Let me continue talking and whatever,
Absolutely.
And it was a fantastic advice, and it was something that I needed. Now to pedal on to, and I find that so respectful, Zen, and I appreciate her so much. Going out, and I'm not known. same as you. What, 6 months now? So yeah, half a year VTuber. But now backing off to other people, I've noticed recently a trend, and I don't know if this is just for like clickbaiting or whatever, but there's been a lot of indie VTubers saying how sad and depressed they want to talk to people. There's nobody to talk to, blah, blah. And I've personally DM'd them and said, hey, if you need someone to talk to, I mean, we've all been in certain spots, and I'm just messaging you to let you know that I'm here for you to just vent and chit chat with. And I actually had 8 people respond back to me.
Yeah.
Out of the 8, only one person was actually like, hey, you know, this and this and this is happening in my life, blah, blah. The other 7 is like, I don't know why I'm not getting numbers. I don't know why how can I get bigger? I want to be bigger. I want to, this. And it was very more like selfish reasons to try to get huge and popular, like the big people. And they're like, that's not what this is about.
Yeah.
This is, this is about a hobby that could turn into something else because you enjoy doing it.
Yeah, there's a lot of clickbait out there. A lot of people have these things. It's a screen capture of what would you do if he saw this, and it shows their name followed you, and it's like that's clickbait. That's clickbait.
I still respond to it on and go, well, if I see this on X, well, that doesn't really mean anything because the main thing is on actual Twitch, and if I see it on Twitch, I would check out your content and see if it was, to my liking, and then I would follow you back. But you could follow me here on my Twitch account, and I would just drop my Twitch account with the photo. It has helped me, but I'm clickbaiting the clickbait.
You're kind of cutthroat, and I'm cutthroat too a little bit. I do the whole thing where if I see that, I'll just look at their profile and see how many times they posted the same thing. And if it's like, if they posted the same thing within the same month, I just skip the profile altogether and I just don't even respond to them.
But the issue is that's working for them, because if you look at their numbers, you'll have like 3,000 people, where someone like me, I have 300.
Well, yeah, but you have
but the 300 are the real, because if you watch, let's say, if someone would sit there and watch my counter of how many followers I have, they'll notice it goes from like 300 up to like 315, but then all of a sudden at nighttime it goes down to 301 because 14 of those are fake and I just purge them.
Yeah,
I do a daily purge of going, okay, you're follow this like Chatterbait or this OnlyFan or this Instagram page, fake thing, and I'm like, all right,
well, like,
get rid of you.
One of the things that I think it was Giga that I learned from Giga is that you look at these big accounts that have like thousands of viewers, and then you click on their followers, and then you'll see John Doe, lots of numbers. Like it's like John Doe 87677 whatever, bunch of numbers, and then you'll see Jane Doe, bunch of numbers and stuff like that. No one makes a username like that. No one makes a number. No one goes, hey, I'm going to create a username. It's going to be Kevin Smith 15767 No one does that. Those are bots. So where Duda has 300 followers and you have 4.5K, all 300 of his followers are quality followers. Whereas probably like 2 of the 4.5K are actual people.
Right.
So it's like numbers are deceiving, and having a discerning eye as to who's following you and stuff like that. I mean, I have a bloat. I have like a couple bloat ones on there. I got followed by John Cena, professional wrestler. But I mean, that's a VTuber thing now. He follows VTubers like crazy, and we all know John Cena is real, even though we can't see him. He is a real account, and
well, maybe it's not, but is he running that account, or does he have a manager running an account that goes, oh my god, look at all these people in the industry of live streaming, when they start talking about VTubers, all of a sudden their numbers jump Why don't we make John Cena relevant into the VTuber industry?
Honestly,
you know?
if my manager tweeted out some of the stuff that John Cena's account tweets out, I'd probably like strangle my manager. But yeah, his tweets are kind of in line with how his personality is. So and the thing is he talks about stuff. He talks about stuff, which is why I keep his account around, even though it does not benefit me at all, because every other VTuber is now getting followed by John Cena. And it's back then it was probably like, oh my God, I got followed by John Cena. Now it's like, you got John Cena, good for you. But everyone, like, there's people keep some bloat accounts around because they're like little, what do you call it? They're like achievement points on a console.
Right. We need to get Ryan Reynolds to follow Iron Mouse. Go on, speak of the devil.
that would be something really cool. I kind of want to see her get into like a collab with like a Bad Bunny or someone from Puerto Rico that's super famous. Simply just to like.
Isn't that wrestler that she was supposed to do collabs with, but they fell through since like.
Oh, Zelina Vega.
Yeah, where either Mouse gets sick or Zelina Vega has to go out for this like show or this match, and so they can't actually
give it a little bit of time, and Zelina Vega will show up on a wrestling program wearing pink and purple, and it'll happen because she does a lot of.
It'll be a Halloween stream. She'll just dress up as cosplay as Iron Mouse.
Yeah, she does a lot of costuming and themes for her ring gear. So I wouldn't put it past her. But yeah, those are my top three. And in like summary, that's how they influence me. And honestly, like I do streams that are like gaming streams, just chatting streams and stuff like that, but my ultimate goal is to like have shows like this where I could feature someone who deserves the spotlight. And that's a Zen thing. That's definitely a Zen influence from there. And I think every VTuber should have a list of people that have influenced them, because if you just come on here and you're like, I'm a VTuber and I influence myself, okay, get over yourself. Get over yourself.
What? I'm amazing.
So okay, now we know who influenced you. Now which ones of them do you really want to meet? Because you know the saying, you never want to meet your heroes.
I would love to meet. Well, to meet, you just mean like behind a video. I wouldn't mind meeting all of them through the screen and stuff, chit chatting. I would want to hang out.
There you go. That's what I want.
With Lord Athelstan. Because I feel like that is extremely doable. I think he's that cool, because even in his last stream, when he went to that house and he went somewhere else, he had just one of the random people that he has always in his chat with him. He brought him along with him. And I'm like, I know that individual from like being in his chat and everything like that and watching the streams. And I'm like, that's fantastic. Just to allow that, because, they've built a rapport and a trust so much that you're able to do that. I would love to hang out. I would like to also hang out with Zentreya, because I know no one knows what she looks like, whatever, blah, 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 like that. But I think that's something that like, I feel like she may be like missing. Like she wants that, but she's afraid. Like I know that's gonna be more towards her close friends. Like someone like if Haruka would ever go visit, or Ari would ever go to visit.
Yeah.
I feel like that's more that. But I think she would just be cool because you could pick her brain a lot. And same thing with like Giga. It's more like picking the brain. Those are the people that I want to like sit down and pick their brain. Ethan would be someone I would rather hang out with than pick brain.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, think about that. I would love to hang out with Sushi Dog.
We talked about Sushi Dog. She's your latest addiction.
Sushi Dog. Sushi Dog, I would like to hang out with. I would like to hang out with Henya, but that would never happen. She would never leave the house. I would have to leave trails of Reese's everywhere.
And even then, she'd just have someone pick them up and bring them inside for her.
I'm like, Henya, let's go to Tokyo Disney. Let's go.
She's like, no.
Outside people. What? Who else would I think I would enjoy hanging out with? I think the VTuber crew as well, like Buff Pup, Chaya Bun. I don't know. I first want to start collabing with people, and this is amazing what we're doing now, and it's so much fun. And it's like, this is the hardest part. You see, again, it seems very clickbaity. You have all these people going, oh, let me go collabs. Here's a sheet of collabs. I would like to collab with all these people, come and, blah, blah. But it's like, are you really going to respond to these people? Are you really going to collab? Like the other night,
No one ever does. It sucks.
Yeah, the other night I was playing Monster Hunter World, and all I had left was the last fight with like Fatalis. And I was like, oh, I wish someone was in here to help me, blah, blah. And then somebody, a VTuber watching, or he said, because I asked him when he came into the chat and everything, he went to watch people play, and he scrolled down to the very bottom of like Monster Hunter World, and he saw my profile, and he goes, oh my God, that looks so cool. So he clicked it, and then he was like, do you need help? You want me to just jump into your voice chat? And then he got two other VTubers to come in as well. So it was 4 VTubers. We were all hanging out, fighting, Fatalis and everything. And it was so fun just to be able to collab. And that's what I really want. So if there's any other VTubers that are watching, feel free to DM me if you want to do collabs. Absolutely, please. Like, I want to play these collab games, but I don't have people to play it with. Like the Feather, whatever it's called, the new one that's come out. That's kind of like Fall Guys with the feathers, the chickens. And anything like Among Us. I've never played it. Want to play it. Minecraft, never played it, want to play it.
I'm starting a Minecraft server. You're more than welcome if you want to be one of the residents on Minecraft.
Nice, absolutely. So I have like all these different collab games that I want to play. I've never played Lethal Company, never played Content Warning, never played Goose Goose Duck. Like, I have them. I'm ready to play. I just want to play with somebody.
So I will I don't know. Bor, are you still in chat? I can't remember if it was yesterday during an off-stream thing or before that. I was doing I was browsing Steam because I was lurking in your chat again, and you're saying how cheap some of these collab games were on sale for. So I decided to hop on Steam and start downloading them and stuff like that. I downloaded, let me minimize this. I downloaded Fall Guys, which I already had before, but since I swapped computers, I didn't download it again. And I was like, it's time to start collabing. Downloaded Party Animals. Let me see here. Downloaded Only Up with Friends, which I think would be kind of hilarious. And
I mean, it would be cheating for me because I could just fly up there.
I know, right? I could just pretend like we were playing chain together and just strap a chain to you and have you carry me to the top. But one of the ones that I wanted to play, and I saw you collabing on one, Golf with Friends.
Yes, that's the only one that I collab right now, Golf with Friends, and that is through my group or my older brother's groups of friends from the music industry. So my brother is in a well-known metalcore band, which I will not divulge for his personal reasons, my personal reasons, but and a lot of them that are on the stream are from bands of themselves, so they're musicians or they're techs, they're musical techs or actual like IT people. which helped me a lot when like I first started. I was like, I'm having this issue, and they were all like, well, let's sit down in a group chat, and they all, you know, they were like, oh, you have this, and we need to change your BIOS to this. So you're gonna have to change your BIOS. You're gonna type this in and this and blah blah. And I was like, oh my god, thank you guys so much. And that's always great. If you can have tech friends, you definitely get some tech friends.
So, golf with friends. I had questions.
Okay.
To buy Golf with Friends with every single one of the DLC is close to damn $100.
What? Why would you buy the DLCs?
Okay, so that's the question I want. I want to collab with Golf with Friends, but I want to know, what do I need to get? Do I just get the base game and just go from there, or do I buy the?
Yeah, you get the base game for like whatever it is, $4.
Yeah, it's cheap.
And then like my friend that runs them, Chef Negative, when he runs the game, he has all the extra courses, and he also has like I don't know if it's Gary mod or something like that, where he has all these other like mod courses that people have made, and because he has it, everybody has it for when they play with him.
So that's how it works. So like I just buy the base game, and someone is in the group's gonna have like all of them.
Yeah, if they have all the different extra courses and stuff like that, and then they have to just host it.
Okay.
So,
good deal.
So as long as they're hosting it, then everybody has it.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'll be getting that. I just downloaded Power Wash Simulator, which I found out was multiplayer. So.
Definitely. And then I don't know if you use this. I don't know if I'm not supposed to say any of this, but CD key or something like that.
I don't. I don't.
Okay, I don't. But we have like certain links in that group of like the tech people, and then they're like, this game is like $2, and you're like, oh, okay, and then you go on that. But I don't know how. I'm not sure. You know, I don't know. I don't want to be like, oh, that's like torrenting movies. You're pirating. I'll be like,
I don't. I'm not really well versed on the legalities of CD key. Or how they accumulate all the keys, or if they have a random key generator. I'm not sure what their business model is. So yeah, we'll just say I get all my stuff through Steam. But yeah, I'll probably pick up quite a few of those, and now, I mean, like you know, I'm always available to collab, but that's we're steering a little bit off course a little bit. So
sorry.
It's okay.
We were talking about my influences.
Okay, so actually, we were talking about the VTubers you would like to meet, and so I mean, I'm just gonna throw one out there, and it's pretty much the one that
I like to meet.
The one that I definitely want to meet, and that you always have a way of mentioning the names of the ones on my list, but like they're not in your top. I want to meet Ari. And the reason why I want to meet Ari is I feel that the character that she plays on screen is probably the spitting image, well, not image, physical image, but like the personality wise spitting image of who she is in real life.
Nice.
Yeah, so like I think that she would be really chill to hang out with, having the husky howl at you, Peanut, and all that good stuff. And she's kind of like, she has a certain amount, not an overkill amount of social awkwardness that kind of will make things kind of fun. And I think,
you know what?
Yeah.
Bringing that in topic and being in the Zen circle still, Froggy would be fun to hang out with.
Froggy,
I could have a blast hanging out with Froggy. I'm like, Froggy, no, we gotta go here. Where'd you go, Froggy? Why are you staring at the ceiling?
I think Froggy's just gonna be like, Froggy is so chaotic. She's so chaotic to hang out with because she has an anxiety level that when it reaches a certain point, she takes a shot.
Nice. I also like was it Ghosty Shade? Ghosty Shade?
I'm trying to remember.
Ghosty and then Saige. Ghosty Shade. Ghosty Shades.
Not familiar.
Sure. She just like her personality is someone that's like that would be a fun person just to hang out with. Like to just go like I know you seem like you're more like the chill kind of. I'm more of like an adventure who would have a blast just to go all places that I'd be like, hey, you want to jump out of an airplane? They're like, let's go, and I'm like, yeah. That's kind of my thing.
It's funny that you segued right into my next question. So you got me as kind of more of like a chill. I mean, I've been kind of likened to an analytical type of VTuber, and I classify that as kind of like a specialized type of VTuber. Like you know how false ID, your news anchor type, investigatory, you got your event organizer types, the MC types, and then you got your platform ambassadors that are pretty much like your shy lilies, your the ones that they don't really have to have a type of VTuber, they just are the standard bearers. What type of VTuber do you aspire to be? Like, would you like to be an idol? Okay, so we're gonna set some definitions here because we know me and you kind of have different definitions, but these are industry standard type definitions. So idols, they're performance based, so they do performances. They have strict adherence to their company standard. Those are your idols. So like Niji Sanji and Hololive, they have standards that you have to abide by. Unlike VShojo, which is not an idol group that kind of lets you go roughshod and do whatever you want to do. You have your content creator VTubers, which falls under the VShojo banner, where they pretty much are in charge of creating their own content, and there's very little to no guidance from their agency. Then you're specialized like false ID, kind of like the Miss Lala, who's now a platform ambassador, which is a solid pick by Twitch. Good job picking Miss Lala. Where would you fit in there? Idol, content creator, or specialized?
I would say content creator, really. Like I said, I've just now recently over the hurricane put in all the keyboards and all the music stuff to create music as well. Mm-hmm. But so what I want to do is I want to continue streaming and playing video games. I want to continue streaming in artwork and show people my artwork, and eventually maybe turning that artwork into merch, or like I said, I have point redeems for, free commissions. I am not a commission artist. I will not do commission. I did that when I was in my year of college, and I'm done with that. I just want to, if someone redeems it, I want to, do it. If you want a pencil drawing, if you want digital drawing, let me know. If once you redeem it with the point redeems, I will up it every single time someone redeems it. But that's my way of staying in practice with artwork. And I love doing artwork, but I like doing artwork for myself. So I do art streams. I do my, gamer streams. Sometimes I do a yapping stream. I love yapping, but I need to have an actual chat in there, because if I don't have the chat there, what we're talking about today will probably be recycled multiple times, per yap stream. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to, I'd rather have someone come in and go, oh my God, you were a character performer. Well, just let me know, is there fans in the costumes? And then I go deeper inside of how we keep ourselves cool in the costumes and stuff like that. Like I want that more so than, what, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, the same basic stuff. But so yapping, I want tons of collabing stuff, but I want to further it more. And I want to start doing music streams where I actually write music, like how Aethel did and everything like that, or Aethel still does. But I want to evolve the content even more through, like I said, with the collabs and maybe hosting contests where I definitely want to do art contests want to host, maybe game contests as well, and just evolve and keep going. So I would say that I'm really much like a variety content,
Yeah.
But when I start doing the music stuff, I already have lyrically written about like 6 songs. So I would want to have people working with me and making the music for the 6 original songs, and then do 6 cover songs. And then when I'm ready to do like January release 1, February release the 2nd, then the 3rd for March, for the entire year, constantly just release 1 song. Yeah. And just continue that, which I don't know if that falls just under Idol in that sense of,
I don't think it would fall under Idol.
I don't think so.
Because Idol, you write your own music and you like, there's no one's going to tell you you can't sing about that.
Yeah, but the issue is I do want management. Eventually.
That's a completely different topic. That's corpo versus indie. So, but like as far as Idol, I mean, as much as we see the Hololive girls having fun together and all that, it's very heavily structured. Like they have. Their corpo goes, okay, for this collab we're gonna want this person, and we're gonna, and you are gonna have to sit this one out because we think that this matchup will be better. And they kind of just like they dictate the content.
Yeah,
and
I would say that I wouldn't want that because I don't watch that.
Yeah,
I don't watch Niji Sanji. I don't watch Hololive, and because to me they're a different class of like VTubers, but I don't see them as the same as other VTubers because to me it almost seems like it's too scripted.
Well, it's the Idol world. The whole Idol world is scripted. Like look at Baby Metal. That's an Idol group, and what
they just did a collab with Electric Callboy, and that was fantastic.
And I guarantee you, their management was like, "This is the only group that we want you to collab with," and they're probably like, "But we would like to collab with Korn." No, you're not collabing with Korn. Or we would like to collab with System of a Down. No, you're not going to collab with System of a Down. Like that's what Idol is. Idol's like, okay, we think that it's going to fit better with this group, and you don't really have a say. That's what you're going to do. And then when someone outgrows, like they have their ideal of what they want Baby Metal to look like. So let's say one of them gets a growth spurt and is vastly taller than the other ones. It's not uncommon for them to swap one of them out and just be like, okay, now we want it to fit this image, and that's how it's going to be. That's usually how idol companies work.
And that sounds horrible, to be honest. You got no freedom.
But that's how it is in like Japan and Eastern type of things like that. Whereas
not for me.
Yeah. Whereas
not for me. I'm sorry.
VShojo, you could be like a circle peg trying to fit into a square hole. And the thing is, the struggle to fit into that hole is content.
I auditioned. I did the audition for VShojo.
And honestly, if there was a VTuber out there that did not do that audition, you're really doing yourself a disservice. This is my hot take for myself and for myself only. I applied for VShojo with just one of the intent of, if I get it, that's nice.
Yeah, I applied with VShojo with here's what I can offer now, but this is what I can do and who I have connections with, what I can offer in the future if that's something you're interested in. And, if that was something that they were interested in, they would have sent me an email.
Yeah. So you are very heavy into the content creator. So collab heavy probably.
I would love to.
Yeah. And I would probably fall into the specialized.
Okay.
Collabs as far as the show, I would love to have people on here, and I would love to collab because I think I could probably provide a little bit of content for your stream probably. My goal is to be like a fall side type of VTuber where, so I do yapping. That's primarily what I do. And a lot of yappers will tell you that if you have a chat, if you have an active chat, yapping's easy. Yapping's very easy. If you don't have a yapping a chat, there's work. You got to put in lots of work to get that chat to go. And it's like, if you try to go in there and like, I've had streams and they're titled, I have no idea what the stream's going to be about. And I'll sit there and I'll try to yap without doing any research. And then eventually it'll just fall into like a time burner game, a game that'll burn up the stream time, and I could kind of just chat and have the game playing in the background. Or I'll play a game that allows me to like just read what's on the screen and then kind of just make comments off of that. But as far as my dedicated yapping stream, I get off of work, I hop online, I look at VTuber news, I look at gaming news, I look at anime news, I pull the stories that I want to comment about. They have to be within a certain time frame, they can't be too old, and then I'll yap. And if if I have no one in chat, I will freaking pretend like there's someone there, and so on and so forth. So yeah, yapping's it's like it's an endurance race, to be honest, but I kind of like yapping, which is why this format is a talk show.
The issue is yapping about something new. Like you said, you have to do the research to yap, because if I'm just yapping about myself and my life experiences, I'm going to recycle things. And I've had one person in chat, and if you're watching, go, hey, you've said this 3 times since I started watching you.
Yeah, if you go into a yapping stream unprepared, oh man,
they're like, so like, I've been watching you for 2 months and you said this 3 times already.
That's where you get good moderators.
I'm like, but I also feel like that also happens to the big. You know how many times I've heard the same Iron Mouse story from Iron Mouse all the time? You know, like,
I
mean, you have to. I guess when you get to a certain point, it's almost like a monthly thing. You hear the same stories.
Yeah, but you're gonna get new viewers every month. When you're her size, you're gonna tell the same story 3 times, and someone's gonna hear it for the first, and that makes it all worth it. Moderators, man. Moderators will make or break your stream.
I don't have mods.
I abuse the hell out of mine. my mods carry me through the tough times.
I might try to steal your mods. No, I'm joking.
Boar and Sophie are lifesavers because they have a knack of knowing when you're struggling, and they will be like, so did you hear about this? And you're like, oh good, you brought that up. And then you get to yap for 20 minutes, and it's like, or like, let's say it's a slow news day. These are the worst because like prepping, I have like, I'll pull up YouTube because YouTube's the best place to get VTuber news. I'll pull up YouTube, no news whatsoever. Like Melody comments on Booba. I'm like, okay, that's not newsworthy. That's not something I could talk about for minutes on end. It's like, I'm just gonna bring it up and then drop it. No, I'm not gonna waste my time with that. And sometimes
I think what we talked about earlier, when I was like, what in the message from the Discord thingy, I think you should do that. I think you should join that, because there's tons of news that gets overlooked constantly because certain sections, especially the indie section, is always overlooked.
The only reason why I don't just drop into that,
I understand,
that is because very early in my VTuber career, I petitioned and was like, make me a part of your news team. And I don't want to come off as that guy who's like, Oh, he asked me to be a part of his news team. Now he's stalking me through my Discord. I'm just like, because there's nowadays, I think there's about like six news VTuber news channel, and one specifically on Twitter, on X, that runs, and it very popular streamer Alara has taken up the news anchor standard. She used to not do VTuber news, but now it's starting to be a thing where it's becoming a regular topic. And I
think I know the horse. When everyone says is a horse, and she's like, I'm not a horse.
Oh yeah.
And then you have, is it
Kyo, the bunny.
Kyo, okay. And then there's a girl bunny too, no? Or what was she? The white hair one that does news as well.
Yeah. She's up and coming. Okay. I will count her as one of the big ones. So you got Kyo, you have Fallside. Fallside's the big one. And Fallside's the prince of news. Then you got Kyo, who collabs with Fallside, but pretty much runs his own news. There's the one with the glasses. The dark-haired one with the glasses, female model, male voice.
Oh yeah, him.
Very big in the community, and now Alara is starting to like come on strong with the VTuber news, and I'm just like, I'm watching all this spawn before me, and I'm like, Fallside, you need to expand. You're doing a lot on your own, man, and I want to be considered for that. That was like my goal from the very beginning. So that's why I've kind of not joined in on that thing, because I don't want to be like the groupie that hangs around. It's like, come on, please take me. No,
I think if you like hung around that one section, you could do a lot of news on that. And yeah, it's not maybe the huge, like you would also do like the huge VTubers, but having all those indie people and having them all being highlighted.
I'm coaching people.
Imagine if I watched False channel and then all of a sudden like Lady talks about me, I would be like, holy smokes, what?
I'm constantly trying to recruit for this show. And I mean, having quality guests is my first and foremost priority. Hence why you're here. You are a quality guest.
Quality.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm like, there's some people like casual VTubers that just come on and they, like honestly, I even though like certain big streamers have VTuber models, I would never consider them a indie VTuber. So even though they're popular and stuff like that, and I probably get lots of people coming on, like Sykkuno. Let's take Sykkuno for one. Let's say he's in his VTuber model. I would not have him on here, even though as a VTuber, he's not a veteran VTuber. I would not have him on here because that's not what this is about. This is about VTubers who are indie.
He's indie.
Yeah, but he doesn't need the help.
He's gonna have his own candle out that you can buy at Lord Athelstan store.
Okay, what's the name of his dog? Bimbo? What's Sykkuno?
Bradley?
No, Sykkuno's dog.
I don't know.
Everyone knows.
I haven't watched
Everyone knows Bradley. Bradley has his own cutout that makes its way through all the conventions. But yeah, I mean, this is for the indie VTubers that want to make a career out of VTubing, and they don't have the spotlight quite yet. And I want them to have an extra tool under the belt where it's like, hey, I was featured on this show, like a resume. Everyone has a resume and so on and so forth. So, I mean, people are learning more about you because I'm not asking you like, yes or no questions. I'm asking you questions that you gotta think hard about. It's like, who really did influence me? Who do I want to hang out with? I mean, that's kind of cool stuff that people don't know, and people would love to be like, hey, I fit that quality. I'd like to get to know Duda. Maybe I'll collab with them, and so on and so forth. And
right, and that's why I was trying to go more like after I said like the bigger VTubers, I was like, ooh, maybe I should start doing like smaller VTubers who I would want to hang out with too, because I was like, I feel like of course everyone's gonna say the big VTuber names, you know, like like I would like to hang out with a lot of them. Like Heavenly Father seems like he would be a fun person to hang out with. Joel seems like he would be, Porcelain Maid seems to be like hang out with, but those are what I would consider big VTubers. And I'm like,
they're established.
Oh, no.
They're established through acquaintanceship, to be honest. I mean, what's your definition of a small VTuber? Is it based on viewer count?
Yeah.
See, viewer count is very, very deceptive. And
it is deceptive.
I've brought this up with you before, and I'm gonna go back to one of my idols, Fallside. You log into a Fallside stream, he has small VTuber numbers. However, his influence is gigantic. Like, you make a Fallside stream, your numbers are gonna go up. Your numbers will rise.
But he's not a small streamer, because you're only looking at Twitch, but if you look at YouTube, his YouTube outweighs the Twitch.
That's not streaming though.
I know, but
that YouTubing is not streaming. That's posting a video. Posting a video is different than streaming. I'm asking, his influence is huge, and if you go by viewer count, by basing on who's a small VTuber, you're mistaken. Very mistaken. So
I see.
Yeah. So it's all about influence. We are all influencers. We are all content creators, so on and so forth. Something that you say on here could influence someone else who wanted to make a non-human VTuber model. I mean, think about that. They're like, you know what? I didn't think a non-human VTuber model will work, but seeing that gorgeous model next to plain old Johnny over there, he really pops. And you know what? You pop, and you have effectively influenced someone. And I know a lot of content creators hate the word influencer, but in some way, shape, or form, as a content creator, you are influencing people. You are an influencer.
You already gave an example when I talked about how cheap a lot of the games were that I was playing at that time, and you were like, "Oh, let me go check Steam and see it." Like, I influenced you to check Steam.
Yeah.
Like, it's something as simple as that.
And then the price of the game influenced me to like. I was like, wait, isn't this a small collab game? Why does it cost $200 to buy the whole DLC thing? But I mean, okay, so like, I want to say my definition of a small VTuber: you're unrecognizable. No one recognizes you amongst the sea of other VTubers. You may have the numbers.
I'm a small VTuber.
I'm a small VTuber too. And hopefully this show will act as a springboard to get more people to come in and want to do something like this.
But I'm very recognizable.
You are very recognizable. They're going to see you and they're going to be like, yeah, he's different.
And they see people, they're gonna go, big boob anime girl, big boob anime girl, big boob anime girl. Oh, a dragon, okay.
Well, it's already at the point where it's like big boob anime girl, guy VTuber.
Oh, guy VTuber.
Oh no, he's not ripped. He's not ripped with muscles, and he doesn't have anime style hair. Yeah,
my issue with the guy VTubers, especially the corpo ones, is they're very stiff. Very stiff.
Okay, so corpo
versus
ones,
like the flowiness that I am.
corpo male VTubers, especially the idol ones, I feel get their viewerships through what is it, parasocial means.
Oh, I can do that too. Yo, what's up, chat? Hey, baby girl, how you doing? Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm missing you.
Let me swap my voice to ASMR version and be like, hey, good morning. Good morning, sweetheart. I made some coffee for you. Yeah, no.
You want me to cook your eggs? You like them scrambled? I can't help it.
Hey there. You want me to pop your yolk?
Oh!
Oh my god. No. And that's sadly the tactic for male VTubers to get in. And it's like, I love the generic
I saw one yesterday. He was like a scarecrow something. He looked terrifying. I was like, that's an awesome model. Like the look of the model. Like I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, and so I from the Twitter post, I then went to go find his Twitch to watch like a few 5 or 10 minutes of it, and I was like, oh yeah, and he's one of those people that actually play the character, and he's the character all the way through, and then he has like this demonic voice with a little bit of like reverb attached to it, and I'm like, all right, this is I like it. I'm like, ooh, like this is so cool, and that's what gets me. Like, there's a snake VTuber that's a complete snake.
Oh yeah,
but their color and pattern of the snake is crazy, and when they move and stuff, like to watch like someone actually doing you can see that the rigger did every single scale in the snake.
Oh yeah,
you can see the glistening of every single scale and how it glistens, and you're like, so much work went involved in that, and that to me. Zippity is a masterpiece from Grayscale. Grayscale made this. This is an artwork masterpiece. That VTuber is an artwork master. That's what all the riggers, all the artists have to, realize. Like, these are your products. This is your masterpiece, and we're bringing them to life. And I love it. And I look at that stuff. So any VTuber out there, like, just to let you know, when you design stuff, like, keep that in mind. Because like someone like me, I look at that stuff. And from that, I'll go straight to the Twitch and I'll watch. If you don't have a Twitch, I go to the YouTube to find you. And I watch. Anybody that adds me that's a VTuber, I do the same thing. I'll watch a couple of their streams because I won't judge them off of one stream. And I'll watch and I'll go, okay. And I'll, if I like them, I'll, follow them as well.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then I jump into their chat every once in a while when they're playing, and they're like, oh my god, I followed you because you're so cute, and I love your emote with the chainsaw, and oh my god, and I'm like, yes, praise me.
So I go by the whole premise of the look of your VTuber might get me to click into your channel, and your personality is gonna get me to stay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So absolutely. So I'm gonna, and this will lead into the next question. I had an unfortunate mishap. I'm not gonna name the VTuber because we don't do that here. But I remember this was before Warhammer 40K Space Marines 2 released. It was like the week of, and that was a huge game on release. I was streaming and I was ending stream, and we just did a deep dive into the battle plan for the game that was going to come out and what the season passes were going to be. And I saw there was a VTuber that happened to be playing one of the older Warhammer games. And I was like, perfect lead in. Let's raid into there. And I raided into there. and immediately was like, oh, hey, thanks for the raid. And they checked my profile, and then they were like, ew, you're a VTuber. And as a VTuber, started to hate on the VTuber community.
Wow.
And I was so taken aback. I was so embarrassed that I put out an apology on Twitter to my community saying that I am sorry. I should have done my research. I got drawn in by the fact that they had a good model, a nice model. They were playing the game that from the franchise that we were just talking about. I was like, why not? A VTuber that enjoys the same game. And we went in there and got slandered. The VTuber community got slandered for about a good solid like 5 minutes. And I was like, okay, this is getting relentless. And I left. I didn't say a word. The only thing I did was I dropped the raid icon when I first got in there with the wave icon, like I normally do. And we got slammed. We got slammed for 5 minutes straight, and it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. It was an embarrassing moment for me as a streamer, not just a VTuber, but as a streamer, to have been suckered into that. And that it was a learning experience, that just because the looks tell you one story doesn't mean that's what's the story going on in stream. So
it's true. I have something similar. I could say 3 incidents. I think one incident everybody always has, especially someone for like us. I had gotten two DMs, which the people basically wrote me going, oh, I loved your model. I went into your stream and you were a guy. Why are you a guy? VTubers are for women. Yabba, 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 yabba. But whatever. Besides that, I did one of those tier lists that people said the smash or pass type of thing. But one of the options in smash and pass is head pat, and another option is hug. I went ahead and did that because I was like, okay, I'm going to be put in head pat or hug because I'm a cute little chibi VTuber. When they got to mine, the streamer, I won't mention them, scolded me. Because they were like, what? Well, you're a little chibi. Like, that's gross. You're not even a human. You know, why would you want to be put in smash or pass? You know, you're not a human. And then, oh my God, like, you're like childlike. That's so gross and blah, blah, blah. Why would you want to be put? And it's like, you also have head pat and hug. And people in chat were like that. But right when they did that, I clicked off, whatever. I guess chat was irritated with that as well. That I went and rewatched because I got a DM from that person apologizing. I went to rewatch, and you can see where eventually they were like, oh, if you're still here, I'm sorry, you know, yada yada. I was you know, but I'll put you in head pat. I'll put you in head pat, you know, well, because the actual chat turned on her. But I never responded, and never again. You know, never again.
She probably lost he or she probably lost quite a few followers that day, because treating people who contribute to your content poorly never goes well.
And then I've had another case where a person that has their own company, they do a trading card game, and they were like, I need content creators. I want content creators to open up, you know, packs and this and that and everything. And please, if you're a content creator, I want people of all different sizes. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have, you know, 1 follower or if you have this many top followers. And so I was like, you know what? Might as well. This would be really fun to do. You know, they're doing like a Pokemon like card game. And then they respond back to me. They go, oh, I'm only looking for people that have 10,000 followers or more. You're too small.
Wow.
And blah, blah. And I was like, okay, cool. I subscribed to them on Facebook, unsubscribed. Their other account, did it. Never. I haven't watched them since. You know, it was someone that I used to watch all the time.
First impressions are, they are worth their weight in gold. If you make
absolutely.
If you make a poor first impression, it's like, okay, see ya, dude. Don't need that toxicity in my community, and I will remove my purity from your toxic cesspool. So it's
and like you said, it's like, you know, you'll get hate on both ends, which I don't know why you would if that's what you were looking for, just specify that.
Yeah.
I know people get mad at that. They're like, oh, like same thing with when Iron Mouse did her, like, Who Wants to Become a VTuber, and it's like you have to already be an established like partner with Twitch.
Yeah.
Like if people are all upset about that, oh, you have to be an established, but it's like at least they put it out there instead of them not letting anybody know and then just not picking any of those people. And people be like, oh, they only picked all the people that were established on Twitch that were partners. This is at least it's already out there. I'd rather that be out in front.
Absolutely.
And you're like, okay, cool.
What was it? The VTuber Academy is what you were talking about?
Yeah. The one that she just had. Yeah.
To be honest, if here's the thing I have with like the people who hate on content because the requirements that are clearly stated exclude other people. Listen. I understand that you're upset by these requirements, but you don't have to watch it. You don't have to watch it. Just move on. Just move on. There's no reason to spread the hate. It's like there's enough hate offline in the world that we don't need it online where people go to escape from the ugliness that's going on out there.
And then using the same thing that I said before with the tier list, I watched one person who did the tier list who was so extremely positive about everyone's design and would like pick through the things they like the best and like actually go through it and talk about what this reminds them of, what they like, blah, blah, blah. And then, they got through my design and everything. They're like, oh, I wish you made plushies of this, blah, blah, blah. But they were so positive that we're working on trying to get a collab together. Like I literally reached out to them, thanked them, they thanked me back, they said how much they liked it. I'm like, let's work on trying to get a collab together, let's try to do something, blah blah. And we're trying to build each other up, trying to build each other's communities up, and maybe even combine the communities so we can have just like, I don't even know how to explain, just a community of VTubers who have the same ideology of just being a good community to help drive everybody further. And it's just how you perceive yourself, like you said, how you do that delivery. Because of her extreme positivity, I was hooked. I was like, okay, cool. Her model, but her personality outweighed the model completely. Like I was like, this is fantastic. And you could tell the model is one of those things that will eventually get redone once the viewership's up and they have the money, and they'll eventually. But it's like, that's what it's about. Like, I don't know. A lot of the clickbaity stuff is.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this out there. I don't know. This doesn't fit into anything that we're talking about right now, but it reminded me. It reminded me of something I wanted to touch base on you about. There's a big VTuber, biggish, not huge. When I first saw your model, I was like, I want to see him collab with this VTuber, and I don't know if you're a fan or not. I figure since you were a fan of Aethel, you might be kind of a fan of hers, not Nanners. Don't. I'm not going there.
Rose Doodle? No, I'm joking. It has no connection.
Rose.
I love Rose.
Rose's streams
I would hang out with Rose.
They're off the hook. They are. I will. Okay, so
Rose and Shine.
Yeah, but how do you feel about Snuffy?
Oh God, how do I explain this? I am demisexual. What that means for anybody that doesn't know is that I don't find people sexually attractive unless I get to know them extremely well. And go, okay, is this person I can see myself with for the rest of my life, blah, blah, blah. And then the attraction eventually starts. And then there's certain key factors that break it. Snuffy's voice breaks that for me. I'm just like, I like her voice. I like her voice.
So
I don't know what it is. I'm like that voice just it gives me like the chills in your spine, but like a good one. You're like, oh, okay. But I don't watch her enough but I would enjoy her content.
So when I first saw your model and then started tuning in, I was like, they need a collab, because she's big into Digimon. Who's that? The Girls of FC, the one that's a bat. It starts with M. M-O-K, Momo. I don't know. But she's huge into Digimon, and I've like written a few things, and then she was like, do you have Digimon collection? I showed her some of my stuff, and she was like, oh my god. And that's another thing. Like, I just recently had a conversation with Aethel, and I just had a message with Giga about a certain art thing that I was working on for her back in the day. But it's like, it's so nice to just, you know, have these people like actually respond to you know, like your stuff and everything. But sorry, you were saying about Snuffy? I think you guys would put together a really good stream, and honestly, I think you guys would become good collab partners. Like, I mean, granted, you would have to be on her stream.
Yeah.
Because you're all ages and Snuffy's very much 18 plus. So I think that you guys would make a good pairing for that type of stuff. And I mean, I'm not shipping, but I'm saying as far as collab partners, you guys would do really well. I always thought that from day one. But and a lot of people
always hangs out with what? Meat, right? She always hangs out with meat.
Yeah.
Todd. Okay.
I could just see it.
The 3 a.m. group. That's right.
Yeah, I could just see it, and I think that would be an awesome collab. And a lot of people have forgotten about Snuffy, which is sad because she's a really good streamer. I remember at one point she was a front runner to join VShojo, and I think that
she was in all that lore at one time.
Yeah, I just think that the collabs went down as the group expanded, and like you got the Heavenlies, you got the Brickies, you got Connor, you got a whole bunch of networking that's expanding beyond the boundaries such as VTuberism. That
what I found weird was this Mouseathon. You would think that they would show up while she's sleeping and just like chit chat and stuff, you know. But it was only a handful of people this go around. It's like, oh,
I know.
Last year you would have a mess of VTubers all in the subathon, you know, while she was sleeping come in. There was I learned about so many VTubers that I didn't even know about because this go around it was like, you know, a handful, maybe under 10.
I believe this subathon was strategically scheduled, and we're seeing Iron Mouse's growth as a self-made businesswoman as well. I mean,
I had my bottle drop.
Oh, no worries. To have a subathon during September, genius. To have a subathon while TwitchCon is going, also genius, because your competition's low. Because most of your competition is at TwitchCon. So, and some people just aren't interested in watching TwitchCon streams, and they are dying for content, but all their streamers are at the con. So, of course, people are gonna tune into your streams. But along with that, the streamers are at the con. So you saw Valine on a lot. You've seen everyone who wasn't at TwitchCon pop into her streams.
Katie was at TwitchCon. Katie was there all the time.
I wouldn't say all the time, but it was a special treat. I love Obi Katie Cat. I really do. In fact,
I did too.
I messaged her at TwitchCon when the very first day when we all got poured on outside and it was raining. And it's funny because everyone was like, oh, I'm so glad TwitchCon left Las Vegas where it's like hot and cold, because everything in Las Vegas, all the buildings have super frigid air conditioning, but once you walk outside, it's blistering hot. So when you get that drastic of a change in temperature, you get sick. You get sick a lot easier. So they're like, oh man, we're so glad we're gonna go to sunny San Diego. I fell for that trap. I was like, ooh, sunny San Diego, where it's like 7 degrees by the coast and it's a nice coastal breeze. And I went to go pick up my badge on the first day and got poured on. Rain galore. And then you see Dan Clancy just jogging by, waving at you, standing in the rain, going, hey guys. Just like, how you doing? Yeah, how you doing? I'm worth $1 billion, but I'm just gonna jog by while you guys sit in the rain. It was kind of weird and off-putting, and I took the time and I texted Katie. I was like, hopefully this rain clears up when you get out, because she's from the UK. UK is typically gloomy. The weather's kind of gloomy a lot. So
I've been there.
Yep. And when you expect to come out to a place like California, specifically San Diego, you expect sunshine. You expect sunshine, very pleasant weather, and to be rained on and poured. Dude, I've been to Anime Expo, and it's true. It's true about all conventions. People stink. People stink. It's like, you all got hotel rooms. Use the showers. Axe body spray does not hide your funk. It adds to it. So now you got wet, stinky people walking through the convention. And I just took the time. I was like, hey, she made a tweet. I sent her a message. I was like, hey, hopefully this clears up. I hope this doesn't ruin your idea of the West Coast. I mean, me being a West Coast native, yeah, I kind of was like, oh, this is a bad look.
That's why we need TwitchCon in Orlando.
Yeah, so that
on the East Coast in the springtime.
I hope
so
I get that meet and greet with Helene.
No, that's hurricane season is like your October, September, November.
Yeah,
October.
That's TwitchCon season.
I know, but they should do a spring one.
They won't, because that's the Europe TwitchCon.
Isn't that summertime?
Well,
isn't the Europe one summer?
Okay, so there's two. There's okay, yeah. So Europe is summer.
They should do East Coast, then Europe, then West Coast.
And they're not going to do 3 TwitchCons.
Hey, I'm just saying, like Transformer cons and stuff like that. They do 3.
Okay, so I went into a great big discussion about this 2 streams ago, where a lot of the bigger streamers were stating that they will never go to TwitchCon ever again. And I read a lot of the comments, and they're like, oh, streamer privilege, they didn't want to go because their hotels weren't comped or their flights weren't comped and stuff like that. And I mean, I kind of get where the community's coming from, because it does look like streamer privilege, but when you look at the platforms such as Twitch, without those big streamers, Twitch makes no money. So why are these streamers having to come out to their convention and draw in the fans to make Twitch money and not have their travel expenses paid for? So
I mean, I guess it's similar to like if you go to like the Comic Cons or like Super Cons or Mega Cons and things like that,
yeah,
where all these comic book like artists and like actors and stuff like that come there as well, and they don't get anything come for them, and they can make, an autograph you have to pay whatever, like $50 for or something like that.
Yeah,
that's where they make all their money.
Yeah.
Don't they do that as TwitchCon as well? Don't you have to pay or no?
No, you could just
okay.
And the thing is you could just walk up to a streamer because there's no special like fast pass lanes where the streamers just walk past the crowds. They're walking in the crowds. So like I could be walking in the crowd and be standing next to Pokimane at the G Fuel or some at the boba stand and be like, oh my god, you're Pokimane. You're Pokimane, can you sign my badge? And more than likely, if you have the pen ready and your badge, she's gonna sign it. It takes all of like a few seconds, and the meet and greets are free. I mean, yeah, you paid the badge to get in, but the streamers don't see that pay. And also, have you ever gone on a big streamer's stream and they have this sub goal on their stream? And it's like sub goal for today, 250, and they're on sub 800 of 250. And you're like, you've more than smashed your sub goal. So
I know Zen used to have it all the time.
Yeah.
The daily sub goal. Yeah.
So now imagine you are making let's say you're a huge streamer and you're pulling 1,000 subs a day. Right? You times that by the sub price and then cut it in half. That's what you're making.
Yeah, 3,000 basically.
So 3,000 a day.
Like imagine, I that's all I need to make in a month in order for me to quit all my jobs.
So you're making you're making 3,000 a day. So
that's all I need to do in a month.
So you figure TwitchCon is 3 days. Plus 1 day for travel and 1 day at the end for travel. So 2 days, so a total of 5 days, right? And let's say you want to like see the actual city. So we'll go 6 days. 6 days without streaming. 6 times 3 is $18,000. You are losing $18,000 to go to TwitchCon and get viewers to go to TwitchCon to see you so that Twitch could get paid.
Yeah, I guess I've not like experienced like that. Like, cause like I said, like I watched Aethel, and Aethel went to TwitchCon and he, streamed it, and he went places afterwards and he streamed it, and it's like, they were still streaming on those days.
Yeah, but he wasn't getting the massive amounts of subs as if he was sitting at home, doing a content stream.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you're basically.
No, but you mean like the huge people, and I understand that.
Yeah. So, and the thing is they're like people, like, let's say someone like Aethel, who by Twitch standards isn't huge, but by VTuber standards is pretty big. So he's like, let's say all his fans, and there were a lot of fans there just based on the number of Bradleys running around.
Bradley boys.
So all those people, let's say they bought a 3-day badge to TwitchCon. That's $300, $300+ for a 3-day badge. All that profit goes to Twitch. Not a single penny of that goes to whoever that fan is supporting.
Yeah, so I think the error is where they're doing their autographs and stuff for free. They could do, which I think would upset people, but they could do like these other cons where you have to pay a base price and wait in line to meet them for like a minute or so, and they sign something.
I think what they should, you're already paying $300 to get into the convention.
That's the same thing for any other convention where they have that for artists and actors,
Let's say Comic-Con, right? Let's go back to the Comic-Con. Let's say Tom Cruise shows up at Comic-Con. Do you think Tom Cruise is paying for that out of his own pocket, or is his agent paying for that out of his own pocket?
Well, that's his agent then, right?
Yeah.
That would be someone like...
Yeah.
Would VShojo, would Gunrun pay for all of them out of their pocket? If any of them came live, because like they did that with Kason.
Yeah.
They paid for her flight, paid for her hotel.
But the thing is that, who makes the money when you go to Comic-Con? It's not like it's not the platform. It's San Diego Comic-Con makes that money because of all the fans coming. TwitchCon is the platform that we all work for. Twitch is
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically,
I see.
Yeah, it's kind of like
that's like when Hasbro has their own con now.
Yeah.
So they try to get rid of they got rid of the Bot Con, which was a Transformer convention, and they did Hasbro Con, where it's all about their stuff, But people they have that, but then people are like, whatever, I'm still going to go to this con, which is like TF Con, which is the unofficial Transformer Con, because you can't have an official one because that's Hasbro Con.
And I'm not saying I'm not gonna go as far as people like the naysayers at TwitchCon saying, "Oh man, they should have caught my thing." Anyway, I get it. What's $300 plus a $500 ticket compared to what you're bringing in for Twitch? I get that, but here's the thing: for us small VTubers, TwitchCon was very much worth it. Because you network. You
got to meet Captain, whatever his name was.
Oh, Captain Kick. That
you say something the other stream.
That freaking okay. That's
not on the show.
That sentiment of all the people who have met the Kick streamers, y'all could stay on Kick. Don't even come over here. We don't want you.
I created a Kick account. I don't use it. I just created one.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I did
it when Zen did it. I was like, oh, okay, I'll create one too. I don't even know about this. What's this Kick? What's this blue sky everyone's talking about? What is this? And I'm like, well, no one uses any of it.
Well, I mean, people use Kick, but the toxicity. Okay, so I put this out there because I'm even though I stream on YouTube here and X, my home is Twitch. All my emotes, all my subs are none of the other two are monetized. It's just, I have the other two platforms just for brand recognition, so that I could just get my name out there. This is the only platform that I'm monetized on. However, when we went to TwitchCon, and I've said this a couple times on my stream, is the Kick guys showed up just to wreak havoc. They're like, oh, this is a Twitch event. We're gonna go and terrorize the heck out of this event. Meanwhile, YouTubers came over. You had Valkyrie over there. You had the whole 100 Thieves crew was over there because they were some of them were participating in a few competitive games, and they were there as guests. They are not guests, but as actual fans of their friends who stream on Twitch, and they were very respectful. They didn't even have their entourage. They didn't even have their own security guards with them and stuff like that. Some people had security guards with them. But for the most part, the VTubers were very humble. They were very gracious about being welcomed into the TwitchCon and stuff like that. Meanwhile, Kick, they just went there to cause havoc. They literally went there to cause havoc. I'm like, some of their antics should have got them arrested, to be honest. You just don't push people onto trolley tracks. It doesn't work that way. But yeah, it's like that experience in itself, that if anything solid came from TwitchCon, it would be like, I would never ever be on that platform. But we're straying way off topic. But like, it's a great place for small VTubers or small streamers to network and stuff like that. But nice. You could tell big and small was very apparent. Like, it's like when people say, oh, those are third world country problems and stuff like that, or first world problems, like, oh man, my caramel macchiato had almond milk instead of oat milk. That's like,
what?
Those are like that's what this has been equated to. And it's big streamer problems versus small streamer problems. We paid the same amount, but also we don't bring in the profits to Twitch, so on and so forth. My solution to this would be like comp them their airline tickets and comp them their hotel. That's a drop in the bucket for what they make you. And,
but then they might try to do the thing where they make them, okay, we'll comp all this stuff, but then you'll have to do like a 45-minute like meet and greet, and we get to charge whatever we want for it.
The meet and greets are free. They're all free.
But they could do that then. Twitch can do that because they'll be like, how do we recuperate for that loss?
No, they're not losing anything. That's the thing. TwitchCon is nothing but profit for Twitch.
Are they making a profit, really? Aren't they still in the negatives?
Well, they're in the negatives as far as the platform is considered, but as far as like TwitchCon is probably where they make all their money back.
Right? They're like, yes.
So they split up the badges. The badges are split into partner exhibitor. Partner exhibitor, which has like all access. Partner, which has no benefits to it, mind you. So for all of you guys striving for partner, your partner badge gets you no extra benefits other than a place to sit down and relax. They have a partner lounge that's partner exclusive where you could sit down and rest your feet. Good job, Twitch. Affiliates, which me and you are, and then you got the community.
Okay.
Everyone pays the same price for their badges. I pay the same amount that a partner pays for their badge, and partners pay as much as a community member pays for and community is just a fancy way of saying fans, the viewers. So they're making money off of the viewers who are already shelling out for subs, and they're gonna go ahead and pay $300. Like, they're not making money off of Twitch through subs and ads and stuff. They're subbing. They're already spending money, and then they're paying $300 on top of that to meet their favorite streamer or attend an event at TwitchCon that they want to be at.
I think that's what I like about VTuber. VTuber is now, they've compiled a list of all these different conventions, and now they're going to all these different conventions, introducing the VTubers into those conventions. Like WeebCon now has conventions, and Offkai is a VTuber convention, but still, it's like it's good. We need more of that. We need more of that to where it's normalized, so where the VTubers are all over the place. Like in Miami, we have SuperCon. SuperCon is like the Comic-Con. But we need VTubers here. We don't have that yet. We need VTubers at SuperCon. We need in Orlando, their Comic-Con, like SuperCon, is called MegaCon. We need VTubers there. Like, they're huge. These are massive conventions.
Yeah.
And it's like I want to see that. I want to see when they have WeebCom and you have all these different streamers at WeebCom, Texas. I want to see that at SuperCon. I want to see that in MegaCon. Like, it'll be so nice to have that.
It would be great for the VTuber community. However, we've already gotten some pushback from the anime expos and so on and so forth, because people love VTubers. They love VTubers, and when their favorites are there and they have meet and greets at let's say the HoloLive booth, and Gargura is on the big screen, there's a line that snakes all the way around just for that meet and greet. And the Anime Expo is for anime. So a lot of the artists are people didn't even notice my booth was there because the line for the VTuber was snaked around in front of my booth. And
but do you not consider Iron Mouse has a bunch of short animes. I mean, a lot of VTuber lores are short animes. There's animes. It may not be
by
TV shows by these big corporations.
Okay, so as a weeb, going back to my roots as a weeb, anime is defined as animation created in Japan.
Yeah, but isn't anime definition is just Japanese cartoon?
It's Japanese, made in Japan.
It's cartoon, yeah.
So
Hololive and all their little animated episodes and all that stuff. Like
anime is like produced video. So like basically off of a source. Anime comes from a source, like whether it be manga, doujinshi, or whatever, hentai, whatever it is, made into a cartoon. And so then
Hololive streamers made into a cartoon would be an anime.
No.
Why not?
You're stretching.
That's what if it was a TV series that was 22 minutes long episodes, anime, and there was 12 of them.
Anime, and there isn't. That's the thing. So
I want to make one.
You do, but you're making it, so it's not anime.
Why?
Because you're making it. It's not produced from Japan.
I can identify as being Japan.
Yeah, they don't play that game in Japan. Okay, we're gonna swim into treacherous waters there.
I know. I saw it. I was like, oop.
But by definition, it's the whole reason why people who identified Avatar: The Last Airbender as anime. It is not anime, and was not. Yeah, it's quote unquote Western anime, which is quote unquote a cartoon. So
the Iron Mouse video that she had with that was made by
anime style. But
it was made by the animation company that makes Dragon Ball. They made it for it was only 6 minutes long, but
would that 1 6 minute long video
it cost her what, $250,000?
Understood. And I'm one of the biggest Iron Man supporters. Would that 1 6 minute video justify having a booth versus having a bigger booth for MAPPA? Or having a bigger booth for Viz Video that's re-releasing a whole lot of the classic animes remade, or so on and so forth. Or perhaps someone who's selling the anime figures is now being moved aside by G Fuel, who's showcasing VTubers on their thing. It's like, we need more VTuber specific things.
More off guys.
Yeah, we don't need to have to fight for space at a it's like okay, me and you put on red Star Trek costumes for 2 streams. Does that mean we get a spot at the Star Trek convention? No, absolutely not. I will get like a Klingon saber wedged into my back if that were the case.
I never watched Star Trek. So I watched the movies that recently came out, like one of them.
Well, then let's say me and you walk on.
The guy from Heroes was Spock.
Well, let's go even more basic. Me and you show up on stream with lightsabers, or like 3 streams. We don't deserve a spot at the Star Wars convention. Now, we deserve our own convention. We shouldn't fight for the scraps at another convention. We should have our own convention. Now, TwitchCon, different story. We make up the majority.
That was like when they did the VShojo application. It was like, what is so big project that you would like to work on and stuff like that? I said that I would like to create a VTuber convention, Like, I think there needs to be more. So I wanted to actually make one. Like, I think it would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we need more. And then if you have someone like VShojo, maybe VShojo would work with like Hololive or other people and other organizations, and they would all go, well, this is what they would like or need or this or that, blah, blah. And then everyone works together to create a cohesive, like,
VShojo would be able to work with Hololive. No one would work with Niji-Sanji. For one, Hololive and Niji-Sanji's are direct competitors.
There's a lot more organization than just those.
I know, but they're the big money. That's where the big money is. You need big money to make a convention. So VShojo would work with Hololive, and probably that would be good.
And Hololive has their own convention too.
Yeah. So basically, Hololive looks at all the other companies and goes, we don't need you.
It's true.
I mean, and it's sad. It's sad that it's basically like internet companies, man.
You can just imagine like a VShojo con, and then you go to like the food area, and then you have like little Kaiser's Pizza. You got Giga's Glizzies.
Okay, don't get me
Zin's Ramen.
Don't get me started on convention food. Dear God.
I heard. Yeah, and we charge an easy, simple price of like $22 for a hot dog.
I want to live in your world.
Then you pay $22 for a hot dog?
It's like let me traverse the apothecary portal back to your world where this is all possible. Yeah, unfortunately, we live in a world of profits and propaganda and all that good stuff, and I'm paying $30 for a hot dog and tater tots.
It's so crazy. I couldn't believe that when you said that.
Yeah, and the sad part is, I bought it for the stream content, and my stream died, and I was like, I hate this.
You can't even write it up on your taxes. Oh no!
I'm not big enough for any of it. I mean, I wish I could just write up my computer on my taxes as an expenditure, but I don't even make enough off Twitch to make a W-2 form.
Nope.
What is it? You had to reach a bare minimum of $50 to receive a payout from Twitch. I think
haven't done that yet.
I think my gift subs that I've subbed out to like people that frequent my things, my streams, equal more than what I've made from Twitch. I've lost money streaming, but for me, honestly, I mean, I will put out money for content and stuff like that. I will go into the red just a bit, not a lot. I'm not gonna dive in. This is something that I enjoy. I stream because I like it. So I believe you're the same way. You enjoy streaming. Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna spend your life savings on it, but neither am I. We're responsible adults, kinda, sorta.
Oh no, we are. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix. I'm like, why am I slowly moving to the right? And
how do you have stick drift on OBS?
Yeah, dude, my mouse was drifting for some reason. I was like, what? Why not?
Unplug it and plug it back in quick.
I was like, whoa.
I swear I did not push the button for the wrap it up thing. There's not an invisible hook pulling you off stage. All right, let's get back. I mean, honestly, I sectioned out like a 6-hour plus section of my day where I made time for this one because I know both me and you are yappers. But let's get back on task a little bit. I went on a tangent about TwitchCon simply for the fact that I enjoyed it, and seeing so many people say they hated it and will never go back kind of is discouraging because a lot of these people were friends of VTubers, and I did not like that because a lot of the VTubers had positive things to say about it, minus the blurt party. We're not talking about the blurt party here.
Yeah, well, for me, it's like if more cons come to the southeast or come to even the east, like, you know, the Florida or whatever, I'll go. I have no problem going. But to fly out to all the way to California, I'm like, is that worth it? Like, even how you said it, is it really worth it for someone that's like,
no,
I don't know.
Expensive. It's expensive.
Yeah. Especially California.
Like, I didn't even have to travel that far to get to TwitchCon, and it cost me a lot. It cost me a lot. And I even did public transportation, which, if you ever do come out here, $250 gets you to TwitchCon no matter where you are in the city.
The trolley,
dude. It's the way to go. Granted, if you leave TwitchCon late, you might run into a homeless person sleeping on that trolley. But that's okay. They're there to sleep. Just let them. Just go sit somewhere else. But let's move along. We okay. So we went over some stories that you went through as Duda on stream.
You came back from the break. You're like, we're only a quarter of a way through, and it's like 5 hours later.
Yeah, we moved to the halfway point.
I'll have to speed run this.
Well, at least like a good chunk of it are the hot seat rapid fire questions that I warned you about.
I didn't really look at them.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's funny that I put one that we've spent hours talking about. I put one of those questions in the hot seat one, so you're only gonna get a few seconds to answer it. Let me see here. So, tell how many some story experience Duda the streamer has had. Okay, so as a streamer. Not as a VTuber, but as a streamer, what experience have you had that you have had that directly influenced how you stream? Like, everyone started off streaming one way, but then what experience have you had that just maybe changed the way you approach things on stream?
Well, I think the same thing goes with, like I said earlier, where it's like I started off as a character playing a role, and then realizing people prefer to know the person behind the VTuber, and so I changed that. As I've also said, progressing as I get better and better equipment, I've now attached my drawing tablet to the computer and I'm able to now have the programs to do more drawing streams. Now I attached my keyboard and other instruments, so now and music programs, so now I'm able to do that. And it's just it's always a growing experience. As like myself and my direction of things, again, it comes with, you know, asking. You know, it's like, hey, what can I do to do better? Like I said, with the individual that I asked before, another streamer.
Yeah.
And they gave me what they felt, and, you know, I've slowly corrected it. Other than that, I don't really see much else. It's just, I think a lot of things is hidden behind finances. And if I had the finances, I could do more. Which is, I think that's for everybody.
Yeah, that's everyone. Like, you don't even have to be a streamer. You could be like, I'm a landscaper. If I had more money, I could get better tools. I mean, money is unfortunately what drives the planet these days. But for me, I'm gonna only give one tip. When I first started streaming, I kept my eye on the viewer count constantly, and it affected the way that I streamed. You have a different energy when you know there are people in chat watching you, whether they're lurking or whether they're chatting. You have a different energy, and when you look at it and you see that you have that goose egg in there, you tend to put less effort in. And it's true. It's involuntary. It's not like you're like, 0. I'm not going to do crap today. No. You go in there with good intentions. I'm going to put out a stream. I'm going to put out good content. But the energy's just not there because in the back of your head, you know you're sitting on that goose egg, and you're just like you're waiting for that 0 to turn into a 1, and it's like, gosh, so finally someone's watching. So that's an experience that because we all start off with those 0 streams. And
yes, so I had the very similar thing too, where every time I saw the number go up, I would do my introduction and everything like that. But eventually, when I got rid of the counter, I realized that my streams, just say like, oh, you got 20 people in chat watching you.
Yep.
But give me like 3 days later, my VOD has 450 views.
Yep.
So now I'm like, I have to keep it up because of this VOD, because my VOD is getting more traction, which a lot of people go, well, if your VOD's doing so well, why don't you start doing YouTube and just posting your VODs up, which is something I'll get to. I don't have the time really right now. Yeah. So it's like, that's what I got to realize. Everyone's always watching me. You know, if I had 450 people watching my VODs on average, then I need to keep going. Do I have 450 followers? No, but I have all these people watching me. And again, I have a viewer that is a big VTuber, but they don't follow me. But if you look at my analytics and it says my 3rd most watched viewer, it's a big VTuber. Yeah. So they're watching my VODs. Yep. And I know they're watching my VODs, you know, so.
Did you turn off your viewer count?
Oh yeah. No, well, my viewer count isn't on OBS, and so what I did was my OBS is my main thing. So I don't watch the other one that tracks everything.
Yeah, the stream manager.
Yeah. I don't watch that. I watch the OBS.
Okay, so this is what you do. You could, because stream manager is very useful in case you have to block VODs, bots and stuff.
I can do that with OBS as well.
Oh, okay. So I have Stream Manager on simply for the fact there's a lot of tools on there that I use. If you just click where on the viewer count and you click on it, it turns it into a line instead of a count.
So same thing with like the bandwidth. If you click on the bandwidth, it'll turn into a line.
So as soon as I start stream, I turn that thing off. And as far as I know, I have 500 viewers.
Ooh, hi, 500 viewers. It's me.
I know it. So, definitely, that's something that I changed over time because I realized through time that my content would get better if I didn't know how many viewers were on there. So
that's also a lot of reason why like I haven't done YouTube videos and VODs and stuff like that yet, is because I know my content's only going to get better, and then once I'm ready to do it, I know I should have libraried everything, but once I know I'm ready to do it, my content will be at the level that I want it to be at to start doing it. Where I still don't feel like I'm there just yet, but I'm almost there.
It's never too soon to start archiving your VODs, man. Because to be honest, as you become more popular, your older VODs are also going to become more popular because people are going to want to know where you came from. Like, wow, like people are going to see you and they're going to be like, where did this guy come from? And then they're going to look back and they're going to be like, wow, he really rose from the ashes. And he was just, he did this little tiny talk show that he sliced and diced. This is the VOD where this came from or whatever. It's like, you never know. Or like, let's say.
Whoa, this is the new Niji Sanji talent? Oh my God.
Oh my God. You know, if you became a Niji Sanji talent, you wouldn't be able to like collab on here or something or something like that.
If I became a Niji Sanji talent, I would do it for that year contract. The month before it's over, they would give a whatever it is, a graduation thingy, and I was like, yeah guys, I'm graduating, blah, blah, but let's all hang out and watch some videos. And randomly through all the videos, one of my old videos would pop up as a zip video. I'd be like, oh, that guy was really funny. Oh. And then that day would be the first time Zippity responds in over like almost a year. And he responds on Twitter and everyone's going to be like, that's his old account. And boom, they would all move over to there.
No.
I just watched Giga's stream the other day and she was like, the smart move for people to do now is just to join, to finish off that contract and go back to their old account because they're going to bring a whole bunch more people than they would if they were just a regular streamer.
I would do that if I had confidence that Niji wouldn't sue me for slander or whatever, or defamation of the company, because they do that. It's like you leave and you're like, you gotta give a reason for leaving or whatever, and they're like, oh, we didn't like how you phrased that. It brings down it demoralizes the livers that we still have under contract and blah 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 blah. And they could pretty much form their own narrative, have another one of those black streams where Vox Akuma and whatever is gonna sit there and be like, yeah, he was really toxic when he was here, blah 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 blah. And the Vox fans and the Eloria Pandoras are gonna be like, yeah, Duda probably was like that when he was over there, and it's like, you gotta live with that crap, and it's like, I don't want to put up with that. I mean,
really? I mean, look at Doki Bird.
Yeah, but the thing is that no one believed them. That's the thing. It's like,
true.
Yeah, look at Doki Bird. She also spent how long in the hospital after a game over event? It's not something that, and especially for me who works in the mental health.
Well, then you can just take Pamu too. I mean, look at Pamu when she left. Boom.
Yeah, but do you know how many tears that girl shed on stream?
I mean, everyone's going to do that because they're sad, but everything's for the better in the end.
Yeah, it's just
nowadays everything's for the. But that's what they're saying. They're just saying that, like, you do it, you last that 1 year. After that 1 year, you leave, and you end up with more people than you most likely would have.
And
just by yourself.
And lasting mental health PTSD.
It depends on how strong you are. I mean, someone like me who's been through tons of different stuff, none of that stuff's gonna faze me.
Well, even if you gain an immunity to it, it's kind of like self-inflicted pain, unnecessary, self-inflicted. I don't know. I don't see it as pain. I think if you go in already knowing, like, who was I? I forgot who it was. Was it Quinn or someone? Someone went in knowing, they said, this is a short thing that I'm going to do for this amount of time, and then I'm peacing out. Well, and they said it from the get-go. Quinn's a unique situation where he is actually finding more success as a face tuber now than as a VTuber. And that's not what I want to be. I don't want to go back to being a face tuber. I don't care if I'm making like a ton of money. I don't want to be a face tuber.
Well, that's happening to a lot of the any guy VTubers that become a face tuber, right? Like Athel's getting a lot more success now than.
Yeah, but he did that after, like, that's girlfriend driven. Come on now, that's all girlfriend driven. It's like that's not he was forced out of a group or whatever. I mean, Quinn wasn't forced out of a group. He just left because he was fed up with it. So like I said, me and you come from different backgrounds. I'm a mental health guy, and I know that mental health builds up, and it can lead to emotional breakdown, and I don't want to have to put myself through that.
Because you know yourself. Yeah, whereas someone like me, I look at it as a game and a strategy, and I'm like, let's go for it. Yeah. You know, like, to me, it's just a challenge to have fun, and it's going to be like, what can I get from this and manipulate from the situation that would advance me further on along? You know?
Probably not a plan that you should probably put out there in public.
What? I'm never gonna do it.
People are like, we thought he was just a cute chibi dragon, and now he's a shrewd businessman willing to sell out to make it big. Let's move on.
It's not selling out. It's a strategic plan. No, but I wouldn't do it because that's not what I'm here for. I have my own things I want to do, my own stuff. Like how we talked earlier, when you join that type of corporation, you can only stream with these people, collab with this amount of people, play only these video games, or only do this kind of content. Like, I'm not that type of person. I want to have that freedom.
Like, don't get me wrong, I would absolutely take a contract with like a Phase Connect. Or let me see, Idle Corpse gone. I don't know. And VTuber is a friend group pretty much, so the chances of either of us getting in there probably not high.
Isn't that the same thing as like 3 a.m.? They're also a friend group, you know?
Yeah. So and HoloLive, whoa, yeah. That's a whole process right there. That's a change in lifestyle. Probably VShoujo would probably be the best spot, and leaving.
I think that goes for a lot of people. A lot of people would prefer to do VShoujo than a lot of other places.
And VShoujo is. Let me take a sip of my Riri coffee really quick.
Delicious Riri coffee.
VShoujo honestly is not a group that you would just join and leave. It's like, I think the benefits are so good there, and
I couldn't for the pure fact of, as you've heard my top 5 and knowing that the majority are from there, the amount of respect I have for them, and the fact that, not that I owe, any of them anything, but it's what Iron Mouse did for Validia is something that I don't know how to ever thank her for, besides just saying thank you, but that I don't ever feel will be enough.
Yeah.
That would be my reason to talk to Iron Mouse. I would just thank her for that. But like I said, I would love to be if I were to be in VShoujo, it would just purely be to like thank and assist and show respect, and I would want to try to help as much as I possibly could. And like I said, I have these big projects, and what could I do to help bring a lot of these to life? Or if other people have projects, what can I do to assist to bring your other projects to life?
Awesome. That's what I like to hear. That's the goal that I would absolutely love to have. All right, really quick. These we're gonna lead right into the hot seat questions. These are not hot seat questions, but we'll treat them as such. Future projects, games you're waiting for, collabs you want to set up, conventions. You said you want to go to conventions. There are conventions on the Eastern Seaboard that you can attend, so maybe if you want to meet people or just announce those, and meet and greets possibly, because you could have a meet and greet outside of a convention. Any plans for future projects?
For future projects plans, like I said, I'm going to start doing music streams soon. Everything is just going to be idled until the new year. Once the new year starts, then I'll actually expand more. I want to actually get myself out on TikTok. I want to get myself out on YouTube. So I'm going to have to learn how to do all of that stuff. I'm slowly teaching myself that now. But bigger projects is definitely like getting that music stuff done, where I write my own songs and do covers as well, and I have people do music videos. other projects is depending on follower goals. So once I reach a certain amount of followers, I want to go ahead and do a bunch of art streams where I'll do a like animated emo contest, and the top winners will get $200 each. Pick 5 winners, so that's $1,000. Stuff like that. Other art contests as well, and then eventually I want it to evolve from there. Like I said, it just depends. I have stuff as crazy as like if I could ever get to 100,000 followers, I will do an IRL skydiving stream.
Nice.
So if when that ever happens, we'll see. A lot of stuff just relies on finance, and finance takes time.
Any conventions you plan on going to on the eastern side? I know traveling over to the west is not on your docket, but anything on the eastern seaboard that you plan on going to?
Nothing really at all, to be honest. I'll see when it gets closer to those times. I would like to do TwitchCon next year, but it just depends on where I'm at streaming wise. If I'm at the current level that I'm at now, no, I can't financially really do that. But if I'm where I want to be by next year, which is, I have a goal by the end of the year to try to reach 200, 250 at most followers. And then by next year, I want to get to 1,000. Yes, for a lot of people, those are small goals, but those are ones that while working 2 jobs, a government job and a logistics job, and every once in a while grabbing a 3rd job is what I think could be possibly obtainable and manageable. So that's why I'm trying to be more realistic.
How about we meet halfway, and I'll meet you at Offkai.
Where's Offkai? Is that north?
That's Texas.
Oh, I thought Texas was WeebCon.
No, I think Offkai is in Texas. Hold on, let me double check.
I thought Offkai was like in north. Maybe not. I thought it was like Chicago, but I could be wrong. I probably am. I don't know. I don't pay attention.
I'm checking.
But I'm like, I'm not going. I'm not paying attention.
I'm checking right now. Offkai Expo is. Oh, never mind. Wait, that's in California. Never mind. For some reason, I thought it was in Texas. Okay, WeebCon's you're right. WeebCon's in Texas. I'll be going to Offkai next year then.
Maybe I would do WeebCon. Like I said, I used to work at the Gaylord Palms, so I might have a discount for myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on Anime Expo, to be honest. Simply for the pushback that they've been getting, I'm kind of gonna just pass on that, hard pass.
Well, do we know if anything has come to fruition or not yet?
I just don't want to have those. I don't want to come in contact with like people out there that are like, you guys need to get the hell out of here. I mean, it's just that's just something that if it can be avoided, I will avoid it. Not to mention, a lot of streamers did not enjoy Anime Expo. A lot of the VTubers did not enjoy it. So, I mean, like listening to, I think it was Numi. No, it was Yuzu that was talking about Anime Expo, and it really almost turned her off of conventions altogether. And luckily they had a good reception for TwitchCon, so that's always good.
That's true. Those are the VTubers that are, actually going to those conventions. I think once you get to a certain level, doing IRL meet and greets is cool, but stuff like how like Mouse and Zen do, where they're there, but they're not there in person, I think that's more ideal,
Yeah. I don't
just to do the meet and greets.
You gotta be put out the numbers to get those. To get TV time for that. But I think, like Bao and them, they kind of show up as a group and stuff like that.
But they're also the hybrid where they're face and VTuber now. They're not really just the solid VTuber.
Yeah.
We're like. Maid Mint went, but you don't know that she, you knew she was there, but you don't know, like.
Oh yeah. Let me see. Bao is very much a hybrid.
Oh yeah.
But like Yuzu,
Tricky, Bao, Yuzu, Numi, they're all hybrids.
Okay, so Yuzu, Numi, I would not put in the hybrid. I wouldn't.
I would, because they've been on too many other people's streams as themselves. Like when you go to like Gary and they're all there.
Their streams, where are they primarily as?
Oh yeah, they're primarily as VTubers,
Yeah.
but I still think you've already put yourself out there.
Well,
like you're not hidden.
It's not. I disagree. I disagree because, yeah, it's. That's like saying just because you can't just rip someone from being like a dedicated VTuber and saying you're a hybrid, because you can't be a hybrid and a dedicated VTuber at the same time.
Yeah, but it isn't like the hardcore like fan base and stuff like that. Like that, the minute you do a face reveal, then you're done.
No.
Like they're like,
no,
wasn't that their problem with like Aethel when he first did it?
No, okay. So it's
and then they were like, well, he's trying to be more like K-San, and they were like, but
that's an antiquated notion, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, that's because like if that were the case, then I would say like Matara would be a hybrid. And she's not.
I didn't include her when I included her main.
Huh?
I know.
Yeah, but she's not. I mean, she still has streams of her as a face tuber still up.
That's true on in YouTube. The same thing with I guess same thing with Mori Calliope.
Yeah. So with that being said, the veil has been pulled back. Blah 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 blah. They're not dedicated VTubers. And they are. I
do think they're dedicated. I just feel like they're not, get put into a different subgroup.
Not everything needs to be sorted. Not everything needs to be sorted.
You should see my desktop. It's like everything is in folders and tiny folders and other subfolders and folders.
Yeah, I mean. We're in America, dude. We're done with segregation. We're just a big happy VTuber family. Now, okay, so let's say Onigiri, hybrid VTuber. Definitely a hybrid VTuber because she is in equal parts.
Do you feel it's equal parts?
What, FaceTuber and VTuber? Absolutely.
Because I feel like I've seen her more as face than I do as.
No. For one, the number one thing, kind of like Superman, kind of like Batman. You keep the identity fully hidden, as in wearing a mask. Then you are still hidden. However, hybrid means IRL mixed with all that, and
IRL would just mainly be like K-San then.
Yeah, so like
would be a mix.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say what Onigiri. The reason why I would put her as a hybrid. What is Onigiri's brand? It's
a cooking stream.
She's a cooking VTuber. So as far as when she streams and she's cooking, the majority of the time she's as a VTuber. The majority of the time she's as a VTuber. Now, when she's doing other things like walking the streets of Japan, very hard to do VTuber stuff, but she still maintains her facial cover.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
and stuff like that.
So you're counting face is more valued than the body.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And not to mention, I mean, would I be considered a hybrid VTuber? I took down all my past content, but I did post the meet and greet pictures.
No, I understand what you mean. Your definition is more like you said, how like Aethel is now. Yeah.
Aethel's very much like leaning
a hybrid.
Yeah. In fact, he does more IRL stuff like overall now. Like even with his past numbers as a VTuber, he's starting to very much so tilt the other way. And even Nanners is going that way too. So, but
he's gone. Wait, I'm gone.
No, yeah, you just.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
I'm back. Wow, that portal ride was crazy.
You know, you need to quit playing with the portal. I see that tail wagging around there.
Oh, sorry, I sneezed. I'm allergic to portals. I'm joking.
But yeah. I mean, I think the overclassification of us. I mean, we're already separated into big, small, tiny, minuscule. Oh my God, I hate when they do that.
I saw that chart. I saw that chart with the CCVs.
I hate that chart.
A tiny. VTuber is 75 to whatever it was, 100 or 300, and then a medium size was 300 to 1,000, and then once you get 1,000 CCVs, then you're considered a large VTuber. But the ones that have over 2,000 whatever, they're considered large VTubers. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of categories.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the biggest news influencer falls into like a small VTuber category. I hate that metric. That metric is so skewed. CCVs is only good for getting partner. That's it. And right now they're caring less and less about I mean, you saw the thing. Raids count now towards your CCVs.
That's because they want more people
to be partnered.
To be partners because they can make more money. Well, they can push them more to make more money.
Well, yeah, push
and keep them around.
Push people more. I still have yet to see
the talent.
Yeah, I've yet to see a VTuber grace the front page of Twitch so far.
Iron Mouse did right when she broke the record. When they broke the record, they put her on the front page.
She got front page? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they got front. She got front page the moment she broke the record.
I thought they just posted a tweet, and I was getting pissed.
No,
because
they put her front page for the rest of that time.
Nice.
For that day. So it was like, I don't know.
So there you go.
Hours.
There you go, guys. All you need to do to get front page is to have the most subs ever. Definitely not a hard thing to do. Just go to sleep on stream and have someone cover for you. Maybe put some rubber duckies in the pool.
What? She did a lot of hard work.
I know. That's sarcasm.
I know. What was it? It was I mean, I don't know what the front page really is, because when I log into Twitch, like say on my computer, my laptop, or my phone, I have VTubers all up on that. And I don't know if that's like, maybe since I'm already signed in, it's like what you would like versus what the actual front page is.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, it's more like the catered towards me.
The carousel, when you're already signed in, is already your algorithm. So
okay.
Yeah. But like the front page of Twitch, like honestly, when they even promoted Miss Lala to Twitch ambassador, it didn't even make the front page. It was horrible.
Wow. See, I might get a toggle where I get like fake boobas and like a bikini with a little pool around me.
Do the Henya thing. Do the Henya thing.
Melons.
Yeah.
I said I'll get pineapples. I'm like, why does it hurt so much?
Oh no! Or what other spiny like
or durian? You'd be like, man, it smells for some reason.
I'm gonna get some uni. I'm gonna get some like sea urchins and put them in there.
Right.
Oh man. So how about just like, you ever just want to be like, hey, if any of you are in this area of Florida, I'll do a meet and greet in the parking lot of this place or at the mall.
Yeah, eventually. I think when I get to a certain level, I think my level now, I have a lot of people, like I said, but whether they were close friends or people from all around the world, because there's a lot of people from around the world, it's going to be very hard to do. I mean, I've already said it on your stream. Like, I'm going to Disney World on the 15th, 16th, and 17th of the Magic Kingdom.
Yeah, just find me amongst the mass of people. You know what?
Yeah. Good luck.
You know what you should do? Just be like, I will be in front of the firehouse from this time to this time, and I will travel north. You have this amount of time to find me.
I don't think I'm big enough for that. I don't think I have the amount of. I think I'm gonna have to wait until I get like maybe 1,000 people.
If I lived near you, I would just do it for the hell of it. I'd have like a Nerf gun on me and just peg you with it.
Well, if you go to WeebCon, maybe.
Well, WeebCon, my friend, we're gonna hit the town. I think that's in Austin. Is it in Austin? I'm not sure.
All I know is that I'm gonna have to probably we're gonna have to get in the car, drive down, find a level 1 boar, make him join us.
Boar won't join. Thank you.
Come on, boar, let's go.
Stream is going great. I hope you guys are enjoying meeting Zippity Doodah, the cute chibi dragon, also known as the very, very savage business dragon.
I'm not savage.
Cutthroat.
I'm not savage at all. That's why I got my chainsaw.
Dude,
that's gonna be a toggle. I gotta make that a toggle.
You need to make a sound effect and just have it ready to go.
Yeah.
Like program a sound effect to go into Discord and then just have a audio source for just Discord that you could just launch those like crazy.
It would be so fun.
Oh man. So I mean, yeah, meet and greets. I think meet and greets could happen whenever, wherever. It doesn't matter how many, because like, to be honest, I wouldn't have known that I had fans at TwitchCon.
Were they friends of pre-Johnny, or are they friends of Johnny?
No, they're friends of VTuber Johnny. I met two.
Whoa,
I met two, and the only reason why I knew where they were was because I posted that I was going to be at TwitchCon, and if you're going to be there, love to meet up. And I got little DMs on X.
Nice.
I struggle calling it X, man. I still call it Twitter.
Me too.
So yeah, they're like, hey, where are you at? And honestly, I almost missed those tweets because I was just like busy doing 1,000,001 things. One of the bonus things about going to TwitchCon, if you do happen to save up money and you're looking to upgrade your stuff when you go to TwitchCon, everything's like 50% off. Like,
I want to get one of those IRL book bags.
just get in tight with Gunrun.
That's what I want to do. I'm like, hey, Gunrun, give me a book bag.
Oh,
I want to go skydiving, bro.
That's another bonus to being.
Let's test it.
That's a bonus for partner. Is that when you go to TwitchCon and you're a partner, they provide you with an IRL backpack to use at TwitchCon.
Oh, nice.
So definitely a plus. Let's move on to the much anticipated hot seat rapid fire questions.
Oh, is it about my Oshi? Oh.
All right. We're going to set the ground rules for the Oshi rule. Who is your favorite? And not who you buy merch from, not who you support financially. Favorite. Right? Ready?
I don't know. Favorite.
So the hot seat questions. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 hot seat questions.
My favorite.
All right. So we got 5 hot seat questions, and I'm stalling to give you some time to think about it.
No, I got it.
Let me count this very slowly. 1,
I'm just goofing it off. I'm goofing off.
3, 4. Okay, we got 4. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes get these.
To think about it?
No, for 4 questions. 4 questions, 5 minutes. And I have a timer in front of me. All right.
My Oshi would be Booby.
Ready?
Booby's my Oshi.
Ooh, ready? You're stop cheating.
Go.
Ready? Set. Go. Top 2 Oshis.
Booby and Zen's chat. I'm joking. Yeah, no, actually, they're the best. But it would be Henya. I would say I would watch Henya. I would watch Henya. Yeah, Henya. I would stop watching other people to watch Henya. And then other than that, Giga when she's not doing GTA.
Got it. Next question. Top 2 game series you enjoy playing.
Surprisingly, before would be Monster Hunter. I didn't play it before stream, and I'm glad that actual chatters told me about it. It's probably my favorite game. Mm-hmm. So the Monster Hunter franchise. The second franchise, I really liked Ni no Kuni, the original one.
Nice choices.
Ni no Kuni, the original one, I really enjoyed it. I thought the Studio Ghibli animation style of it was really nice.
Okay, next question. Including the past, the present, and the future, pick a side, Twitch versus YouTube.
I'm just Twitch right now, so I'm gonna stay with Twitch.
So in the future, you're gonna stay with Twitch.
I think YouTube, you would have to break the algorithm. Well, in the future, I mean, you just gave me Twitch and YouTube. You didn't give me Kick, so. I'm joking.
We do not recognize
Rumble
Kick
or
on
Blue
the stream.
But no. In the future, definitely going to be trying. I want to try YouTube, but I also want to go into, and I want to write Merriweather, and maybe he'll respond back about Bibbly.
Okay, let's rephrase the question. I'm going to pause the timer for now.
Twitch.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase the question. Including your past experience and your current experience and the possibility of the future, where do you want to end up? Being a Twitch streamer or a YouTube streamer? Continuing.
Dual.
Yeah, but when you duel, you're gonna have to pick which one you're gonna have your main fandom at.
Do I have to?
That's the question.
I guess Twitch. Then I don't know. I have to break through the algorithm of YouTube, and a lot of bigger streamers I watch can't do that really well right now. They're still doing better on Twitch than they did on YouTube, so I'm gonna say Twitch.
Okay, moving on. Top 3 pieces of advice you could give to anyone aspiring to be a VTuber.
That we haven't even talked about yet, because looking at the counter is always important. But top 3 advice. Definitely test your streams a bunch of times, realize what is wrong and try to fix it. It is destroying me right now, having the bad internet router and modem, as well as if you're in it for trying to get super big and popular and stuff like that, don't do it, because it's going to be ridiculously hard. If you're doing this as a hobby, do it. Make sure that you network. And by networking, I mean build friendships. I mean build honest friendships with people that you can collab with and stuff like that. That is what I mean. Not networking as in, oh, what kind of CCV this person has. Let me go on their stream and not really care about them or their community. No, that's no good. You need to build friendships, long-lasting friendships, because you'll build each other up. Look what Zen does with all her friends. Example, beautiful. Because once you build that up, then you can build each other up.
Awesome answers, man. I'm gonna add 2 minutes to your clock, and I'm gonna try and answer your hot seat questions also. Top 2 Oshis. We got Riri and we got Henya. Henya being the Kami Oshi and Riri being the Oshi. Top 2 game series you enjoy playing: Dragon Age, the franchise, and Mass Effect, the franchise. Twitch versus YouTube, pick a side. Unfortunately, Twitch, even though Twitch has proven to hate us VTubers. Top 3 pieces of advice you can give to anyone aspiring to be a VTuber. Number 1, turn off your viewer counter. Number 2, what are we gonna go here at the year? What are we gonna go with here? Be good to your mods. Be good to your mods. Your mods will take care of you. Your mods will protect. Your mods will protect you. Your mods will keep you safe. As you seen, Duda, you mentioned someone getting uncomfortably close. My mods try to take care of you. So, number 3. Don't
listen uncomfortably.
Number 3. Don't close any doors. Don't close any doors before you've thoroughly looked at all the possibilities, because you never know. I started off wanting to be a news VTuber, and here I am being a talk show host. And I find that being able to have good conversation with great guests is a lot easier than trying to dig up news and report on it before someone else gets the scoop on you. So never close your doors, never get yourself locked into one type of streaming. Always have open horizons and make the most of your opportunities. All right, that is it for our hot seat questions. We still have, based on that, I should have only gave me a minute left because I have a minute and 13 seconds left on the clock. I'm gonna go ahead and end that timer right now so it doesn't go off in the middle of everything. All right, Mr. Duda, give us your socials.
All right, so we have Twitch. Twitch.tv/ZippyDuda. That is ZIPADEE. Duda is DUDA. Yay! For X, it's going to be the same thing, but with an underscore at the end. With YouTube, it's going to be the same thing, but then underscore between Zippity and Duda.
Okay. Are you on any other platforms? Kick. Do you want to give us your Kick account?
I have no idea what the Kick one is, or Blue Sky. I'm on Instagram, don't know what it is. On Thread, don't know what it is.
I know your Instagram, Duda. It's private.
No, I unprivated it after you told me.
For those of you that happen to find this stream, good for you. You read the comments, because if you followed the person on the actual advertisement on Instagram, that poor girl's like, "You're not a chibi dragon."
and then Facebook, which Facebook has about 3,000 people on it.
Wow!
But I don't think anybody counts that. So
I mean, Facebook is pretty much transitioned fully onto Instagram now, to be honest.
Right?
Yeah, no one reads the Facebook stories. They all go after the Instagram reels now.
But then when they're like, "Oh, you need to have like 1,000 people on Switch," if I'm like, I have 3,000 on Facebook, does that count?
Kind of.
Can I get a sponsorship now?
I think Facebook's eventually going to get phased out. It's going to go the route of MySpace and Friendster.
That's Friendster.
Oh God, I just showed my age.
That was wow. MySpace. Wow. I remember my brother having MySpace. That was cool. You could change like everything on it.
Yeah, and you can also put someone into epileptic seizure by changing your background into something flashing. How about we go even more old school? How about ICQ?
I don't know what that is. At the Insane Clown Quartet? No, Q. Umbrella. So Insane Clown Umbrella.
So ICQ was like the precursor to the AOL Instant Messenger, was the precursor to Yahoo Messenger. It was basically fully...
So was it dial-up?
Yeah, it was part of the dial-up nation. Yeah, it was part of the dial-up. Yeah.
I was like tiny.
I'm one of the older VTubers still around. So I'm one of the older streamers still around, to be honest.
Hey, there's nothing bad about that. Look at what's that guy that was doing the whole Monster Hunter playthrough review on there? You mentioned him earlier in the stream. What was Coefficients he was a sidekick for?
Oh, Maximilian Dude. Yeah, he's old school though. Yeah, he's old school.
He's old school.
He used to stream filming his CRT monitor. Like he would have a camera pointed at his CRT monitor.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, back before capture cards were in existence. All right. So we have reached the end, unfortunately. But I kind of want to, these last few parts could last 5 seconds. They could last up to like an hour, depending on where we go. Duda,
sorry.
Your final thoughts on your experience here on this talk show? Anything that you want to give to any potential people who want to go on this talk show? Final thoughts in general about things that we discussed here.
I mean, not really. I just would like to say, like, thank you for everyone coming out and watching me. Thank you. If you are watching this in a VOD or if you are watching right now, please go to my Twitch account and follow me. Once I reach 250 followers, I will be doing an art contest. My main goal is to try to reach the 1,000 marker, because with the 1,000 marker, I enjoy gamer subs a lot, and I really wanted to get a gamer subs partnership, which I need to have 1,000 followers. I also want to do a makeshift plushie, so if you want a plush, whether it's going to be a keychain plush or a big plush, I need 1,000 followers to do that with makeshift. So the 1,000 followers is the big goal. If you guys have friends that you know really like VTubers, please point them out in my direction. You know, it's just about growing. Any money that I make from VTubing goes back into VTubing. I actually have it in my Discord where people can actually check. I am so transparent on this. And I know maybe that's not a good thing. Maybe that is a good thing, but I am so transparent on it. And I show people this is where the finances are going. You may go, well, you work 2 jobs and you said in November you're going to be working 3. That is going because, long story short, is I worked for Royal Caribbean. When we were in COVID, they did not pay us, so I collected the stimulus paycheck. And then last year they were like, hey, for you guys when you guys were in COVID, here's the money that we owe you. And then 2 weeks later, IRS was like, hey, you know all that stimulus money you collected since you got actually paid for that time? You owe us all that money, which ended up being about $9,000. I fought it, got it down to $7,800 because that was the late fees and the interest that they wanted to charge on me. So right now I'm working multiple jobs to pay that off. Once that's paid off, which the ridiculous goal is by the end of the year, the realistic goal that it will happen is March. I'm going to go full throttle into VTubing. What I mean by that is I'm going to do Twitch, TikTok. I'm going to try to do the Bibli one as well. I'm going to try to do tons of VODs, videos, as much as I possibly can, and go 100% into VTubing while still working my other jobs to pay off the little bit of, like, you know, your internet bill, your phone bill, all that kind of stuff. So that is where I'm at financially, and my goals and set for the next couple of months. I'm being transparent to all of you. If any of you are VTubers or streamers, and if you want to collab, DM me. I want to do tons of collabs. I want to be invited to tons of collabs. I just want to build friendships. You might go, oh, okay, don't you have other friendships, stuff like that? Yes, but not in the VTubing community. They are in the music community. They are in the tech community. And I also am helping my parents with all these houses to renovate them and stuff like that. So I am not back home, which is considered to me Miami, Florida. So all my friends, I went and I cruised for, 8 years of my life. Everybody's either married with kids or moved out, blah, blah, and I don't have a lot of people anymore. So like how Iron Mouse streams so she could have friends, I'm doing the same thing. I am so happy that Sophie came into my stream. I am slowly developing a good friendship with Sophie. I'm slowly developing a good friendship with Johnny here. Like I want to, with all these streamers, with all these new people, I want to develop good friendships, and that's what it's all about. My aspect is I want to create a community where everyone feels safe, where everyone is, creative, whether it's, you're creating and writing stories, whether you're creative in doing artwork or music, anything of creation, performing arts, all that stuff. I just want to build a community where we can all just push each other to be better, to strive better, to just perform and create great things, because that's what it's all about. In the end, that's what it's all about. You may go, oh yeah, but I want to be super famous, blah, blah, blah. I lost the love of my life. I lost my career. all at the same time. When you lose something so much, you realize that grabbing onto the little things is the most important. You know, helping other people, developing everything is more important. You know, I could have said 10 years ago, when I was, was I getting out of high school then? Yeah, I would say so. I was about getting out of high school. It was all about me. You know, what do I want? What do I want to do? What do I blah, blah? That's not the right mindset to have. You know, I learned and I grew, and it's about, just like I said, developing a community that'll help tons of people. And that's all I want to do. And if I become a big VTuber, if I become huge or popular, whatever, it's going to be the same. What I am now, what I am then, there's no difference. I am just going to develop and create and help and develop more people and help create their dreams and make their dreams come true. Like Zentrea. She's a perfect example. She got to a spot to where she's able to do that, and she does that. And I want to follow along in that person's footsteps, because what they've done for their friends and the community have been amazing. And I want to do the same.
Well said.
Thanks. But yeah, that's all it goes out. And that's basically what I have to offer. What could I do to better my streaming and stuff like that is eventually be able to get a better router and a better modem, and somehow sweet talk Comcast to let me use that instead of their gateway that is trash. No sponsorship from Comcast.
Who wants one?
But yeah, so but if you are okay with the streaming crashing maybe once or twice during stream, and you're okay with that, come and visit me, and talk to me. Ask me any questions you want. I am an open book. You can call me Zippity. I have gone my entire life being called Duda. So I respond better to that. But yeah, it's up to you guys. Like, you want to come and meet me? Come and meet me. I'm here. I'm happy. Again, like I said earlier, I am 6.5 feet tall. I am very physically, athletically built. I am not timid on doing, like I said, meet and greets in person. So, I'm totally cool with that as well. When people are like, when you were like, oh, in Disney World, you could post that. I'm like, I have no problem. As long as you guys are respectful to me and do what you guys do with people like Buff Pup and other people, where you you put the little character on their face, I'm respectful too,
And always ask for permission before you take pictures.
Mm-hmm. And if you want hugs, I like hugs. Very, very huggy person.
I want a hug.
The desk stabbed me.
All right. Well said, Duda. Well said, Duda. I hope the stream prep that we went through to bring this show to you wasn't too stressful. I mean, I tried to make the process
stressful at all.
Yeah, I tried to make the process pretty streamlined. I hope everything was organized. I know you like to subclass everything.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we went through a lot of that stuff, and you kind of like you changed the questions around to where I couldn't. So thank you.
If I let it go as broad as we had started it, we would still be at the halfway point of the stream.
Right. You'd be like, so what is your definition of Oshi? My definition of Oshi is like who you actually have the most like merch of and blah, blah, blah. Which if we went by that definition, because I don't have a lot of Inyo merch and I have tons of Lord Aethelstan merch, it would be Aethel. I mean, my PC is, 4090 Ironside Lord Aethelstan PC,
Nice.
Yeah. So.
All right. So since everything is all wrapped up for the premiere episode of the Notice Me Senpai Indie VTuber Showcase, starring our friend here, Zippity Duda, I will give us a few final thoughts on my own. This has been my first time doing a talk show like this, and honestly, I I'm glad that it turned out as smooth as it did, except for you, Helene. You're not invited to the next one.
Hurricane.
Hurricane. But I do try to make these talk shows as convenient for my guests as possible. In fact, I offered Duda here to either do it at 8 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the evening Pacific Standard Time, and whatever worked better for him. And I will cater to how you are. If you're not talkative, I will not force you to be talkative. These talk shows could go anywhere from 2 hours, an hour, to what we're at 5 hours and 51 minutes today. Honestly, I sectioned out 6 hours, so I guess I'm pretty damn good at predicting, aren't I?
Yeah, you're really good. I mean, if you didn't stop me, you could have kept going.
Yeah, we could have easily filled a 12-hour stream. And honestly, I kind of shaped this because little secret, Duda, the Fadeabite community kind of had bets that this one was going to go 12 hours.
It's true though. If you didn't do it, it probably would have.
And to be honest, we had lots of rehearsals that weren't rehearsals, because a lot of the times we would just pop into Discord and
jump in your streams,
and we would just talk for hours. So if we tallied up all the hours that we just talked, it would have been like well over a day probably worth of material that I'd have to sort through. And those conversations help shape the show to be as streamlined as it was today. We had a little bit of scuff here and there, a couple disconnects. I blame Twitch for that.
I blame Comcast.
Well, I mean, my stream dropped, so
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. It wasn't on my side.
Yeah, and like so that's a Twitch thing. But final thoughts on the whole thing. I thoroughly enjoyed this talk show completely. I always enjoy talking with my friends. I do consider Duda a friend, and I am very thankful for Sophie for suggesting the raid into his stream. Duda, in my mind, is a very special VTuber, a very unique VTuber. We've gone into stories about how people have told him that being a chibi dragon might hold him back. I'm sorry if you didn't want me to share that, but
no, that's fine.
Yeah, people have told him that, and I doubled down and I said no, because a VTuber is whatever you want it to be. And
like I said, my model, this is my chibi dragon form. I will eventually in the future have more forms.
Duda dropping bombs in the last seconds of the stream.
but nothing is in final effect, or nothing. There's nothing with art done. No, nothing. I mean, I sketched stuff out.
Well,
but
by the way, it is spooky season. Are we going to see a spooky backdrop on your stream?
No. IRS has the majority of the money that I make, and I can't afford art assets.
Okay, fair enough. Darn you, IRS. Okay, but yeah, if you liked what you saw, and how can you not? Look at that face over there. How can you not like what you saw? But if you enjoyed how I give you a platform to speak your mind, to answer questions that the whole VTuber community would probably love to ask you, drop me a line, hit me up on Discord, hit me up on Twitter. We will make things happen. It was very easy for me to select Duda as my number one choice, because honestly, who wouldn't pick Duda to be their first choice? But this has been a very great experience, and the VTuber indie showcase will be a regular thing. I have decided that this has been a vastly successful talk show, and some of the bonuses that people don't know. I give you this VOD I will download this completely, and it will come off of my YouTube because YouTube doesn't break it up when the stream drops on Twitch. If I pull it from Twitch, it's 2 pieces. I will take it from my live broadcast on YouTube, and it's yours to put into your video editor, dissect the parts that you want, make them into clips, put them out to your community, get further exposure. All I ask is you drop a name of the Indie VTuber showcase, and that's that. You don't even have to use my name. Don't drop my name, drop the indie, but go ahead and say, this is where it happened, blah, 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 blah. Good stuff. Yours to keep. I'm going to, of course, publish it on my channel, but you have a copy of the VOD to dissect and use for your publication, for your promotion. As always, you are 99.9% of the content of these talk shows, so by all means you deserve to use the VOD to your liking. I don't do these for my exposure. I don't do these because I want to be known as the talk show host. I do these to bring talented indie VTubers into the spotlight, such as Duda over here. And honestly, we build friendships here. We were friends before this, of course, but this experience has brought me closer to Duda. We kind of know now how each of us thinks about certain things, and we have a firmer understanding of each other. And honestly, that's what community building is about. Getting to know one of each other, getting to understand where each and everyone, what their walks of life are, and maybe walking a few steps in their shoes. Duda doesn't wear shoes, and he won't let me borrow his wings, but that's okay. I teleport into the future, and eventually all of us will have wings.
Ooh, wait, because we'll all be dead?
Nah, because unfortunately.
Oh my god!
No,
so it'll be like the Vulture, like from Spider-Man, where they're all mechanical.
Unfortunately, Apple will make wings that we attach to ourselves, and we will all be flying around. We will all be flying around with Apple wings. But yes, yes, I thoroughly enjoyed this. I hope you guys give Duda a visit. Visit him on Twitch. His streams are so entertaining, so full of energy, and honestly, minus the technical difficulties, which we all understand.
VTuber scuff.
Yeah, we all know about VTuber scuff. There's a meme about it. It's a good time. It's a good time. You will fall in love with him, as my whole community has fallen in love with him, and we wish him the very best in the journey for the golden place at the seat of whatever agency he wishes to join, whether or if he becomes hyper successful as an indie VTuber. It can happen. I mean, look at Shoto. He is not with an agency. So
that's right. Sayu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Abel. Yeah.
I mean, and honestly, join his Discord. I don't think you mentioned your Discord too much.
That's true. Yeah.
And Discord.
I sneak in a lot of like future things in there.
Yeah. And also, if you do collab with them, eventually we'll get the tech where you're do you already have the tech, the reactives the for Discord? So like if I pop up on your stream, does my miniature pop up on the bottom?
Fugi. Yeah, I got Fugi tech.
Okay. Yeah. So if he opens up like an open stream where anyone could jump in and talk, you will pop up on his stream. So if you have your own little PNG that you have down there, or your GIF or whatever, join his Discord. It makes it that much easier to go ahead and interact with your streamer. And he's a very interactive streamer, very good interactive streamer. I mean, as you could tell, we talk. I'm a yapper, he's a yapper. And honestly, we want to talk to you. So hit up his Discord, hit up his Twitter. The
fastest way to reach me is through Discord. Fastest way to reach me is through Discord. X is always like, oh, I have something here. Let me click on this. Oh, look at all these messages I have. And it's like, hi, I do AI art. I'm like, no, thank you. But that's one thing too. If you're here and you're an artist, please hit me up. You can send me some of your artwork as well. Definitely, please hit me up. I want to look at more art. I want to select more artists. So,
absolutely. Absolutely. So I hope you guys enjoyed the Notice Me Senpai Indie VTuber Showcase featuring Zippity Doodah, and look forward to seeing more of his streams. I look forward to seeing how big he grows, and hopefully I get to see you in this chair next to me next time. So from all of us here, thank you for big. Oh my God. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you next time.
Bye.